Hey everybody, how you doing? Hey, how are you doing? Hey, David Robertson, welcome. He says, "Hey, do you think it's going to be a yes or no in the vote?" I would be surprised if it were no at this stage, but as I say, we shall see. Right now, waiting for the meeting to open up. It says, and what it says here is, voila! It says, "Please wait. The webinar will begin soon." So that's what we're doing. They're late. They're late. So while they're late, guess what? I'm going to push this out. And by the way, if you see this on Zenny62 on YouTube, hey, push it out. Push it out. Or as Salt and Pepper might say, push it good. So anyway, I'm writing live, Live, live. Okay. And posting it there. Live here. Sharing a group. Which group? Like there. And what else? Let's see here. Excuse me. Live. Share the group. Oakland A-listers. Okay. And where else are we going? Facebook. Saving a group. Save Oakland Sports. Okay. And while that's going on, you see something else here. Make sure I'm not being bamboozled. Sometimes that happens. Nope, not. Okay. Closing that, keeping that open. Going back to Zoom. And waiting. We're waiting, folks. We're waiting, but guess what? Nothing is happening. It's 6:34, which is 3:34. And the city of Oakland is late, which is symbolic of the fact that the city of Oakland is now 3 years roughly behind schedule with forming the enhanced infrastructure financing district, and that would set up the use of tax increment financing. Oh, and they have to form the public financing authority, which they haven't done either, which is called for by law. Here we go, folks.
Present. And President Bas.
Present.
Showing 8 members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome to the special meeting of the Oakland City Council. We have 2 action items on our agenda this afternoon. The first is a resolution on community benefits and freight compatibility for the Howard Terminal Ballpark project. And the second is a public hearing on the Howard Terminal Environmental Impact Report and Jurisdictional Ordinance. Before we get started, there was a question that came up this morning at our Rules and Legislation Committee asking about the noticing of the public hearing. And I would like to ask Peter Volman to share with members of the public how the public hearing was noticed.
Yes, good afternoon, Pete Volman, Bureau of Planning. So for the public notice, there was actually 3 ways that it was noticed. One, the site was posted with public notice posters as well as public notice posters provided by the ferry terminal landing, which has been typical throughout the process on this project. There was also notice provided via mail, and that went to all the interested parties list, our CEQA mailing list, as well as everybody within 300 feet of the project site. The mail notice actually contained 2 notices because at the rules meeting on scheduling, the hearing time had changed, which was initially scheduled for 9:30, and that was altered to being scheduled to the current time we're starting right now at 3:30. So at the time that happened, the mail notice had already been sent out. However, a second mailed notice was sent out the same day, actually, and clarified that the start time, noting the revised start time of 3:30. The notice was also provided in the Oakland Tribune section of the East Bay Times, and that was included in the publication on Friday, February 4th of this year. And that publication also had the 9:30 start time. However, to address that issue, and we had raised this concern or addressed this concern at the Rules Committee meeting, we added on the website for Legistar, where you go to the public hearing notices or link to the public hearing. There's a note on there stating the time change to 3:30. So if anybody were to be going on there at 9:30 at the original start time, they would be able to see that the time was changed to 3:30 and still be able to attend the meeting. So we felt that that was still adequate public notice.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So as members of the public are joining us, and it looks like we've got well over 300 people in our Zoom right now, I want to review our order of business and when we are taking public comments. So first, I will ask the clerk to read into the record item S4, and that's the resolution on community benefits and freight compatibility for Howard Terminal. And we will read in proposed amendments to this resolution. I do want to note that if we were meeting inside City Hall prior to COVID, we would have copies of the proposed amendments available. Instead, we will share those proposed amendments on screen, read them into the record. I will also share them publicly on my Twitter account with the Oak Meeting hashtag so that that will be available. And then we will take public comment on item S4, the community benefits and freight compatibility resolution. Members of the public will have up to 2 minutes to speak on that item, and we ask you to hold public comment on the environmental impact report and jurisdictional ordinance until we get to the public hearing. That way your comments will be on the public record. And also please hold any comments on items that are not on our agenda today for open forum at the end of the meeting. After that round of public comments, we will present item S4, community benefits and freight compatibility, for discussion and action. And from there, we will open the public hearing on the environmental impact report and jurisdictional ordinance. We'll first hear a staff presentation, and then we will hear public comments on both of those items. Again, you'll have up to 2 minutes to speak on the public hearing. We will conduct the public hearing, and then we will have open forum at the end, which is a final opportunity for public comment, including items not on today's agenda. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. And Madam Clerk, can you read into the record item S4?
Item S4, adopt a resolution requiring City Council action on community benefits and freight compatibility concurrently with or prior to consideration and approval of a development agreement with the Athletics Investment Group, LLC, DBA, the Oakland Athletics, for the proposed Waterfront Ballpark District project to be developed on that portion of the port area that is commonly known as the Charles P. Howard Terminal and is located along the inner harbor of the Oakland Alameda Estuary. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask one of the three co-authors, which is myself, Vice Mayor Rebecca Kaplan, and Councilmember Kalb. I would like to ask Vice Mayor Kaplan to just very briefly describe this item before I read the amendments, proposed amendments, into the record.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and good afternoon, everybody. And welcome and appreciation to everyone who is joining us, as well as to my colleagues on the council and all of the staff who have been working on this as well. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to bring before us today this additional item. I would note that this item that I'm introducing is not the EIR itself, but rather I'm introducing item S4, which if you're following along at home, you can find this on oakland.legistar.com and select today's date and select item S4. This is an additional resolution which I authored together with President Bas and Councilmember Dan Kalb in order to assert and reaffirm and further expand upon our commitment to the inclusion of robust community benefits and freight compatibility as we continue to deliberate on this project. And so this resolution would give direction regarding our expectations on next steps, including specific actions that would be taken prior to any potential development agreement. It includes direction regarding working with community and stakeholders on key issues, including transportation, jobs, affordable housing, local business inclusion, and freight compatibility, as well as transportation around the site and the surroundings. And so this would provide an opportunity to, on the record, vote to direct that those things happen and that they would happen prior to any development agreement. Thank you so much for the opportunity to briefly introduce this item. And I believe President Bas has the specific amendments as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So what I would like to do now is share my screen so I can read into the public record the proposed amendments. I did email these amendments to the council members, and I did post them on my Twitter account, Nikki for Oakland, with the Oak Meeting hashtag OAKMTG, so that you can follow along if you so choose. And I will appreciate everyone's patience while we do this. Okay, so we published this resolution on Monday, and we have received a few comments about the contents of the resolution. And so myself and the co-authors have worked to propose some amendments to address the additional feedback that we have received. And so I'm just going to scroll through and read into the record the changes. And the changes begin on page 2. And so there is a new whereas clause, which you can see on the screen on page 2. And this new whereas clause reads, whereas the steering committee affirmed as part of its statement of key principles of the Howard Terminal Community Benefits Agreement, that among other things, any community benefits agreement developed for the project would apply to all developers of the project and all employers, commercial tenants, subcontractors, et cetera, that operate on the port site. And then further down, also on page 2, there is an addition to one of the whereas clauses. I'll read the entire whereas clause and note the addition. Whereas on July 20th, 2021, the City Council approved Resolution 88744 CMS, approving the term sheet for a future development agreement, including requiring that it have a comprehensive package of community benefits, and also adding here, and securing benefits for the city and its residents consistent at a minimum with the guidelines set forth in Assembly Bill 734, parentheses 2018, end of parentheses. And then at the bottom of page 2, there is an addition to the whereas clause, and that is whereas the term sheet resolution expressed that prior to the development, measures be taken to ensure quality jobs on the, and then adding project and community hiring leading to good jobs being created at the project, including an operations jobs policy based on the port's 2017 operations jobs policy for the Seaport Logistics Complex, parentheses also known as Centerpoint, parentheses, port's jobs policy. And then at the top of page 3, there are 2 additional whereas clauses. Whereas the port's jobs policy includes living wages and benefits for workers, priority consideration for unemployed individuals, armed forces veterans, single parents, ex-offenders, and foster care adults, and a ban on asking applicants about prior criminal offenses. And whereas the port entered into an exclusive negotiation term sheet with the Oakland Athletics in May 2019, which includes local employment and targeted hire requirements, job access provisions, including fair chance, workforce training and funding, retention of existing workers, apprenticeship policies, living wages, benefits, and stable employment opportunities as categories guiding community benefits negotiations. And I believe those are the additions to the whereas clauses. There are some proposed amendments in the resolved clauses. And those begin on page 5. Further resolved, a study on the non-CEQA effects of the project on traffic and parking congestion in Chinatown, parentheses, study, end of parentheses, shall be completed and the results incorporated into a revised TMP, which means traffic management plan, prior to consideration of the development agreement, which study shall A, identify strategies to reduce congestion and potential conflicts on Chinatown streets, including but not limited to operational improvements, such as the deployment of traffic control officers, the management of pedestrians traveling from the Lake Merritt BART station to the ballpark, and the management of vehicles accessing parking in Chinatown before, during, and after medium and large events, including but not limited to ball games at the ballpark, and B, take into account other planned improvements in the local vicinity, including implementation of the transit-only lanes on Broadway, the Oakland Alameda Access Project, and the Chinatown Complete Streets Plan. And the next resolved at the bottom of page 5 has some additions as well. Further resolved that the City Council further directs the city administrator to work with Chinatown stakeholders to revise the draft TMP prior to consideration of the development agreement to A, incorporate the results of the study, B, include clear roles and responsibilities for representatives from Chinatown to participate in the monitoring and implementation of the TMP, C, require that the duties of the Oakland Athletics designated mobility coordinator include overseeing mobility strategies to ensure safe and efficient access while minimizing disruption to the surrounding neighborhoods, and that they work with Chinatown's representatives to evaluate the effectiveness of such TMP strategies. And the remainder of that clause is the same. There are 2 additional resolve clauses on page 6. The first one reads, further resolve that to promote project compatibility with recreational maritime use of its waterfront site, the city administrator will ensure that future project approvals appropriately require the project sponsor to install signs along portions, if any, of the waterfront park indicating where recreational fishing will be allowed in accordance or in coordination with other regulatory authorities. And be it further resolved that the city administrator shall inform representatives of the impacted communities and the public in general of the potential availability of a public community room within the project pursuant to AB 1191, Stats 2019, Chapter 752, Section 7, Subsection A10, and will document any public demand for such room for consideration by the State Lands Commission and the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, and be it. There is a further resolved clause describing small business opportunities. And this resolve clause adds to the last phrase, and promoting small local business through free, discounted, low-cost announcements during events at the venue. And then towards the end of the resolution, on page 7, we have our final proposed amendments. At the top of page 7C, we add plans for on-site and off-site affordable housing and funds for anti-displacement tenant services consistent with the terms of the term sheet resolution. And then we have our final proposed amendment, which is on page 7, a further resolve that reads, further resolve that as a component of the community benefits, the City Council hereby intends, in accordance with the term sheet resolution, to require as a condition precedent to the effectiveness of and material consideration for entering into any development agreement with the city, evidence that the project will be subject to an enforceable operations jobs policy, the form of which shall be an attachment to the development agreement based upon the port's jobs policy and including reporting for monitoring and compliance pursuant to agreements between the Oakland Athletics and the port, and be it. So thank you everyone for your patience. Those are the proposed amendments to the first action item on our agenda. Again, I did email those proposed amendments to the council members, and I did share them on my Twitter account. Doriana Moreno from the Oakland City Attorney's Office. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to remind the Council that in order to consider item S4 with the amendments that were just announced on the dais, the Council rules requires the Council to make a finding that it is urgent and a substantial adverse impact would result if the item were deferred to a subsequent meeting to take into account the amendments that were announced on the dais.
Thank you. After public comment, when we take up discussion and action on the item, we will take that into account as we have motions.
Thank you.
Okay. So members of the public, please go ahead and raise your hand if you wish to speak, or press star 9 if you are on the phone. You now have an opportunity to speak on our first action item, which is S4, the resolution on community benefits and freight compatibility. You will have up to 2 minutes to speak. And we will keep the queue open for 15 minutes. I'm seeing 3:55 as our time, and so we'll keep the queue open until 4:10. And as a reminder, there'll be an opportunity to speak on the environmental impact report and the jurisdictional ordinance when we get to our next item, which is the public hearing. So again, there are 3 opportunities for public comment today. This current opportunity for public comment is on the resolution on community benefits and freight compatibility. Following public comment and that discussion and action, we will open the public hearing on the EIR and the jurisdictional ordinance, and we will take public comment on that after the staff presentation. And then as we usually do, we will have open forum at the end of our meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. As we get ready to move to the speakers, I ask that you send my office the amendments as well. To the public attending this meeting, as Madam President said, you will have until 4:10 to raise your hand. And I will name the first 5 speakers that we have. First speaker will be Lindy of EBLC, Melvin Mackey, Cheryl Walton, Sherry Murphy, and Ulisa Elenis. Linda, you have been allowed to speak. Lindy, please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lindy Johnson, and I am the Policy Director at the East Bay Leadership Council. And we really just wanted to state our support for this project. We're really excited about the economic development opportunities, the housing, the transportation. I appreciate all the conversation that's taken place around this, but really just here to express our support for this final EIR and looking forward to seeing this project move forward. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Melvin Mackey. Melvin, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, thank you. And unlike the last comment, I am opposed to the draft EIR. I am not certain if everybody has read that draft EIR thoroughly. Number two, if you build any homes on maritime property, we will not have any more property to use to offload vessels, to load vessels. That property is vital to our existence here in Oakland. It's been here for 87 years. And the rest of judgment, when people do not read any documents thoroughly, we're in trouble. And one of the things about that draft EIR, back in July 20th, 2021, the council sent this back for a lot of adjustments to be made to this EIR, and they were not made, and they're still not made.
Melvin? Okay, looks like we lost Melvin. Next speaker is Cheryl Walton. Cheryl, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Cheryl Walton in District 7. This resolution is long overdue, as it had seemed as if the city had overlooked the concerns of the community and the Seaport stakeholders in a rush to approve the Oakland A's mega project. However, I am in support and encourage the council's approval of this resolution, this updated resolution. Love the fact that there's transportation and housing and local jobs, quality jobs as a part of it. And I like the changes that I heard President Bas read off, and to make sure that these compatibility measures are concurrently with or before consideration and approval of a development agreement with the Oakland A's for the Charles P. Howard Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Sherry Murphy. Sherry, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sherry Murphy, and I'm a social justice minister in the East Bay and a faith-rooted organizer with Faith Alliance for a More Economy, an initiative of East Bay's. I currently live in District 5, and I'm also a member of Heart and Soul Center of Light. I stand in solidarity with Oakland United Coalition, and I'm speaking on behalf of the resolution brought by Councilmembers Bas, Kaplan, and Kalb that would ensure that any final development agreement for a ballpark at Howard Terminal would include clear terms on our priorities. I'm here today because I believe in an intentional Oakland, which uses a racial justice analysis so that our Black Oakland, our brown Oakland is not left behind. I'm here today because as we near elections, I warn against double talk used by people in high places, leaving our communities with nothing but broken promises. I'm here today because Oakland needs a clear commitment in the community benefits agreement for fair chance local hire policies to ensure that the most vulnerable residents in our community, including those who have been impacted by the criminal justice system, have opportunities for good, sustainable jobs. I'm here today because development without good jobs means displacement. So work with the stakeholders, community members to ensure a robust and equitable community benefits agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Yulisa Elenes. Yulisa, you can begin your comments.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Yulisa Elenes, and I'm the president of Unite Here Local 2850. We represent thousands of hospitality workers around the East Bay, including our members here at the Oakland Coliseum, who provide food to the fans at the A's games. There's over 600 union food and beverage workers at the Coliseum. The vast majority are people of color. Many have lived in Oakland and worked at the Coliseum for over decades. The A's have committed to preserve our members' jobs as good union jobs. Today, it's a critical milestone to ensure that we could keep these living wages, union jobs in the town and create even more through the Howard Terminal Ballpark project. 2850 supports a resolution by City Councilmember Bas, Kaplan, Kalb to ensure the benefits such as 35% affordable housing are part of this project. We also support including Operation Job Policy similar to Center Plate, which will require local and targeting higher, fair chance hiring and living wage jobs. We must expand the promise of good jobs to Oaklanders who have been historically excluded from these quality jobs. The labor movement and Oakland United Coalition and others have been working for years to make this project happen, where we boast community benefits, and this resolution is an important step towards that goal. The Environment Impact Report is a key step. Please vote yes today on the EIR to move the project forward. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you for your comments. Before the next speaker begins, it is 4:03. You have 7 minutes to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Next speaker is a phone number ending in 0501, who I believe is Mr. Hazard. Mr. Hazard, you can begin your comments.
Oh, this is Gene.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. This is Gene Hazard, GoCleanOakland.com, and I just got out of our case management conference. Look at Kalb, Bas, and Kaplan. This is a bunch of crap. You should have been dealing with the public hearing first on that draft EIR. How you going to talk about community benefits and yet you do this amendment that mostly affect Chinatown? What about the inclusion of the residents, and particularly Black residents in West Oakland, where those 3,000, this ain't about the stadium. How dare you? That's insulting. And you think you're slick. That's why I said I don't like public corrupt individuals and the hypocrisy. Vote down this matter until you finish with addressing the concerns around the EIR. How can you do that? You don't even have the complete document on the EIR. How dare you? It's so insulting to the public. Shame on you, Bas, Kaplan and Kalb, and all those who are supporting this particular recommendation. You said nothing about Black communities. How far does local extend? But you talk all about what's the impact in the Chinese community and having them involved in the activity. Shame on you, Bas. Shame on all of you. This is so insulting.
Well, hey, folks.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hazard. The next speaker is Keith Matting. Keith, you've been allowed to speak.
Let me explain.
Please begin your comment.
Well, I'll explain it when they're done.
Good afternoon, Keith Matting here. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm an Inland Boatman Union member and work the waterfronts. And I share Mr. Mackey's feelings. This has got the cart before the horse. The congestion in that neighborhood will be untenable with the trucks and the traffic.
Let me explain one thing
along the waterfront.
This whole
not to mention,
legislation
I don't think the Port of Oakland nor the city has any standing to give port facilities away to a real estate land grab. $188 million of the port was spent in
all that sets up the enhanced
2009,
financing district.
$244 million of the Army Corps of Engineers to dredge that port to 50 feet.
That was written as
now decreasing access of the port.
This is bass awkward, and we're going to get sued. We deserve to get sued.
Not the job of the port.
This is awful.
We're going to want our money back.
Councilmember friend of mine told
you guys
me, well,
can't
it was done
just give port facilities away.
They didn't think the community
to real estate interests.
Understand this.
And once we lose these jobs, these high-paying
you know what? Your guide is the
waterfront jobs.
Just say, hey, look,
we're not flipping burgers here.
Infrastructure financing district legislation. Here's your process.
This is the cart before the horse. This
We're
whole
not using it.
economic
This is ridiculous.
resolution is way off
I'm going
base.
back to my live.
We got to
stream.
get
Join me right
the
here, okay?
EIR done first. I urge you guys to vote no on this resolution. This is a sham, and this is just a real estate grab when the site where the Coliseum is right now is perfectly viable, when that was proven long ago.
Thank you, Mr. Madden, for your comments. The next speaker is Sabir Lockett. Sabir, you have been allowed to speak. Please begin your comments.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Sabir Lockett. I'm the director of the Faith Alliance for a More Economy Initiative of eBase. I'm a commissioner of the City of Oakland Forming-Based Community Jobs Oversight Commission. I was a topic cohort representative for the steering committee for the city CBA process for the Economic Development and Employment topic cohort. And I'm also a member of the Oakland United Coalition in the West Oakland Residential. I first thank Councilmember President Bas and Councilmembers Kaplan and Kalb for taking initiative to ensure that the community benefits package will get the attention it rightly deserves. The City CBA Steering Committee recommendations and the City Council's approval in 2021 term sheet established the 2017 Centerpoint job policies at the baseline, which includes critical measures such as local hire, ban the box, fair chance policy, disadvantage hire, living wages, limit on temporary workers, and community oversight. This policy is critical in order to make good jobs for local residents a priority. To make sure this project delivers on good jobs for Oakland residents, we need real commitments to job policies like the Centerpoint policies. That means requiring living wages for all jobs on the site. That means ensuring local hire for long-term operational jobs. And that means a fair chance hiring for all returning citizens, void of discriminatory practices and policies, which has historically widened the gap for employment instability. Oakland residents need good jobs, and City Council must play a role. We all have agreed on this priority, from the Ports ENA with the A's to the City CBA Steering Committee to the term sheet adopted by City Council July 2021. We now need commitments from our elected officials. I believe that this resolution will go a long way in making sure the community has a voice at the table and that jobs for our most disadvantaged residents are a priority. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It is now 4:09. The queue will be closing at 4:10. Next speaker is Emily Wheeler. After Emily, we will have Zenny Abraham. After Zenny, Ty Hudson. And after that, a user with the name LLWU Local 10. Emily, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Emily Wheeler. I'm a lifelong Oakland resident. And I wanted to first commend City Council for this item in general. I think it's really important, if this project does move forward, to have a strong community benefits agreement. And I do appreciate that City Council is prioritizing this. And I appreciate the amendments that Councilmember Bas has added. Ultimately, though, I don't think this goes far enough. I'd like to see it be an even stronger piece of legislation. 15% affordable housing requirement is not enough affordable housing, given how far we are above our market rate RENA allocation and how woefully behind we are on our affordable housing allocation. I was hoping to see 50% affordable housing on this project, but 15% is just insulting, in my opinion. And like Mr. Hazard said, I mean, you know, I really think I'm glad that Chinatown is mentioned in these amendments, and given the horrific impacts this project could have on that neighborhood, I think that it's critical for City Council to work with Chinatown to mitigate those impacts. But I think the same should happen for West Oakland, another community of concern that would be impacted by the long construction times where asthma rates are already so high. It would be impacted by trucks being put back onto the streets where instead of their idling space at Howard Terminal, and it would be impacted in many other ways that I don't have time to say. So, and in that, I would hope that not just Chinatown is highlighted as a community of concern and not just Chinatown stakeholders are consulted with. I really appreciate the jobs piece that was added. I think we need good jobs, as Desley Brooks was fighting for in her term. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Zinni. Zinni, please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Zinni Abraham, Zinni 62 Media and Oakland News Now. Thank you. There's a big problem with this. This resolution and the need for all of what has been done with the community should be in the enabling documents for a public financing authority within a document called the Infrastructure Financing Plan. Just because it's called that, and you can look at other cities for examples, doesn't mean it's limited only to strict infrastructure. This is, if you will, not right. We could get sued because we're not doing it right. And the community would understand if you just follow the law. All you have to do is follow the law, Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District Law, SB 293 Skinner, which was made for Howard Terminal. It will guide you along the path. Why this isn't done, I don't know. I called your planner. He doesn't call me back. I'm making money from the complaints, by the way, that I issue. Someone says, how come not listening to you? Doesn't matter. I make money either way. It's not about me. It's about the city of Oakland and not doing something right that I and others have done for a long, long time and know how this should be done. This is wrong. And it's not this complicated. The community issues could have been baked in a long time ago, and they still can be. But now you're way behind schedule. Too far behind schedule to be logical. This is shameful. This is not the city of Oakland. It's not the way things should be done. And we need a reset here, and you need staff to explain what's going on and why SB 293 Skinner is not being followed and why the process isn't being followed. This is just thrown out there. And again, it's thrown out there without the thought of, hey, look, are we following the legal process and what other cities are doing? There's no example given that, hey, this is done in Sacramento or in the Inland Basin or any place else. It's just you all just doing things. So please, I'm begging you, stop doing it like this. Follow what is done in other parts of California. Do it, reset it quickly so we can get this project done that should have been done a few years ago. And lay out the infrastructure financing law too, and two, also the tax increment financing revenue, which the A's
Thank
are
you for
still
your
waiting
comments.
for.
The next speaker is the user IOWU Local 10. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments. Local 10 user. Okay, we will come back to you. Next speaker is Ty Hudson. Ty, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. Thank you, President Bas and members of the City Council. My name is Ty Hudson. I am with Unite Here Local 2850. And our President, Yulisa Elenis, said it well. And I just want to reiterate that Local 2850 is in favor of this project and is in favor of the effort to maximize the community benefits on this project. And so we thank Council President Bas, Vice Mayor Kaplan, and Councilmember Kalb for putting forward the community benefits resolution. As President Elenis said a few minutes ago, we have hundreds of members working good union jobs at the Coliseum. The continuation of those jobs depends on the A's building a new stadium at Howard Terminal. And not only are the vast majority of those workers people of color, the majority, over 50%, are African American, and many are longtime East Oakland residents. And so saving that community's jobs is a crucial reason that we need to get this project done. It is also crucial for the project to create many more good union jobs, which local residents and formerly incarcerated people have access to through local hire and fair chance hiring policies. And that is one of the reasons that we support the resolution sponsored by the resolution that you're considering now. The environmental impact report is also a key step to moving this project forward. So we ask you to vote yes to.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker trying again is ILWU Local 10. Local 10, please begin your comments. Last call for Local 10 or ILWU Local 10. Moving on to the next speaker, who is SJ Garcia. SJ Garcia, you have been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Yeah, council members, I appreciate you guys putting on this meeting today. I definitely support this resolution that you guys have adopted for community benefits and considering voting for the moving forward with the EIR report. Again, that this is a really good thing for Oakland and everybody else involved. More jobs, more benefits, more everybody. Anybody who's calling about, talking about how this is a real estate grab, come on, seriously. You guys had a lot of time to do your homework to prove what is this so-called real estate grab. So anybody who is calling and, spitting out false narratives about this project, come on, give it up. This is a good opportunity for the city, good opportunity for the waterfront. And, I express full support for you guys moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Moto G Stylist, who I believe is Oscar Fuentes. Oscar, please begin your comments.
Sorry about that. I actually had raised my hand by accident, but I'll just use this time to speak. I will reiterate, I looked for the public notice in a publication, the central location where they're all published in a California database, and there is no public notification in a newspaper for this meeting. Not for 9:30, not for 3:30, nothing. Or the other public hearing notice. I looked during a period from early January until present day today, and there's nothing in there. So I don't know if the law matters. Usually it's whatever the city attorney wants to do based on what the mayor wants. But I'll just leave that out there. You can look it up yourself. It's not there. There's no proof. So leave it there.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Ms. Margaret Gordon. Ms. Gordon, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you for letting me speak. I would like to say this is also, you put in the horse before the cart. I'm not really getting into the inconsistencies of the EIR. And by having this process here is adding more confusion to what this whole issue around the ballpark. We should not be here looking at a term sheet or with a proposal from this 3 city council members without really examining the EIR, especially the EIR when it says there's significant unavoidable things and there's no corrections being done around those unavoidable and significant issues, especially that has to do with air, water, and soil. Those are the terms that we need to be following through, especially those for West Oakland. And there is no accountability. Where will the trucks that's parking at our Howard terminal going? That should be in the forefront also. So there's a lot of gaps and dots not connected in this whole process that the city council members are really not hearing from the community itself. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Gordon. I'm going to call the next few speakers. Lee Sandall is next. Alan D. Payton after that. West Oakland Cultural Action Network. Alex Espinosa, Rob Stoker, Alvidara Lewis. Lee, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments. Lee Sandall. Lee
Okay,
Sandall.
can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Oakland City Council. My name is Lee Sandoff, and I am a member of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union's Northern California District Council, and speaking today on the council's behalf. I'm going to hold my comments on this particular item until we get to the ERI. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Alan Payton. Alan, please begin your comments.
Thank you. This is Alan Payton with eTrans USA. I'm speaking in support of this resolution and the efforts by the City Council to mitigate any impacts to the neighboring communities in Oakland and make this a positive project for all involved and all concerned. And I will just mention my support for the EIR right now because I'm not sure I'm going to be available at the time when that comes up on the agenda. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I appreciate your support. As a 50-year fan of the A's, let's do what we need to do to keep them in Oakland for the benefit of not just Oakland, but all of the East Bay and all the fans of the Oakland A's. The Oakland A's. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Rob Stoker. Rob Stoker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Well, good afternoon. This is Rob Stoker, and I'm president of the Building Construction Trades Council of Alameda County. We represent 28 affiliated crafts and over 40,000 building trades men and women living and working in Alameda County. We've got many speakers with us this afternoon who are in full support of this resolution. However, in the interest of time, I'll be speaking on behalf of all our affiliated unions and their members. We deeply value our partnership with community groups and our history of working together to ensure that projects like the Howard Terminal Ballpark project include a robust community benefits agreement. We appreciate the hard work, dedication, and leadership shown by Council President Bas, Vice Mayor Kaplan, and Councilman Kalb, and all the work that city staff has done with this resolution. The resolution will ensure that Oakland residents and the community receive the benefits that they need and deserve. You know, it's a shame some of the comments earlier that I hear about these operational jobs referred to as hamburger flipping jobs. On the contrary, women and men rely on these jobs to house and feed their families, and men and women of the Building Trades Council stand with those brothers and sisters. And with that, we urge you to approve the adoption of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is West Oakland Cultural Action Center, I believe. Please begin your comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's West Oakland Cultural Action Network, WOCAN, West Oakland CAN. My name is David Peters. I'm the founder and board president of WOCAN. Also was sat on the Howard Terminal CBA steering committee representing the arts, the culture and history topic cohort. I'm also sit at the West Oakland Benefits for Equity, WOBE table, an ad hoc group of West Oakland stakeholders, and I am the founder of the Black Liberation Walking Tour. It is with great sadness that I speak to you today. For as Mr. Hazard put forth, we are witnessing racism without racists. And this is a process that I've called out in your rules committee, whatever you call it, about the about the willing and knowing exclusion of Black multi-generational West Oaklanders from this resolution process is shameful. And you should all be ashamed of yourself. I shared these comments with our friends from Chinatown and from Oakland United as well. When y'all get in the room and you look around and first requirement for equity is to notice who's not at the table. And when you see Black folks from West Oakland, these multi-generational people not at the table, and you can continue to participate in this process, you are guilty as being participating in a racist process as if you were wearing a sheet. The devil is in the details. And we fought like hell in that housing cohort and others for inclusion of culture in this CBA. It is mentioned nowhere in this resolution. You are erasing our culture and you are willing participants in it. And those of you who sponsored this resolution should be ashamed of yourselves for so knowingly and willingly disregarding the constant and consistent comments from me and others over the last year about that exclusion. I'm looking at this thing. It has been amended to include funds for anti-displacement tenant services. What about anti-displacement Black homeowners? This is the 50s all over again.
Thank you for your comments, West Oakland Cultural Action Network. Sorry, your name was cut off. The next speaker is Alverdia Owens. I'm sorry if I said your name incorrectly.
Hello, my name is Alverdia Owens. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, council members, for this opportunity to speak. I live in District 3, and I am a homeowner here in West Oakland for right at 34 years. I sat in on the education cohort for the community benefits agreement. And I'm here to speak on the inclusion of West Oakland as it was represented and presented in the CBA agreement that Estelano references. And we would like the steering committee, which came from West Oakland Benefits for Equity, to appear, because we did the work. We did the work, and we would like to at least appear there. So, having said that, we need mitigation for a lot of things, such as noise, light, and pollution from particulate matters that's going to impact the members of the community of West Oakland. Please, please, please take the time and look at the EIR before you proceed and go further. It's going to have a serious impact on the health of the people. The noise in West Oakland right now, we hear the fireworks from the Coliseum. Put all of that, the lights, the sounds, baseball games, unlimited time. And we need...
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Evelyn Lee. Evelyn, please begin your comments.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Evelyn Lee, and I'm from the Oakland Asian Cultural Center. We participated extensively in the CBA project, and we are pleased that Councilmember Bas, Kaplan and Kalb have proposed the resolution that's before you. I wanted to address the issue that I think the City Attorney's Office raised. We think that the amendments that Council President Bas read into the resolution should be adopted today, because the original resolution on CBA issues such as employment and transportation and small local business opportunities, the way they were drafted, I feel like they would be additional guidance rather than advancement of the Council's direction from July 20th. And the amendments that President Bas read in provide more specificity relative to existing programs and opportunities, and empowered the community to ensure that the work on these policies can begin as soon as possible. And it's important, actually, that these policies be expressed ASAP, because many of them involve direction to the city staff, and the community would like to continue working with the city staff to line up conditions, because we feel that this development is pulling down the road toward us, and we need direction sooner rather than later to address the important issues in your resolution. Secondly, we would like to recommend that you adopt a policy or whatever you would do to have the BCDC, State Lands Commission, and other jurisdictions that need to approve a CBA as a condition of their regulatory.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Margie Lewis. After Margie, it'll be Rita Look, Salvin Hauser, A. Wright, Risa Jaffe, Gina Kim. Margie, go ahead and begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Margie Lewis, and I'm a resident of District 6 and a member of many environmental community groups like CBE. And I am in support of this updated resolution, and I'm really glad for the updates. I'm glad that you upheld the needs of jobs and of Chinatown, but I do feel that it's very important to have included West Oakland in this, and also up the affordable housing to 35%. And before any final development agreement can be approved, if it isn't approved, I think that the community benefits have to be paid for by the A's and not by the taxpayers who some hopeful, wishing, hoping, praying that maybe the taxes will cover it. Absolutely not. Like in other cities, like in Santa Clara, with the Google, the A's have to pay for all the community benefits like they said they would, and then they reneged on it. So that's really important, because we can't guarantee what's going to happen in the future. It's now, and they have to pay out now, and they can definitely afford it. So again, I am in support of this, and later on I will speak about the woefully inadequate EIR. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk. I do see Councilmember Fife's hand up and want to pause here to allow her to speak. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, President Bas. I was just listening to some of the speakers, particularly from West Oakland, and was wanting to get the contact information for Alverdia Owens and as well as Evelyn Lee. I don't believe Evelyn Lee is in District 3, but I wanted to get their information so I could follow up with them after the meeting.
Through the chair to Councilmember Fife, could you please say your email so they can contact you?
So for the speakers who just mentioned District 3 as well as the BCDC, my email address is district3, that's the number 3, at oaklandca.gov, and I would love to connect with you after this meeting. And for the West Oakland Cultural Action Network, I already have your contact information, so I'm not leaving you out of that group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I do have Evelyn Lee's contact information, so we'll get that to your office. We don't want to interrupt public comment for too long here, but I will note that we will do a full introduction of the resolution after public comment, and we will, as the co-authors, make it very clear what the contents of that are and the specifics addressing the impacted communities, West Oakland, Jack London, Old Oakland, as well as Chinatown. So we'll appreciate everyone's patience as we hear from many more public speakers, and then we will have a more full and robust discussion about the resolution. Thank you for that pause, Madam Clerk.
And while we're paused, could you please send the clerk staff the amendments to this item? The next speaker is Rita Look. Rita, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, yes, I'm a West Oakland homeowner about a mile from the site. And I was on the transportation and access cohort from the very beginning on the CBA. And no matter how much I talked and said and really pushed to try to get some accountability from the city and from the A's in case this turns into just massive traffic congestion, given that maybe the city's adding a couple extra buses and maybe expecting people to ride their skateboards to the site. I am also, haven't read the resolution, but a little shocked that only Chinatown was mentioned in the proposed amendments, and possibly West Oakland specifically is mentioned somewhere else, but I don't understand how local city government works then. Do only certain people get together in a small room and decide what's good for only them? I can't understand that the affected communities wouldn't be addressed. It's shocking to me. And maybe Carol Fife can address that, but I don't understand that, and I think that's anybody who would do something like that should be ashamed of themselves. Absolutely. And maybe I'm misspeaking because somewhere else in the resolution, West Oakland or my issues have been addressed. I don't know. So that's my comment.
Madam Clerk, I would like to pause again here. I do think it's very, very important that the public has both the full memo regarding the resolution and the resolution itself, where we do acknowledge that the West Oakland community is the most impacted, along with Old Oakland, Jack London Square, and Chinatown, and in fact, call for more engagement with the West Oakland community specifically, and also include in our memo a letter from the West Oakland WOBE. So again, I don't want to take up too much time while we're in public comment, but I just want to make sure the public knows what was read into the record were some additional amendments, but we will get back to, after public comment, a full discussion of the contents of the resolution. And I will invite Vice Mayor Kaplan, who represents the city at large, to speak briefly. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. No, I mean, I think that it's really important, given the reality and the history and the degree to which communities have been left out, that we not let people go for hours fearing that West Oakland is not included, and just process-wise, because only the amendments were read in and not the whole document, because that is our process in terms of legislation, that the resolution that I authored and that Council President Nikki Bas and Dan Kalb co-authored absolutely, explicitly, specifically names West Oakland and the specific needs around jobs and businesses and environmental impacts and transportation impacts, and the continued involvement in the process is expressly listed in the resolution, along with the transportation issues. And again, the documents are posted on oakland.legistar.com under today's date. And this is item 4. And I'm sorry to the extent anyone was given the impression that those items were not in the document. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and apologies for the interjection.
Thank you. And Councilmember Fife, who represents District 3 in West Oakland, you have the floor.
I hate to interrupt public comment, but I also have to say that I, as the district representative, did not include amendments to this resolution, because what I was asking for was more time to connect with West Oakland organizations, especially members who were participatory in the community benefits process. I did not have that time. I'm working on scheduling an emergency meeting so that those participants can speak directly to the needs of West Oakland, Old Oakland, and downtown Oakland. And so that is something I'm working on, but this process is moving really quickly. And I was just asking for additional time so we could have these meetings. That's all. I apologize for interrupting public comment.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, please continue.
Next speaker is Savlon Hauser. Savlon, please begin your comments.
Hi, Savlon Hauser. I'm the Executive Director of the Jack London Improvement District, and I served as the Jack London Community Representative, serving on the Community Benefits Agreement Steering Committee for many, many months. And we support this project moving forward. An A's ballpark at Howard Terminal has the potential to be an environmental and infrastructure improvement for our waterfront neighborhoods and an economic development catalyst for all of Oakland. Developing the ballpark at Howard Terminal is elevating existing issues like the 880 freeway barrier, Broadway connectivity, safe mobility, environmental quality, public recreation at the waterfront, and rail safety. And these are chronic challenges that are long overdue in solving. The stadium development makes some important headway in these areas. But to ensure these goals become a reality, I echo comments that were made by Mr. Hazard and other community representatives regarding representation of impacted communities in the ongoing oversight of transportation management and other community benefits. And we are all engaged in implementing the robust community benefits that this project can deliver. So thank you so much, and thanks for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. This is just a reminder that the queue for item S4 closed at 4:10. There will be another opportunity to speak at the public hearing. To raise your hand again for item S5 and public comments. The next speaker is the next speaker is A. Wright. A. Wright, you have been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Good afternoon. Aaron Wright, ILW Local 10. This measure is better than nothing, yet I believe it falls far short and is really just cover for council members to go ahead and pass a woefully inadequate EIR today. It is my understanding that enforcement of port compatibility for the project be run by the current interim port director, who has been in support of the project all along and has not pushed for measures needed to have the project that is compatible with the port. Also, the port director answers directly to the mayor, who has eagerly pushed this deal and would be out of a job if he did anything out of line with her wishes. How can you put him in charge of port compatibility when none of our issues have been resolved in the current EIR? The EIR is supposed to spell this out after 3 years of this, and it still leaves us in the dark on extremely important details of the deal. ILW 10 have been involved in this process for the last 3 years. As far as the A's promised it would be privately funded. We're looking at a price tag of $1,355 million of taxpayer money now. They said that this project would be compatible with the port. We have nothing. They promised robust community benefits. They gave us nothing. They promised affordable housing. There's nothing. How can you even deal with these people with all of their manipulations? How do you even think this can come out positively after all of their lies? How can you expect us to be okay with dealing with these people after it's finalized? I have also walked away from your offices with the assurance that without a traffic plan that worked for the port and community, there would be no deal. None of those promises have been lived up to in the current EIR or the proposed term sheet. The A's have consistently been duplicitous in this process, along with their allies of the mayor and their employees in the port and the city staff. How now can you expect any of us to have confidence in these people? Do the right thing by the port or any other part, except give us.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Risa Jaffe. After Risa, Gina Kim. After Gina, a number ending in 5345. After that, A-Pin Pop Stars. Andrea Luna Bocanegra, phone number ending in 9932. Risa, go ahead and begin your comments.
Hi, yes, this is Risa Jaffe. I have to acknowledge I'm really confused. What's a community benefit? How do we define that? Because all I've heard from the A's is they're not going to put their profits for the community. It's the income that comes from taxes. So how is that community benefit versus other taxes? We don't call those other things community benefits. So I really want to see the A's putting their profits into things that go beyond the infrastructure that's directly related to on-site. I'm also really concerned about the devil's in the details, and we have seen so many times how things are put forth and how it's possible to meet the letter of what's written and not meet the intent. And I see the potential of that so greatly on this project. I really don't see all of our tax dollars being put in the way it's being put here as the best way to use our tax dollars if we view it through an equity lens. How is this going to help bring more Black residents back to Oakland? I don't see that happening. If this really has to go forward, which I hope you will find a way for it not to, but it does, a minimum, there must be 35% deeply affordable on-site housing. And that has to be built first. We have to go big, and 35% is not big, and 15% is nothing. Do better, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Risa. The next speaker is Gina Kim. Gina, please begin your comments.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Gina Kim, and I'm a legal fellow at Communities for a Better Environment. CBE is a member of the Oakland United Coalition, and we have fought for good jobs, affordable housing, and environmental justice for years as a part of this development. Community members have also been in city meetings for years, and we need real commitments. We expect to be a part of any final stages to ensure the aides commit to affordable housing, good jobs to residents, and environmental protections. The resolution makes it clear that community benefits are a priority for the project and must be addressed before the deal is done. So thank you, Council, for a resolution to uphold the community's vision. And I reserve my comments on the inadequate EIR for the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is a phone number ending in 5345. Phone number 5345, please press *6 to unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is Asada Olubala. When I heard these amendments and all I hear is Chinatown, I'm not surprised. When Ms. Fife mentions that she has good intentions in terms of pursuing possible amendments, but has not had the opportunity based on the fact that she needs to meet with West Oakland and others in her district. And you mean nobody on the council thought it was important to check in with Ms. Fife to see where are you on the amendments that you possibly want to contribute to? Not surprised. Also, the fact that people are saying that this is not being done the right way, not surprised with that. When you're over there at Lake Merrick every day seeing that debacle of the tiny homes for the homeless community, when you ignore the fact that the building unions are purposely eliminating Blacks in their unions, and you know it, but you don't deal with it. So I have no faith that you're going to be doing this in a way that African Americans, there's nothing going on in this city that gives African Americans the opportunity economically or in any form or fashion. So Chinatown is going to be well taken care of. You always do that. You always do that. But African Americans, we're going to have to fight to get something from this issue.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Olubalo. The next speaker is APEN Pop Stars or APEN Pop Stars. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments. We cannot hear you. I see you. You unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, this is Alvina Wong. I'm with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, also a member of the Oakland Chinatown Coalition, and have been participating in the Chinatown Working Group on Howard Terminal issues that includes representatives of our Oakland Chinatown Coalition, as well as the Chinatown Chamber of Commerce. First, I just want to thank Council President Bas, Vice Mayor Kaplan, and Councilmember Kalb for forwarding this resolution with currently proposed amendments to really strengthen the city term sheet that was passed last year, including more explicit prioritization and language around affordable housing, anti-displacement services, quality jobs for local residents, small business support opportunities, as well as Chinatown and all the impacted neighborhoods, really forwarding and trying to work towards the racial equity goals that we have all set. I sat in on the CBA steering committee process as the environmental topic cohort lead as well, and can just speak to how much West Oakland was in fact included and prioritized throughout the process. And so a lot of these amendments, while sound focused on Chinatown, is because there's lots of legal exclusion of Chinatown in formal documents. And so being able to be included is very appreciated, and also affirming that in all of that, our goal is that all neighborhoods, all impacted neighborhoods, especially West Oakland Black residents and also Asian residents in the district, are taken care of in this plan. I have more comments around how the EIR should not be certified today that I'll save for a future item, but do want to appreciate and support the motion on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong, for your comments. The next speaker is Andrea Luna Bacanegra. Andrea, please begin your comments.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi there. My name is Andrea Luna Bocanegra. I'm a resident of District 7 and longtime East Oakland resident. And I would be all in support of this project if we did not have a working port. I am very concerned about that. Secondly, there's nothing binding nor enforceable for all of this to actually happen. Where's the money going to come from? The A's obviously have no good intentions, and they have no intentions of paying for all of this because everything is going to be piggybacked on bonds and taxes, which is going to be taxpayer money again. As I said before, I would support this if this was maybe putting in an aquarium in that spot where we are also thinking about the environment, bringing in education instead of trying to giving this land to a millionaire that is going to profit himself and not benefit our city. The EIR also does not include the impact to the import and export business. I have worked for 15 years in the food industry, and we are very, very concerned of what is happening with the Howard Terminal because it's going to impact all the businesses that use this economic engine, that use the port of Oakland, agriculture, electronics, everything touches that port, and you don't realize that this is going to be a long-term effect to all of us that work in manufacturing, not just here in the Bay Area. You're talking about people across in Stockton, the almond industry. They're all going to be impacted, and no one has considered them. And so I'm really disappointed about that. And secondly, what about District 7? We're going to be impacted because you're taking away the Coliseum business and trying to move it over to that area. What about District 7? District 6? We always get forgotten.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is a phone number ending in 9932. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. I believe it's Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker, you can begin your comments. Phone number ending in 9932. Last call, phone number 9932. Okay, we will come back to you. The next speaker is...
Nino Parker, homeless Black advocate, Bay Area. I like to say to the city, I kept my promise. I hope you're keeping yours. We know what that's about. Desmond Tutu said, in the face of justice, there is no neutral. Everybody on the city council needs to remember that. And as for all of these nonprofits and advocacy groups, I'd like to say to you, you keep calling yourselves different names of justice. But I have to tell you, your white advocacy justice doesn't mean just us, meaning white people. Justice should be for everybody. Your justice, that's why you're not out at the tiny homes, protesting with us, because your justice means white justice for just us, meaning white people. Just have to get that clear with the homeless advocates here. That's why I'm Bay Area now, so I can get some other help from some other people that are Black. I also like to mention really quickly, the Park Commission was offering jobs on their on the website. You put your phone up to the computer, then you can get a job. That's racist. If you're the Park Commission to offer jobs, make it so we can all get them. Homeless people don't have a computer. We don't have something to put our phones up to a queue or whatever it is on there you guys call it to get the job. That is so unfair. You're giving jobs. The park is up there talking how great we have opportunities for everybody and all this stuff. But yet you have to have a cell phone and a computer to even find out where the jobs are. That's discriminatory. Let's fix that. And as for people running for mayor, there's a lot of you, and you guys are going to need a homeless advocate to vouch for you. Let's see who I'm for and who I'm not for, because my ward's going to be pretty good as for getting people to.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Sung Lee. After Sung, it'll be Robert Lobo, Sick, Kenyatta Gentry, Ulysses, Susan Ransom, Evie Huang, Mike Jacobs. Sung, you can begin your comments when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Sung Oakley. I own a business in Oakland and I own a home in Oakland as well. I I have been working as a freight forwarder in Oakland for the last 25 years. And I'm just really concerned that the city is not considering the transportation industry and the needs of the Northern California, the state of California, and the entire nation. We are currently in a supply chain crisis. In our industry, we often talk about Oakland and their biopic view of just local development when the needs of the rest of the country, rest of the state, rest of the region is completely ignored in these discussions. I would actually support the state of California to take away the power and the management of operation of the port back to the state, the Department of Transportation, or the department, or at the federal level, so that our national security and our business interests for trade in the Pacific is preserved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Robert Lobel. Robert, you can begin your comments when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Robert Lobel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say, listening to these comments, I can't blame people for being suspicious about a large development in Oakland, given the history of development and displacement and racism that has taken place, especially in West Oakland where I live. But looking at this project, I can't imagine being opposed to this as a homeowner. The EIR doesn't mention that, for example, all of the West Oakland Cultural Network's members who are homeowners will massively benefit from property appreciation. The entire Waterfront District will be activated. Oakland is a town that had 3 sports teams. We're down to 1. As a lifetime fan of the A's, I would just be so heartbroken. And frankly, I think, as with all politics, the vocal minority is who shows up at these meetings, but the massive majority of Oaklanders want this project to go forward. And there is just no way around that. And I think it's actually really misleading, frankly, to even be part of this and hear these comments made. Look, the longshoremen, I don't blame them for being opposed to this. I was really happy to hear that the union of workers at the Coliseum spoke in favor. And I think the comment was made, burger flipping jobs will come out of this, and so will hundreds of other jobs that will benefit everyone in Oakland. So I'm massively in favor of this. Myself, my family, and all my friends are going to be watching carefully to see who votes for what here. Councilwoman Fife, I kind of think it's an excuse to say you didn't have time. I don't really understand that argument. And I think it's misleading to allow people to say that West Oakland wasn't considered, because it was. Thank you.
Next speaker is Seek. Seek, please press *6 to unmute yourself and you can begin your comments.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sikander Ifal from Urban Peace Movement. We are members of the Oakland United Coalition. We've been fighting for years for good jobs, affordable housing, and environmental protections as part of the stadium development. As you know, these are all part of the recommendations from the steering committee and the term sheet that was adopted by City Council. We know that the large scale development at Howard Terminal will have increased long-term major impacts on Oakland, specifically Black residents in West Oakland. And now the city has the opportunity and responsibility to ensure that the public land development delivers good living wage jobs for local and formerly incarcerated folks, affordable housing, environmental protections, and other community benefits for long-term neighborhood residents. The resolution makes it clear that the community benefits are a priority for the project and must be addressed before the deal is done. We do expect to be a final part of the stages of the negotiations to ensure the A's commitment to affordable housing, good jobs for residents, and environmental protection, specifically for Black residents in West Oakland, and the other communities of concern that are in the EIR. It is inappropriate to push through the project without real commitments from the community to the community, and anything that will contribute to the ongoing displacement of Black folks from Oakland. We need commitments from our elected officials, and this resolution will go a long way in making sure the community has a voice at the table, and that the community will play a part in the long-term oversight and enforcement of these policies. So in closing, we support the resolution and commitment to affordable housing, good jobs, and environmental protection before the deal is done and approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Kenyatta Gentry. Kenyatta, you can unmute and begin your comments when you're ready.
Yes, hello. Thank you for letting me speak, Council. My name is Kenyatta Gentry. I've been working at the Coliseum for 22 years. I am also on the executive board for the union with Local 2850. When people go to an A's game, they go to watch the players, but they also go because of us employees. There are hundreds of us, and these jobs matter a lot to us. The Coliseum is a good union job. A lot of us count on these jobs for our health insurance. Our families depend on the income. So that's what this proposal is all about. Keeping these good jobs with benefits in Oakland, not just about a baseball stadium. It's also about creating affording housing for people in Oakland and making sure local people get hired into these good jobs. That way this project can benefit the whole community. Please vote yes on the community benefit resolution.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Susan Ransom. Susan, please begin your comments.
Thank you so much, Susan Ransom, SSA Terminal Oakland, and I thank you, council members. I appreciate this long overdue olive branch. However, it doesn't go far enough specifically to water safety or turning basin concerns, among the many other concerns. Although we support the resolution as a small step forward, the actual port stakeholders need to be at the table, not the port commissioners or port executive director who are under the mayor's umbrella. We need to be the voice in the negotiations. All of this needs to be done prior to the FEIR certification. I will save the remainder of my comments for the next subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Ulysses. After Ulysses is Evie Huang. After Evie, Mike Jacob, Bernice Jimenez, Jose Pavan, Exalti Sanchez, Tim Frank. Ulysses, go ahead and begin your comments.
Good afternoon, my name, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm from Oakland, and I've been living here for all my life. Also want to say that I've been part of Local 3 for about 4 years now. BAC bricklayers and allied craft workers, and I just want to say that I approve the environmental impact report. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Evie Huang. Evie, go ahead and begin your comments.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I wanted to state that while it is appreciated that S4 is an amendment to address transportation and maritime concerns, and maybe was meant to bridge an oversight that wasn't addressed earlier, I'm glad that it is serving to remind the city that the Port Commissioners Board had voted actually back in May 2019 on a term sheet. The term sheet that was to ensure that Port Maritime will have an input on how the ballpark would impact their maritime services, and that any ballpark design and functions will need to be compatible with seaport operations. And especially during a pandemic, that we are persisting on building luxury condos, not really giving a transparent sight on what is affordable housing, and that the A's have actually not addressed it fully. It is jeopardizing the existing economic engine that is the Oakland Port, that represents for California economy and is an essential U.S. gateway. S4 should have been included from the beginning, and instead it is now an afterthought to patch up, to pacify concerns, and stating about West Oakland versus East Oakland and all of that. It is really the charge of the city to make sure that all city residents are taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Mike Jacob.
Hi, good afternoon. Mike Jacob with the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association. We're headquartered in Oakland and Jack London Square, represent ocean carriers, marine terminal operators, operate at the Port of Oakland. I wanted to say thank you to council members for putting this resolution forward, and we support its adoption. And we view this as an affirmation of the City Council's direction from its action on July 20th, 2021. I think it's fair to say that the fact that you need to pass a resolution to tell the city administrator to engage with stakeholders, including all the stakeholders at the port, is frankly sad. We're glad you're doing it. But if the city wants to be a problem solver, it needs to talk to the people that have problems with the project. And that's our industry. You've heard the frustration from other folks, including our labor partners, other business partners. That frustration is real because we have been working through supposedly a seaport compatibility measure process for the last 3 years, but it hasn't yielded the results that we've expected. The A's have promised through the adoption of their draft term sheet with the port that they would adopt measures that don't impact or interfere with our business, but they haven't come to the table. Neither has the city. So we're very pleased that the City Council has put in writing explicitly again what they already said last July: come to the table, sit down and deal with issues. And so thank you again for including us in this resolution. It's important that we do it right. Obviously, these resolutions need to move forward. We will save our comments on the EIR and its relation to all of the development agreements, these types of measures, including seaport compatibility, for the next item. But this resolution is a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Bernice Jimenez Krieger. Bernice, go ahead and begin.
Good afternoon, members. Bernice Jimenez Krieger, Director of Government and Public Affairs for the California Trucking Association. I'm just calling to begin recommending the council for adopting the amendments requiring steps to mitigate the effects of car, foot, and bike traffic. However, as the city continues to move forward with the Howard Terman project and considers program to increase housing, it is also imperative that this body adhere to judiciary work and continue working in good faith to also adopt additional compatibility measure protections before continuing further with this project. As the previous speaker, I will hold additional comments until the next item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jose L. Pavon. Jose, go ahead and begin your comments.
Hi, good afternoon to Oakland City Council members, to the community, to allies present at the hearing today. I am calling on behalf of SCIU USWW. We represent janitors, security officers, airport workers, and allied entertainment workers, of whom that specific division are the workers that work at the Oakland Coliseum currently. We are here to speak in support of the resolution. We understand that it's very complicated. There's a lot of different interests that have to be juggled and addressed, but our members wholeheartedly support the development. Our members are East Oakland residents that commute to the Coliseum from throughout the East Bay to work. And for them, it is a very high priority to make sure that this development goes through and that their jobs are secure and that they benefit from the economic growth that will come from this development. We also support community, strong community benefits agreements language being written into the process, the legislation, and the development of this project. At the end of the day, we support a development that will, with a clear outcome of wall-to-wall union labor across the board, to ensure that the economic benefits are distributed to low-income, working-class communities of color. So with that, I would just, I see the rest of my time, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Zilali Sanchez. After Zilali, Tim Frank, a user with the name Callin User 1, Ricky Torres, Jean Kwan, Linda Caldwell. Zilali, please go ahead and begin your comments.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmembers. Zilali Sanchez. I am an organizer with the Alameda Labor Council, and I'm calling in support of the Howard Terminal. We represent some of the unions that will be impacted, some of the unions that will be impacted on this project. And so we appreciate you taking labor into consideration. I am also an Oakland resident, so I also appreciate taking the community into consideration and our residents. So we support this resolution, and we hope that you continue to support, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Tim Frank. Tim, go ahead and begin your comment.
Yes, thank you. I'm Tim Frank, and I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Sustainable Neighborhoods. We support policies and projects that help build sustainable neighborhoods and regions, and we think this is a fine example. So we support this project and also the effort to maximize community benefits of the project, and appreciate the leadership that Council Chair Bas and Vice Mayor Kaplan and Councilmember Kalb have provided in advancing the resolution on community benefits. This is the right project in the right place with the right terms to help create both a more vibrant connection with the waterfront for downtown Oakland, and hundreds of affordable homes, anti-displacement services for residents, and good union jobs for both construction workers and for all the venue services associated with the A's. You know, we especially appreciate the targeted hire provisions, which assure that the formerly incarcerated and other targeted populations will benefit from the quality jobs that this project will create. And we encourage your support for the resolution on community benefits, and also later for the adoption of the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Call-in User 1. Call-in User 1, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you can begin your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Isis Farrell, District 3, daughter of a retired longshoreman. I'm commenting on both action items. The final EIR found many unacceptable impacts, but most city officials seem ready to approve the project regardless. Some of you clearly never cared about the CEQA process, but had your minds or wallets made up long ago, no matter the environmental damage. Noise and toxic pollution from construction and increased traffic would have dramatic negative impacts on public health and safety. Dense crowds and traffic congestion combined with railroad tracks would interfere with emergency evacuation and first responders. It's irresponsible to build a mass gathering place in that location in an earthquake zone. The project would disturb marine ecology and wildlife, and nesting and predatory birds, including protected species, which the EIR acknowledges have been observed there. Today, a protest outside City Hall combines the issues of the ballpark with school closures, but far from unrelated, they represent a drive by the mayor and members of this council to privatize our city. Fisher's previous ballpark attempt targeted Laney, one of the last working class colleges that offers occupational training. What's next? You're going to give Fisher a key to the city? You're going to let him destroy Oakland's maritime industry and replace public education with his charter schools? You're going to bust our most steadfast unions, the ILWU and OEA? As our communities are struggling economically, the ballpark proposal is insulting in its decadence. We don't need a shiny new stadium to enjoy baseball. Instead of unnecessary demolition and construction pollution, fix the Coliseum and make it more functional for the sport. What we do need is actually affordable housing. No more overpriced luxury condos, not one more penny or one more inch for development, until all who are unsheltered, housing insecure, who are poor, living on fixed incomes, who are disabled and aging have a stable home.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Ricky Torres. After Ricky, Jean Kwan, Linda Caldwell, James Winterbottom, R. Krim 0E3, Mike Hamdenberry, Larry P, Christopher Dobbins, and Tyrell Robertson is the last person who had their hand up at 410. Ricky, You can begin your comments.
Yes, good afternoon, all. And as I agree and disagree with all of the comments here, I'm coming in, I'm actually not involved with any civics programs or organizations. I'm a third generation East Bay sports fan. I look forward to taking my sons there, which are now grown, and I look forward to having the opportunity to bring my granddaughter there as my grandfather brought me to the Coliseum to watch the Oakland sports programs. I see it as an opportunity to beautify Oakland and open up additional investments and advancements within the city of Oakland and the county and Alameda and the East Bay in general, where we could basically draw more tourism, draw more people here, and just create more jobs and give us a lot of pride in the city of Oakland that was lost due to all of the struggles and financial hardships we'd had over the last couple of decades. We've lost two of our three sports teams. And I feel that if we lose the A's, Oakland's going to have a hard time making a new identity for itself. I'm all for it. I say approve it. I haven't seen any new stadium fail across the nation, as some of the people are concerned about. And I'm just saying, let's please approve it and let's move forward. Thank you all.
Next speaker is Jean Kwan. Welcome, Jean. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Okay, thank you very much. We started studying this when I was mayor and proposed this to the A's, who at that time was not interested. Leo wanted to build his own stadium in San Jose. But I just wanted to point out a couple of historical factors here. First of all, this site was originally one of the finalists for our original convention center. So the city has worked on approvals and code restrictions and stuff in this area for a while because it made sense as a focal point for the city. So this is not necessarily a new idea. Secondly, that when we were doing our studies, particularly because this is the shallow part of the estuary and without millions of dollars of dredging, that berth is never going to see any kind of substantial shipping, but the thousands of jobs that would be created from both the retail and the stadium there, and the multiplier effect that we figured out on the restaurants and the other businesses in the downtown area from Chinatown, Jack London Square, Old Oakland, would create thousands of more jobs than just the stadium alone. You have to look at that. We, as a city, expanded the port by hundreds of acres when we basically turned over the Army base to the port. So on the whole, the city has made a big commitment, and most of the shipping is down at the harbors and in the deep water. That's where we need to expand the jobs. We need to get Tagami's former site up and going. If you want to create some high-paying longshore jobs, let's get that going. But in the long run, this will help keep baseball in Oakland. It will help generate thousands of jobs in these neighborhoods. And it's something we can do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Linda Caldwell. Linda, you can begin your comments.
Hi, good afternoon. Linda with IOWU Local 10. My comment is, I feel like this resolution, the amendment, as well as the previous one, is extremely premature. You guys are voting on a resolution when the EIR hasn't even been settled. And I hear a lot of comments around the jobs that it's going to provide. Not only is it going to compromise over 3,400 of longshore jobs, but there's jobs attached to those. We have the truckers and everyone else that deals with the longshore port. So it's not just about us. I'm not against this infrastructure in Oakland. I feel it is a good opportunity, just not at the port. And I feel like billionaire Fisher is dangling this carrot in front of Oakland saying, if you guys don't give me what I want, I'm leaving. And it's not fair to the community. It's not fair to the city. How many other billionaires is going to be able to dangle that carrot? Just like the previous caller said, you may as well give them a key to the city. Oakland is not a private city. This is public. And since when we allow billionaires to take control of that? And I also feel like, we've been battling this for 3 years now. I feel like the commissioners and everybody that's under the umbrella of Mayor Schaaf has already made their mind up. I think we're having these meetings just as a protocol, because the second they're over, everybody vote for it without really taking everything in consideration. As Ms. Fife said, she haven't even done her homework. So why are we here voting on this amended resolution? It makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is James Winterbottom. James, go ahead and begin your comments.
Hi there, James Winterbottom. I'm a D2 resident. I just wanted to call to quickly express my support for the resolution. As everyone knows, this is an extremely complicated project with an insanely complicated process. And I believe this resolution sends a clear message to Fisher and Cabal, as well as city administration, that there's no deal without a strong community benefits agreement in place, all while not derailing the progress and the process that delaying an FEIR approval would entail. So again, wanted to express my support for the resolution, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Mike Hinnenberry. Mike, you can go ahead and begin your comments. Mike Hinnenberry, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Mike Hinnenberry. I'm a business agent and political coordinator for Teamsters Local 853, 7750 Party Lane, Oakland. Local 853 joins Unite Here 2850, with whom we share jurisdictions with members of the Coliseum, and with the building trades, with whom we share jurisdiction and members in construction. In support of the resolution, we thank Councilpersons Bas, Kaplan, and Kalb for their hard work on the resolution to urge support. I will reserve comment on the EIR until later, but cannot let the comment go that has described our members as burger flippers. All work as dignity, and the members of a certain waterfront union who are disparaging members of the Teamsters and Unite Here are wrong, and they know it, and they should knock it off because they know it's BS. Harry Bridges wouldn't be proud. Thanks for your time. See you later on.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Douglas B. Douglas, please begin your comments. Douglas.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I just wanted to speak in favor of the resolution, and I hope the City Council adopts it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Douglas. The last speaker at the call at 4:10 is Tyrell Robertson. Tyrell, go ahead and begin your comments.
Hi, this is Tyrell Robertson, District 4 resident. I simply want to say that three things. One, the timing. I feel like this resolution came at a really bad time. One, it came out of nowhere. It simply came at the 9th hour, and I'm appalled by our district council members. They have plenty of time to review the EIR. They have plenty of time to review all of the negotiations, all of the papers, everything in front of them. And at the very last second, they throw this resolution that could, in theory, jeopardize this very project. Two, the community benefit. The definition of benefit is that it is the profit or advantage of something else. There are no community benefits if there's no deal. So we need to recognize that there has to be a balance between the community benefits and actually making this equitable for all stakeholders, including the Oakland entities. This has to make sense for them as much as it has to make sense for us. If they leave, there are no community benefits, there is no affordable housing, there are no jobs. Third, it simply needs to be recognized that this sort of deal would up-level and make Oakland not just a Passover city, but would actually beautify the city. It would actually make it relevant again. Time and time again, we've seen other cities who've taken our stadiums, who've taken our sports team and benefit from the Warriors to the Oakland Raiders. They don't seem to be losing. They don't seem to be missing. So it's time that we actually do right by the one stadium and the one sports team that wants to stay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Madam President. That was the last speaker at the close of the queue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know everyone has a lot to say here. I do want to give the 11 hands that I see 1 minute each, just so that we have opportunity to hear from as many people as possible. Only those of you who had your hands up, unfortunately. There will be another opportunity in the public hearing and open forum as well.
Through the chair, there are people who have already spoke with their hands raised, and
Okay, please do not raise your hand. We are only going to take 1 minute from people who had their hands up when Madam Clerk said all the speakers had been called. Again, we will have discussion on the resolution, and then we will open the public hearing. So there will be another opportunity to speak. So please, if you didn't already have your hand up, I think we've got the honor system going here. Let's take the 12 that we see right now as of this moment, 1 minute each, and that's it.
Okay, so the next speaker is Larry Heath. Larry, please begin your comments.
Yes, I've been a homeowner here in Oakland for 40 years. And quite frankly, I have never seen anyone offering to do anything really worthwhile in that entire district of Oakland. I did see Utah coal being shipped through for a moment. All right. And it was difficult for anyone to stand up to that. Now I've watched Kaplan and a few others, drop this little lawsuit or whatever. They want to come up with something that's going to look pseudo-progressive, when in fact what we've got is someone at the last second trying to look progressive, just like Kaplan did just before the day before the biggest A's game in the last 5 years. Did you see Mount Davis full? You should have. I doubt if any of you did.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Christopher Dobbins. Christopher, please begin your comments.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, President Bas and the rest of the council. My name is Chris Dobbins. I'm a president and co-founder of Save Oakland Sports, also a former member of the Oakland Coliseum Authority and a former member of the Oakland School Board. And my son goes to Carl B. Monk, which is about to be closed. So it's ironic. In any event, as a lifelong Oaklander, I support this project wholeheartedly. I understand people have concerns. However, we've already lost 2 of our teams, and we're going to lose our 3rd team. There's been a lot of infighting. A lot of people tonight are talking about their own special interests. And my voice is to push forward the fact that we got to look at the bigger picture, that we got to keep the A's in Oakland. My great-grandfather lived in West Oakland. His house is now in the 980 freeway. I'm a District 6 resident. Shout out Lauren Taylor. But we need to, get this project going and to keep our team in Oakland. So the fact that there's some minor issues that we need to settle out, we need to work those out, but we need to keep our A's in Oakland. And thank you for my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Liz Ortega. Liz Ortega.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Liz Ortega, and I'm calling on behalf of the Alameda Labor Council, representing 135,000 workers in Alameda County in support of this resolution, and thanks for your leadership.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Dolores Tejada. Dolores, please begin your comments.
Hello, this is Dolores Tejada, East Bay Housing Organizations. We are in support of the resolution. I think it has really strong purposes to hold the city accountable to making sure the CBA process is engaging community members. I do want to ask, though, that if we can include the more specificity on the levels of affordability when we say very low income units. The previous version had 110% listed there, but we actually want to, and this one doesn't say that, but which is fine, but it does say in compliance with California redevelopment law, which is again that 15% mandatory piece. So thanks for making sure that that is there, that they will not be exempt of meeting that 15% on site. But
thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Matt Schrapp. After Matt is Angie Tam.
Yes, hello. I actually had to raise my hand well before 4:10 p.m.
1 second, please. After Angie, Richard Johnson, Jay Brown, William F. DeVoe, and the last speaker was Omar Sabeh. Matt, go ahead and begin your comments.
I did raise my hand before 4:10, but I guess this is the way it is. My name is Matt Schrapp. I'm the CEO of the Harbor Trucking Association. While we're overwhelmingly opposed to the adoption of the woefully inadequate final environmental impact report, we support this long overdue item brought by Councilmember Kalb and Vice Mayor Kaplan. We appreciate the leadership, identifying necessary transportation and infrastructure projects that would have the potential to interact with freight compatibility and legitimately formalizing this process of the utmost importance. As evidenced by several previous commenters, this location is not appropriate for this development project due to its far-reaching impacts on the community, agriculture, maritime, port, and rail activities. Nevertheless, despite our ongoing concerns about incompatibility, we look forward to a continued ongoing dialogue that this resolution is forcing to help support port growth, community, and the 84,000 jobs this port complex supports.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Angie Tam. Angie, you have an older version of Zoom, so we will need to promote you as a panelist. And just so you're aware, your camera will come on, so please turn it off. Angie, go ahead and begin your comments. Angie, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Right, thank you. My name is Angie Tam, 30 years Oakland resident, and I want to express for the strong community benefits agreement for this project and make sure that there is good community health and safety, environmental justice, addressing disparity and equity, culture, arts and history, tree planting, affordable housing, and good local jobs, but and not necessarily in these order. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Richard Johnson. Richard, go ahead and begin your.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Richard Johnson and I live here in South Oakland near San Leandro. I'm actually with the Union Iron Workers Local 378 out of Oakland, and I've been with them, a member with them for 35 years. I would like to see this project go forward, not just for the iron workers, but it would be great to for the general community, for the jobs once this stadium is built, that would support the community for years to come. So I would ask that you vote on this today. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jay Brown. Jay Brown, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, yes, I've worked with the local 107 of the IATSE since 1995, and for many years of service to the Oakland Coliseum complex and the teams and the people. And I want to say yes on this because all the workers in all the many fields will be able to keep working, keep their homes, and have a sustainable life. And it would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is William F. Dow. William, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
There, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is William Dow. I'm a member of ILW Local 6 Warehouse Union in Oakland. And speaking against the ballpark there, the maritime industry is it functions here in Oakland. It's been here since 1920s. And don't give it away for a ballpark that may or may not exist. It's actually a real estate deal. And I had my hand up before, and I'm rushing now, so I hope I make sense. But anyway, you got to, the maritime ships need a water's edge. A ballpark can be put any place. So don't give away the maritime industry for the sake of a billionaire and that you've been bending over backwards to try to please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The last speaker for this extended queue was Omar Sabay. As the council president stated, you will have an opportunity to speak at item S5 and then open forum. Omar, go ahead and begin your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Omar Saba. I am the business manager of IATSE Local 107. I represent the stagehands in Alameda, Contra Costa, Solano County. I'm also on the Oakland Workforce Development Board. We support this resolution, this addition to community benefits, not the only ones, but in addition to the original community benefits that have been working through the city of Oakland and all the community groups for the last 3 to 5 years. So we support that resolution, and we also support the EIR. When the Warriors and the Raiders left Oakland, it really changed our work. And not just in IATSE Local 107, the stagehands, but everyone from parking to food service to the engineers to the operators, everything changed. And it didn't change for the better. And without the A's, it's going to make it a lot worse. In East Oakland, West Oakland, all across the city, it's going to be a lot more challenging for us to put food on the table. So we support this. We need to make it happen. We need to get jobs for our people in the city of Oakland.
Madam President, that was the last person in the extended queue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to members of the public for joining and commenting. Before we move on to the content regarding this resolution, I do want to invite Pete Volman from our Planning and Building Department to speak one more time to address the additional comments we heard from the public regarding the noticing of this meeting. Mr. Volman.
Yeah, Pete Volman, Bureau of Planning. As mentioned earlier, we noticed the hearing in multiple ways, all of which were consistent with the city's planning code. CEQA also does not require notice of the hearing to be posted. However, it was still posted on the State Clearinghouse website database at sequanet.opr.ca.gov. It's an additional site where all the documents are posted at, and I took a look, and this notice was also posted there as well.
Thank you. Okay, so we are ready to move on with some brief remarks from the co-authors of the resolution, and then we'll hear from the rest of the council members. I want to invite Vice Mayor Kaplan to speak first, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for initiating this resolution.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the members of the public. And so what we have before us today is a resolution regarding requirements for community benefits and freight compatibility in terms of what is before us. Oh, and just to clarify, in terms of what is on the screen right now, right? What we're on now is item 4, which is the resolution regarding community benefits and freight compatibility. And so let's be clear what it is that is my intent, and I believe the intent of my co-authors, though certainly they can speak for themselves, is that it is really important that we make clear that on any project that would proceed, which is a separate decision. So this resolution is not a decision about a project proceeding, but what this is stating is setting forth conditions that would be required prior to any decision to proceed with a project. And it includes a specific requirement to work with the West Oakland community, including on jobs and negative impacts and remedying them, but also including a community input process. And I think it's important we acknowledge and thank the many community members who, as volunteers, participated in very extensive meetings for a community benefits process, and that both those people and the recommendations they developed be included respectfully in this process, including, for example, the comments that were made about arts and culture, about making sure there's not negative impacts from light and noise and traffic et cetera. And so that is part of the direction that this lays out. It also requires that freight compatibility plans be worked out together with freight stakeholders. And I think it's really important to make clear that supporting any potentially proposed project should in no way be a condition for people being able to give input, and that we should be working to make sure that the freight and shipping industry and rail and trucking are supported and are improved upon. These are industries which support thousands of good paying jobs and which support people's livelihoods and people's access to food and other goods, and they need to be handled properly. That includes making sure there are truck routes and truck access and rail safety improvements. And this resolution lays out a requirement to work with those stakeholders on those goods movement compatibility measures prior to any potential project. And I want to acknowledge the fact that there is frustration out there, that people feel that they've been trying to give input and that it hasn't been fully received. And I want to make clear that certainly part of my intent in putting this forward is to make clear our commitment and our direction to the administration to make sure that those stakeholders are included and that those further meetings and plans take place prior to any proposed development agreement. And so we have this item now with the amendments that were read in, and thus the opportunity to lay this out. And I just lastly want to say something about the history and the big picture here, which is that many communities in Oakland, including specifically West Oakland, have been treated badly by large-scale projects over history, including how the freeways were done, how the BART was done, and other projects, not only in West Oakland, but in a way that has had specific harmful impacts in West Oakland. And so it is reasonable and appropriate to put forward expectations of a better process and to understand why there would be concerns and why it is important that, given that the federal, state, and regional governments invested in projects that undermined our community, that all of those levels of government should also be part of bringing solutions and improvements to our community. And that it is also important, and I say this as our citywide representative, that all of the communities of Oakland be considered and included as we work on various projects. And that's part of why I think it's important that on Tuesday of this week, we did vote to move forward some really important community infrastructure projects in other neighborhoods that we're not talking about today, such as the San Antonio Fire Station and a new public service facility in East Oakland. And so while those items seem to get less media attention of late, they are not any less important. And we need to continue to uplift that perspective as well. And I think I can leave it there because I know my co-authors may also have more to say about this resolution. I urge our support and that we make clear our commitment to community benefits and freight compatibility and that community inclusive process prior to any project approvals. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I appreciate working with you, Madam Chair, and Councilmember Kalb on this item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll make some brief remarks as a co-author of this resolution as well. Again, this resolution reconfirms our support from last summer to community benefits and a host of issues we believe are important on this project. This is a recommitment, a reconfirmation, and also more clear direction to the administration who is negotiating this deal. I do want to say, after listening to many public speakers, that as a 25-year resident of Oakland, as someone who worked in a very broad coalition on the Oakland Army base and that community benefits agreement, I do agree with a lot of concerns that have been expressed. I did include in our memo a copy of the West Oakland Benefits for Equity letter, and agree with what is stated in that letter, that West Oakland, particularly Black West Oakland residents, have been disproportionately harmed by systemic investment, by racist neglect and displacement by the city, by the port and other institutions. And that is part of why we are bringing this resolution forward, so that we can ensure that we have the strongest process possible that will include the voices of the communities who are going to be most impacted. And West Oakland is obviously at the center of this project. As the District 2 representative, I also want to note that Chinatown has been suffering displacement from development and has been fighting for community benefits. We have seen through the DC Stadium project, Chinatown and DC get decimated. And when the A's first proposed to build at Laney, Chinatown organized and was very well organized along with the Laney student and community college community around what could potentially happen to that area with that particular development. And so at this time, I want us to recognize that our community should not be divided, but really work to unite and push the A's owners to make this a responsible and beneficial deal for all of Oakland. I do want to highlight in the resolution a couple places where we specifically want to call out the feedback that we've heard from West Oakland. And I'll just read two clauses. Whereas this is in reference to the WOBE letter that was sent to a number of us in December, whereas the city received a letter dated December 22, 2021, from members of West Oakland Benefits for Equity, providing recommendations regarding the project's community benefits and proposed community fund. So that letter is in the memo for all of our reference for the record. And then we did add a further resolved clause. And in speaking with Councilmember Fife and recognizing her need for more community engagement and more time, we added this clause. Further resolved that the City Council further directs the City Administrator to work in coordination with the Office of the City Council member in whose district the project site is located to provide ongoing and robust opportunity for input related to the project's community benefits from West Oakland community stakeholders. And I do want to note in our memo, we not only call out the development and implementation of that process, but the resourcing, because we know that it does take time and resources to participate. There are a number of things that I think are important in this resolution, including affordable housing. So there is a clause to really call out the on-site affordable housing levels that we seek commitments to from the A's to ensure a deeper level of affordability. And I do want to note for the public that back in July that I pushed to have that affordability requirement for the entire project site go up from 30 to 35%. So across the entire project, it's 35%, 15% on-site, 20% off-site. This resolution also calls for a completion of the non-CEQA effects of the project on traffic and parking congestion in both West Oakland and Chinatown, and ensuring the results are incorporated into a revised traffic management plan. And then, of course, community and stakeholder engagement in the community benefits negotiations and the publication and distribution of community benefits to be provided. I do want to call out the amendments that I read into the record requiring an operations jobs policy, and also note that the Port Executive Director, Danny Wan, is with us and available for questions. And after we hear from the rest of the council, I do have a couple questions for Director Wan about the process for developing the operations jobs policy. Thank you all. We'll go to the last co-sponsor of this resolution, Councilmember Kalb, and then open it up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President, and thank you, Bas and Vice Mayor Kaplan. It's been a pleasure to work with you on this important resolution, which, as I think people have begun to realize, this resolution is not a substitute for the EIR consideration, but something in addition to that, not only in some cases reiterates and strengthens our messaging from about 9 months ago when we passed our term sheet, but really lays out important elements that may or may not be part of an EIR, but really must be incorporated and considered and included in some way or another when the final package of approval items come to us sometime later this year. That's not happening today. I just want to make sure people realize that these elements include, and these were very important to me, some issues related to environmental justice, including toxics remediation, and the ongoing transparency that's needed if any toxics remediation plan is put into place. The importance, as has already been stated, of affordable housing to be a big part of the overall project. The importance of pedestrian safety and having a robust transportation demand management effort, which includes pedestrian safety concerns that deal with rail, as we've heard from stakeholders and their valid concerns, and the overall importance of having freight/seaport compatibility measures, some of which may indeed be part of the EIR, but some of which may be totally separate from that. And I think it's important to note that that effort of having a seaport compatibility set of measures and plan, that effort is not done yet. And we are making a statement today acknowledging that, reminding people of that, and urging action to happen so that effort can be completed on or before we get the final approvals coming to us for the overall project and the development agreement. So I just want to reiterate and agree with the comments from Council President Bas and Vice Mayor Kaplan just a moments ago. And I urge that we adopt this resolution, and then we can move on to consideration and discussion of the EIR for tonight and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. And to members of the public, I also want to share that the Howard Terminal webpage, which is part of the City of Oakland website, now has the proposed amendments. So you can also go to oaklandca.gov and search for Howard Terminal and see the proposed amendments there. Councilmember Fife, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I have to just clarify a few things. Number one, I appreciate the work of my council colleagues in bringing forth this particular resolution around ensuring that, or trying to ensure that we center community benefits in this process. And I also want to clarify that they, specifically Councilmember Bas, reached out to me for input on what should be in this particular resolution. So I wanted to make that explicitly clear for the public. But my reason for not including information on this document was that there are several individuals and organizations that participated in this community benefits process that are no longer a part of this process, that I need to engage because the process was so abruptly cut off. So not only I have to meet again with these individuals who do not feel like they've been made a part of this process, but also the maritime industry, but also just regular everyday residents who live in the district. I've had several town hall meetings, but what's being offered as community benefits is not nearly what I believe and what several of the individuals I have been able to speak with feel is sufficient for what District 3 needs to feel made whole. And that there is a historic way that individuals and families and households have been mistreated. And there's also some willful ignorance or malicious ignorance of individuals who say, I didn't do my homework, to understanding what goes into the life of a council member. So to make Howard Terminal the priority of all of the work that has to be done for District 3 is an affront to what my constituents are asking me to deal with every single day, which is public safety, housing, homelessness, illegal dumping, school closures, Those are the things people are calling and emailing and texting me about every single day, not a ballpark. And if that is a problem for people, I apologize. But the work of this district, the work of this city is being ignored almost because we are putting so much energy across departments in the city of Oakland towards this work. So when we say that there are no public funds going into the Howard Terminal development, I would push back on that because of the time that we are spending just on staff time alone, investing in things that have nothing to do with the everyday actions and activity needed to keep this city afloat. So I want to be really, really clear about that. We want to keep the A's in Oakland, but that also is not our choice. And this resolution does start to recenter the desires of so many residents. And so I do support this resolution. Is it enough? I think we need to do more. But with that, Madam President, I just wanted to clarify a few things for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fife.
Madam President, if you will, I'm having trouble raising my hand. If you could add me to the queue.
Yes, absolutely. Councilmember Gallo and then Taylor.
Thank you. And thank you for Councilmember Fife for those comments, statements. I really applaud you saying that, because for me it's very clear. First of all, let me thank to all the organizations, individuals that I have met with, taken a tour with, seen the Port of Oakland in many different ways. And really, I want to thank for their leadership from the neighborhood level to the Port of Oakland level. But I want to publicly state that I am extremely impressed, having lived here in Oakland all my life, with the work that is currently going on at the Port of Oakland, seeing the growth and seeing the future potential and seeing my neighbors getting employed, making close to $100,000 a year by working at the Port of Oakland. So I see the growth and I value that. And I would love to continue that growth at the Port of Oakland, to be able to serve our families and children in many different ways, and at the same time grow the community. But I have to say right up front that, let's be truthful. Why haven't the Oakland A's come out? And I'm asking the Oakland A's, and I know you're listening, if you can please come out and be truthful to the public and say, I am staying in Oakland. We want to stay in Oakland, because I don't believe you. You're out there negotiating with Las Vegas. At the same time, you got President Bas over here making all kinds of rules and regulations and requirements. And we've been there before. They would have already been in San Jose playing. They would have already been in Fremont playing. So we've been through this before. So the reality is, and I'll give you another example, members of the council, we have the Coliseum. They own part of the Coliseum, but they have not made a public commitment to work with the African American sports entertainment group that's there, to hopefully develop the stadium, the Coliseum, to attract sports, to grow it into housing. So for me, I ask the Oakland A's, just be truthful about wanting to stay in Oakland. It is not about what you say, it's what you do. And it's hard for me to believe you really love Oakland when you're out there negotiating with Las Vegas. So the only other thing that I have for this council, and I'm not going to support any of your recommendations, I do agree with more affordable housing and so forth, because I still believe that the area for development is at the Coliseum. You got all the transportation needs that are required. You got all the safety improvements, environmental, that are required. And it was certainly Oakland, not just one neighborhood, but throughout. And so I still believe strongly that development needs to happen at the Coliseum. And so I would also ask, if you're going to put all these resolutions about more affordable housing, we don't ever talk about what is the financial obligation commitment that the citizens of this Oakland will have to make in terms of investment. Yes, you got money from the state, but yet, like Carol Five said, there are many outstanding great needs in the Oakland today that we need to focus, that we need to invest in to get our streets clean, to get our schools open, and not just open, but performing. And so I say that to you. I have many other comments that I can make, but the bottom line for me is I need a clear commitment that all this effort that we're putting into this Howard terminal, where now it is grown in terms of a business, continues to grow, but yet I'm going to delay it, change it, and create all these other requirements that at the end of the day, we may not be able to have any of that moving forward. So in saying that, I want to thank all those that have shared their recommendations with us. And certainly I believe that the Port of Oakland can continue to grow, be a productive site. I believe that the Coliseum is an outstanding location for developing baseball stadiums, football and basketball, and housing at the same time. And so with that, I thank you for the opportunity, but I want to also remain focused on the immediate emergencies that I have in the neighborhood that sometimes we're failing to deal with. And so I appreciate the work that you've done, but I still have some reservation on moving this forward to have the A's at Howard Terminal. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Great, thank you. First of all, good evening, everybody. As a kid who grew up here in Oakland, rooting for the A's, going to baseball games, sitting in the bleachers with my grandparents, eating homemade sandwiches, drinking Shasta soda, and eating peanuts. I absolutely want to have a similar experience with my kids and my grandkids in the coming years. That is what Oakland is, what it represents, and to me. And that being said, though, no matter how much we want to have a baseball team here and all that comes with a new stadium, all the surrounding development, we can't and will not sell our soul of the city for peanuts, those same peanuts that fans end up eating in the bleachers. So I'm glad that we do have this opportunity to vote on this resolution that reiterates the community benefits, expectations, and terms that we voted on back in July. I was eager to support the term sheet back then when we approved it, and I'm happy to support this resolution today that signals the direction that we're headed and recognizes that we still have more to do and more to finalize and crystallize, as has been noted by many of the public speakers and even my colleagues here today. We have to maintain that community focus, the community benefits remain front and center as we continue overseeing the negotiations beyond today, knowing that the decisions today are not final, but they are paving the way for us to get to that win-win that I think we're all, really working hard towards. The long-term impacts of what we're doing, what we are making, the decisions we're making, they have impacts beyond generations and generations of Oaklanders from West Oakland, Chinatown, downtown, Old Oakland, across the entire city and even more broadly across the Bay Area. And so that's why we've got more than 400 people here in the room today to weigh in and hear and provide their input. I think that's a critical part of the process. Glad that we are having that. It is important for me that we continue to create these opportunities for the conversation, for the dialogue. And that's what I'm committed to here beyond just solidifying this resolution. I do want to acknowledge that one of the comments made, I know that there's going to be more conversation with the West Oakland community and Chinatown and others as well. One of the comments that I heard, I think could be an easy add is where in the second to last red line of the proposed changes, where it's added to say, and funds for anti-displacement tenant services. I think there is value in acknowledging that there are anti-displacement tenant services and homeowner services, because a lot of folks get displaced out of the city who are homeowners and end up moving out, being displaced. And that also has I will say, a deleterious effect on our community, on the culture, on the placekeeping that has been in place. So that's one recommendation that I would add just based on the comments heard from the public today. Other than that, I look forward to supporting this moving forward, and then also working through and hearing on the environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tao.
Thank you, Council President. I think that everybody has stated, everything. So I just will keep it pretty brief, but I think that this resolution was key. And so I just want to thank Vice Mayor Kaplan, Council President Bas, and Councilmember Kalb for bringing this forward. I think that we would be doing ourselves a disservice without bringing this resolution forward, as we're speaking about certifying the possibility of certifying the EIR in regards to the Howard Terminal project. It's a huge project, and it's going to impact, whether it's a positive impact and many negative impacts as well, or possible negative impacts to many of our communities, and especially our most marginalized communities who have already been impacted by the trucks and air pollution and what have you. And so I just want to thank the three of you for bringing this forward to make sure that there is some parameters in regards to how we move forward. And not just that, but setting some sort of standard. I believe that this is enough. I think that we can do more. I think we could dig in a little deeper and request for more. But this is just the beginning phases of the process, and this is a good start where, and it's a good fitting for us as we move forward to have these conversations. And I think that what would be helpful, for city staff, for the public as well, is maybe, as we're going through this process, adding into the packet each time that we're going to discuss anything about Howard Terminal, a timeline of some sort. I think that would be helpful, as this is all very complicated, especially for the public in regards to how the many different things that are moving. There's with different moving parts, and what does this resolution mean relative to what the EIR that we may be voting for today? What does that mean? And so I think that in order to be transparent and clear, just sticking that in the packet would also be very helpful for our general public. But thank you so much for bringing this forward, and I do anticipate voting yes for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tao. I will note that some of us council members did ask for similar information to what you described. And so there is a new informational memo that was published last night on the city's website that has more information on the process for this project. So the public can certainly refer to that. Councilmember Reed.
Thank you so much. I just got kicked out of the system, and so I may keep my camera off just because I'm not sure what's taking place here at City Hall with my connection. I am, excited that we're at this part of the process. The community benefits are certainly critical with what we affirmed in our direction on July 20th, what we're working to advance through this resolution, and how we're uplifting just those who are impacted stakeholders in the surrounding area, and really for the entire city. It's a $1 billion project that will have generational economic and quality of life impacts for all of our residents and businesses. And we are working to ensure that it's tight and right for all of us. It's critical, as we've heard from neighbors in the impacted area, to ensure that it's culturally and racially inclusive. In this process, I've certainly shared that input with staff in meetings, and that we've got local hire that's uplifted as it is, that we've got the workforce development job training, that we've got the livable families sustaining wages, affordable, deeply affordable housing, the anti-displacement measures and funding for tenants and our homeowners, that we have the environmental justice and freight compatibility and local small business support, senior services, that we've got all those public safety matters, including fire safety, as the foundation of what we're building on preserving and prioritizing and protecting our community. And your memo spoke to that. It spoke about the floor and the foundation of the floor and how we bring that up. And I appreciate that direction. So these are just all significant factors that we're working to pursue and maintain transparency in a community-driven process, and making sure that it really is centered around the race and equity impacts at the core of those who've long been impacted in this area of our city and in East Oakland, as you heard from the community members that I represent, who want to ensure that as we are advancing this project, that they are not left out or left behind. So I just want to thank the longtime residents that have spoken. I want to thank all of our working men and women who are deeply involved around this project, our labor, youth leaders, community elders, businesses. Everyone's been weighing in this process, and there is no deal without them. And so we hear them, we recognize the significant impacts and the needs that we're working to build out through this. I want to also just acknowledge, we haven't really talked about it, but we've certainly heard from just our fire department leaders, and they want to ensure that as we advance this project, that we continue to prioritize fire safety services and what's needed to be responsive to a growing community that's being built around this area, and the inclusion of those fire station and fire safety needs with the increased demand. I want to continue to lift up, I've certainly heard Councilmember Giles speak to it, just how we use these guiding principles laid out to advance how we're investing here, and how that investment continues to expand and reach East Oakland and the Coliseum project area, where we are going to demand equally strong community engagement and benefits. I had some additional edits that I wanted to be considered as friendly floor amendments, just hearing. I think I got cut off right before or during Councilmember Taylor. He may have spoken to this around what seems like could be edits that we can include. And I'm not sure if I have those edits available. I believe our city attorney was helping to ensure that what I brought forth was appropriate for consideration. And so I'll have to ask our city attorneys if that edit is available. That really speaks to what we heard about our Black community not being left out, our longstanding West Oakland communities who like to see West Oakland listed in the resolution alongside our Chinatown neighbors and some further areas that they called out. And so is that something that the city attorney can assist me with, or what is that process, please?
Hi, this is Bijal Patel from, City Attorney's Office. Sorry, I see Doriana just raised her hand, so I don't know if Doriana wanted to speak on the procedural issue, maybe?
No, I'm sorry. This is Doriana. I was just going to refer the question to you, Bijal. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes, Councilmember Reed, we're just finalizing the edits. So if we can just have another minute or two to work through the language, and then if we can maybe just discuss the procedure, because there is already an amendment on the floor. I don't know if there's been a motion made, but are you proposing to make a friendly amendment to that?
I am. Yes, I am proposing to make a few friendly amendments from the floor.
So why don't we go ahead and put a motion on the floor. First, I do want to make an urgency motion since we are presenting an amended resolution. And so I'll go ahead and make a motion that the council finds that it is urgent that the community benefits resolution under item S4 be considered with the amendments announced and displayed at the meeting today, because a substantial adverse impact will result if the item is deferred to a subsequent meeting in order to publish the resolution with the amendments. And that urgency is that we've heard people speak very, very passionately about the need for community benefits as a first priority, along with the other things that were mentioned in this resolution. And that has to be a top priority as we continue this process on this deal.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the urgency motion?
On the urgency motion stated by Council President Bas, seconded by Vice Mayor Kaplan, Councilmember Bas,
Aye.
Councilmember Gaia,
No.
Councilmember Kalb,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Tal,
Aye.
President Bas.
Aye.
Urgency motion passes with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 no, Gaia.
Hey, no
Thank
Gaia
you.
was the low no
And then
vote
I'd like to
on the item
move
S4
the
resolution.
item as amended
Howard
with
Terminal.
the amendments as read
7
in by President
ayes,
Bas.
1 no. That's
Would that
for
not consider the
resolution
amendments that we're waiting to
requiring city
include
council
from the
action
city
on
attorney
community
for my friendly
benefits
floor
and
amendments?
freight compatibility
Not
concurrent
yet.
with or prior to
No, we can hear those
consideration
and vote on those
approval
too
of a
when they're
Hold on, let me
available.
get the
for
motion
Howard
on the
Terminal
floor.
Thank you.
Ballpark District.
So I'll second that motion. So we now have a motion on the floor with the amended resolution, the amendments that were shown earlier. And Councilmember Reed and to the city attorney's office, Bijal Patel, if you're ready, you may go ahead and share those friendly amendments. If you're not, I can ask my questions of the Port Executive Director.
Council President Bas, if you can just give us another minute, because we wanted to get this into a user-friendly version that we can show on the screen, and we're not ready yet, if that's okay. Just give us
Okay.
another minute.
And I do see the Vice Mayor's hand up. Vice Mayor, would you like to go ahead and speak?
Well, yes, since the attorney is still working on the other materials, I wanted to take the opportunity to ask the staff, when I had met with staff a few weeks ago, I had asked about the inclusion of plans for the fire station and the fire boat, which of course is very important to protecting the public with the new development going on, not only this proposed, but other development going on in that area. And they did say verbally that they do have that intention to be part of the plan, but I thought might give the staff an opportunity to answer that out loud since at this time.
Thank you. To the staff, can you speak to the fire station and the fire boat in the area?
This is Pete Bowman from Bureau of Planning. So the existing fire station, what the EIR looks at is that in the event that the fire stations were moved in order to expand the pathway along Water Street leading into the stadium right there, it would be required to be rebuilt into one of the development sites on the project site. I'm not sure about the fireboat. I believe that there was a new fireboat that was funded separately from this, but I may be mistaken. I might want to hand that one off to the city administrator's office.
And this is Betsy Lake, Assistant City Administrator. And yes, the Fire Station 2 and its rehab is included in the project. And there is an existing fireboat that the Oakland Fire Department did just get a grant for a brand new boat. So that's in progress.
Thank you for clarifying that. So I'll go ahead and ask I have two questions for Executive Director of the Port of Oakland, Danny Wan. Thank you so much for joining us. So these questions are about the operations jobs policies. So just to start, some people know that the jobs policies that the Port negotiated with the Centerpoint development are strong, effective, and a national model in many respects, especially in protecting people with convictions from discrimination in hiring, ensuring disadvantaged Oakland residents get access to jobs, and ensuring decent, stable living wage jobs in the project. These are all critical to preventing further displacement of our communities. And so my first question is, can you and the Port staff and Port directors assure us that the strong existing jobs policies will set the floor in any negotiations with the A's over the job standards for this particular project?
Sure, and that is in the understanding as we entered into the agreement, the exclusive negotiating agreement. that there will be a job policy applying to this project based on the center point job policy. And that's just to be clear that I'm also very commend the council members for that amendment in your resolution, which does point out that this job policy is a model, and it had been a work that was produced by a combination hard work by community groups such as eBase and other groups that have chimed in. I remember sitting in, listening and negotiating and talking to the community groups about what kind of benefits could the Centerpoint project bring to the community, and exactly what you said, to prevent, to make sure this project benefit jobs in the community here, particularly West Oakland, as well as to bring in another groups of people that have been traditionally or historically excluded from job opportunities. So yeah, absolutely, this will be the model for the job policy that will apply to this project. Obviously, the jobs at a warehouse project, albeit it was a big warehouse project, will be different than the jobs that will be available at a ballpark and in a housing development in the commercial district. So we are going to be adapting that policy to this project at the Howard Terminal. So just to briefly summarize, that job policy does give preference for local residents, particularly those in neighborhoods nearest to the fort, ban the box prohibiting employees from asking candidates about prior criminal offenses. We want to include folks a second chance, a fair chance. Special considerations for disadvantaged residents, including chronically unemployed, single parents, formerly incarcerated, and military veterans. Living wage and benefits for workers, with employers' limits on use of temporary agencies. So we're limiting temporary agencies. Funding for local community-based workforce development partner, the West Oakland Job Resource Center, to train prepared candidates job placement at Seaport Logistics Complex. Another way we need to adapt this policy to the Howard Terminal, of course, is that the jobs will be probably a bigger number and having a bigger community impact. So we will be looking for other partners to help us also for workforce development. And then we'll also have a development stakeholder work group to continuously make sure that the job policy is implemented and refined as time goes along.
Thank you so much, Director Wan. And I understand that there are 7,100 projected permanent jobs with this project. So it will be quite significant to have those policies, including local hire, apply. My last question is, can you assure us that the port will bring forward all the details of these jobs policies that it negotiates with the A's with ample time to review before the City Council considers the development agreement? How will that happen?
Well, absolutely. We plan to engage the representatives from, for example, the Community Benefit Steering Committee, members of projects surrounding neighborhoods, local community-based groups, and workforce development professionals. So we are committed to engaging a stakeholder process as we adapt the Centerpoint job policy to the Howard Terminal. And as that process progresses, we will absolutely communicate that to city staff and also to council members on the progress of that policy.
Thank you. And I will note that we do have a City Port Liaison Committee. We have not met in some time. Vice Mayor Kaplan chairs that committee. It also includes council members Fife, Reed, and myself. And that may very well be a committee where we could hear progress on these policies and give the public an opportunity to listen and participate. Okay, thank you so much. Let us go back to Councilmember Reed and the City Attorney's Office.
Hi, Council President Bas. I think we are ready with the edits that Councilmember Reed would like to propose as a friendly amendment. Would you like me to share my screen?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, it says I cannot do screen share.
You should be enabled now.
Okay. Are you able to see the screen?
Could you make it a little larger?
Sure. Is that visible to everyone? I think this is about the largest it can go.
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. And these are edits being proposed by Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Reed, would you like to read these?
Yes, in this, we're adding for the further resolve here, where we have Chinatown listed to include specifically in naming out those West Oakland stakeholders that we are working to partner with equally with their voice in this process. So Chinatown and West Oakland is added into this further resolve. Chinatown and West Oakland, Chinatowns and West Oakland's representatives for Chinatown and West Oakland. And in the last sentence, Chinatown and West Oakland on event days at the ballpark.
All right. And then on the next page.
This one includes what we heard spoken and have certainly heard from community members about the impact of not just anti-displacement with our renters who significantly have been impacted, but also our long-standing and long-term owners in that area. And specifically, we know that our Black owners have been impacted with displacement. And so including ownership and tenant services. And this is what the community has lifted up that we have heard from, in that this further resolve that this council affirmatively recognizes the ongoing cultural erasure of Black West Oakland residents and will proactively include West Oakland stakeholders in this process by directing the city administrator to engage with West Oakland stakeholders in designing the establishment and governance of a community fund and any other community benefits, specifically uplifting the need to preserve West Oakland culture.
Those are it.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
May I stop sharing the screen?
Or
do you want me to keep it on?
I believe you can keep it on here. And I do want to call on Councilmember Fife, who's the council member of the district. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yes, I would just like to understand what community groups and organizations represent these amendments. I've had several town halls. I've talked to several individuals and organizations that took West Oakland residents and organizations on a tour of the Howard Terminal site. So before I am comfortable allowing amendments from a council district that is not in conversation with residents in the same way that I'm in conversation with residents and have, invested time and energy in this process,
every disparity and inequity that's faced. And those who have deep roots in West Oakland, those who are still rooted in West Oakland, those who are part of our Oakland Black community continue to weigh in with great concern that they are being left out, that their voice is not being represented, and they have not been included in this resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Pfeiffer, would you like to speak? I do have a proposal for moving us forward, knowing that we need to get to the main item, which is.
Yes, I agree, and you can put a timer on. Council President Bas, I don't need to say a lot, but I'm just concerned about that response because through the chair to Councilmember Reed, a lot of the community support for the Coliseum project came from the community when they showed up to speak on agenda every single time that the ASEG proposal was presented in council. And so I didn't have to speak for District 7 because District 7 residents came and spoke for themselves. I didn't hear District 3 residents come out in that same type of support, but I have been proactively reaching out to them as you have proactively been reaching out to District residents outside of working with everybody, and getting text as well, saying that you reached out to District 3 residents. And that has not been done in conversation or in conjunction with me. So I feel like this is once again premature, and it really stepped on the organizing work, the deep organizing work that I've been doing to try to bring all of these varying groups together so that we can weigh in on this process, because that is why we are working in my office to create a Black New Deal that addresses the history of in West Oakland and and a host of other things that we don't need to mention today. So
I'm here. I'm good, man. I guess I'm separate. It was the same thing.
And my work and my position as council member is directly being
this is the same thing.
Undermined, not only by
I just saw your face and you got rid of your face.
Right?
Well, I don't want to see my face, man. It's horrible, man. I'm 50.
Come on, that are part of the power network that are not.
Hold that thought. I want to hear Councilmember Fife. Hold that thought.
Yeah, of course. I'm listening.
And so that is what I want to address. I'm still not hearing the individuals who are comfortable speaking to a different representative, but not the council of the district. I just find that highly disrespectful.
Council President Bas, I will certainly be very short with this because I want to clarify. When we receive email updates, and one, I have not reached out proactively to groups in your district. As you indicated, there's a lot taking place before us in the city. And so I've not sought out voice. And yet when those emails come in, our office is typically thanking them for their response and their feedback on items. If they choose to want to further engage, we are here to listen to all Oakland residents. And so I'm not undermining you, and I certainly don't want to be associated with a larger organization that you feel is undermining this process. We've heard here a number of neighbors, a number of Black elder neighbors, a number of organizations. Certainly, I know the organization led by David Peters spoke. We know that Oakland Unite spoke highly about jobs and representation of Black community members here. A number of people that we've heard from, and this is not to undermine you. It's really just to uplift the voice of residents that we've heard from in this process and wanting to ensure that they are included. If that's not supported by you, I'm doing what I feel certainly is best.
You want the switch?
To equity, to inclusion, and to representing the voice of our Black community members in West Oakland and beyond West Oakland that's still deeply rooted and tied to that part of our community.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Reed. Thank you, Councilmember Fife. I want to bring us into taking action on this item. The maker of the motion was Vice Mayor Kaplan, so I will call on you, Vice Mayor, after proposing what I would like to do here. First, if we could go up, Ms. Patel, to a few resolve clauses to the specific resolve regarding the process in West Oakland. I do want to make sure that the
this one
go down a bit. I believe it's not an amendment. It is a resolution.
Oh, okay.
I want to point to.
It was in the middle of page 5.
Okay.
I want to point to everyone's, I think it's further down. It's right before the community benefits clauses at the end. Right before the one about small business.
Right there. Stop. Wait. Go back up. Go back up.
Okay, right here.
Right there. There we go.
Right there.
So at the top of the screen, I just want to call this out. This was in the original resolution that we published, along with the memo, which had the letter from the West Oakland Benefits and Equity. This is a group of West Oaklanders who've been engaged in this process literally for at least 2 years. So I want to read this again. Further resolve that the City Council further directs the city administrator to work in coordination with the office of the city council member in whose district the project site is located to provide ongoing and robust opportunity for input related to the project's community benefits from West Oakland community stakeholders. So this here, I believe, captures the spirit in which these amendments are being proposed and allows for what I heard requested from the council member of the district, which is to have the time, the resources, the support of the staff to more deeply engage the West Oakland community, recognizing that the community has been engaged in this particular process for some time. The process abruptly ended, et cetera, et cetera. So seeing this here, I would propose that we move forward with the amendments that are part of the current motion. I will, however, be willing to accept the amendment that also calls out home ownership. So if you scroll down, Ms. Patel, that one particular amendment here, there we go. The one particular amendment calling out supporting both tenant services and ownership related to anti-displacement. I do believe that is already part of what has been discussed in the community benefits process in terms of supporting land trusts to work with tenants to purchase their homes. And so that one, I think, adds additional substance, and I would be willing to accept that one as the seconder of the motion. And so, Vice Mayor, if you're willing to accept that as the maker and the second, I think we can go ahead and call the roll.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Councilmember Kalb.
Thank you. I noticed that one of the, I don't know if it was a resolve clause, but the thing that the sentence that was proposed to be added that acknowledges the longtime cultural displacement of Black Oakland residents, something that really could be more of a whereas clause. At least it read like a whereas clause to me. I don't have any objection of including that. That's just a whereas clause that I'm sure is accurate, so I'm okay with that. I mean, again, either way that we should pass this, but I'm okay with adding that as a whereas clause if you're open to that.
Okay, unless Councilmember Fife says thumbs up, I do want to move us forward. We have a whole hearing on the EIR that we need to conduct. So in the interest of moving forward, I think, Councilmember Fife, why don't you go ahead?
I am the council member that was elected with over 15,000 first place votes for this district. I'm working with residents and organizations in my district right now to put together what we feel would best represent the needs of District 3. I would appreciate if that was respected. I appreciate Council President Bas that you reached out to me, which is why the language that was included, what is included. And I would just ask that we move forward, as was just stated, so that we can get on with the business of the rest of this this meeting today. I will bring forward any additional languages necessary with a separate resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution as amended at the start of this meeting and as further amended with what you see on the screen, adding ownership to that particular clause. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item S4, moved as amended by Vice Mayor Kaplan with a second by President Bas. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio.
My vote is going to be no, because I believe it requires greater participation from the neighborhood, and certainly this should be even a citywide policy. Thank you. The answer is no.
Councilmember Kalb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Reed.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Tao.
Yes.
And President Bas.
Aye.
Item S4 passes with a vote. Item S4 is approved with a vote of 7 ayes, 1 no, Gaio.
Thank you. Okay. Stand up and stretch, council members and staff if you need to. We are now going to go into the hearing. I will entertain a motion to open up the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Okay, I believe that was Kalb and Tao. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion to open the public hearing, moved by Councilmember Kalb, seconded by Pro Tem Tao. Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Tao.
Aye.
President Bas.
Aye.
Public hearing is open with a vote of 8 ayes. I will read the item into record. Conduct a public hearing and upon conclusion, adopt the following pieces of legislation. 1, resolution certifying environmental impact report for the Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District project as recommended by the Planning Commission, adopting CEQA findings on impacts and mitigation measures for the proposed project with grade separation, alternative and rejection of other alternatives and certain mitigation measures as infeasible, adopting a statement of overriding considerations and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program and an ordinance approving pursuant to Article 7 of the Oakland City Charter, the relinquishment by the Board of Port Commissioners to the City Council jurisdictional responsibilities necessary to approve, permit, and administer project approvals for the proposed Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District projects to be developed on that portion of the port area that is commonly known as the Charles P. Howard Terminal and is located along the inner harbor of the Oakland Alameda Estuary, and making appropriate findings under the California Environmental Quality Act. And I'm sorry, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So colleagues and members of the public, we are first going to hear a staff presentation. Following the presentation, we will open it up for public comment, and you will have up to 2 minutes to speak on both the environmental impact report resolution and the jurisdictional ordinance. So we'll have the staff presentation first. And to the staff, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Yeah, Pete Goldman from Bureau of Planning. Can I get permission to share the screen for the presentation, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Council members, Pete Bowman from Bureau of Planning. As mentioned, the purpose of the hearing is for consideration by the City Council to adopt a resolution to certify the EIR for the Waterfront Ballpark District project, including related CEQA findings. This item was unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission for a recommendation for certification of the EIR. Also, we were going to be requesting a recommendation that the vehicular grade separation alternative or alternative 3 is recommended as the project. I did want to note that no consideration of approval of any of the project variants, including the gondola variant, is being considered at this time. In addition, the council will consider adoption of an ordinance pursuant to the city charter regarding the jurisdictional responsibilities between the city and port for administrating project approvals. This item will be introduced and discussed by my colleague Molly Mabrin from the city administrator's office immediately following the conclusion of my presentation regarding the project EIR. The hearing today is not to discuss the project entitlement applications for development, which will come forward at a later date. Those applications cannot be considered unless the EIR is certified and jurisdictional ordinance is adopted.
Okay.
The proposed Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District project as described in the EIR would encompass approximately 55 acres, including the Howard Terminal. The proposal includes a new ballpark for up to 35,000 individuals, adjacent mixed-use development, including up to 3,000 housing units, 1.5 million square feet of office, 270,000 square feet of retail, 400 hotel rooms, a performance venue for up to 3,500 individuals, and approximately 18.3 acres of publicly accessible open space. The EIR also studied an alternate site plan referred to as the Maritime Reservation Scenario, which is consistent with the term sheet approved by the port, in which the port may terminate up to approximately 10 acres of the site from the A's in order to accommodate a future turning basin expansion project. The Maritime Reservation Scenario is not the turning basin project, which is being studied by the port as a separate project, but rather analysis of impacts related to the same development program on a smaller site. The EIR also studied two project variants that may or may not become part of the project given lack of site control or location within the public right of way. One is an aerial gondola that would travel from 10th Street to the waterfront along Washington Street. The other is the peaker plant variant that would include the power plant properties owned by Vistra. This would include potential conversion of the power plant from jet fuel to batteries. The partial demolition of the historic PG&E buildings wing along MLK and removal of the fuel tank to allow redevelopment of the property with a mixed-use building, but it would not increase the overall development program. It would just expand the site area. However, as stated earlier, please note that findings have not been prepared for council consideration on either of these variants today and would only be brought forward in the future if included as part of an application. As to the EIR process and compliance with the procedural requirements of CEQA, after the A's filed a request for environmental review, the city issued the NOP in late 2018, beginning the comment period on determining the scope of the EIR. Scoping sessions were held before the Landmarks Preservation Board and the Planning Commission. The NOP also informed that the EIR was being prepared under AB 734, which is state legislation adopted for the project and established additional procedural requirements in addition to requirements of the project. The draft EIR was published in February 2021. For the requirements of AB 734, the city conducted a public workshop to walk through the key findings of the draft EIR. The public comment period on the draft EIR was extended to 60 days, and hearings were held before both the Landmarks Preservation Advisory Board and the Planning Commission. The draft EIR studied numerous topics, and while most potential impacts were identified as less than significant or able to be mitigated to less than significant, there were a number of impacts that were identified as significant and unavoidable. These included wind impacts, given the unknown final building dimensions for the development sites on the project, as well as air quality impacts, and this was related to construction and operational emissions. And this is really related to the threshold, and given the size of the proposal and the CEQA threshold is fixed and it's not a service population-based number. Also, the project contributes to cumulative air quality health risks, given that the existing background levels already exceed the CEQA threshold. The EIR also identified noise impacts related to construction and operation that would potentially be significant and avoidable. There was also impacts identified on historic resources. On the project itself, this was regarding the potential removal of crane X422, which is a low-profile crane at the west end of the site. Cultural resource impacts are also identified with each of the project variants for the gondola as well as the peaker plant variant. The project also included, the EIR also included identified significant unavoidable impacts on transportation regarding certain Caltrans segments. No feasible mitigation was available since the project couldn't expand the capacity, as well as expanding the capacity of those roadways themselves would be a CEQA threshold, as it would exacerbate vehicle mile travel, which is the new threshold under the state law. Significant unavoidable impacts related to transportation also identified impacts regarding the addition of travel across the existing at-grade rail crossings. Mitigation is provided to upgrade those crossings consistent with FHA and ACTC guidelines and CPUC requirements. The impact is still identified as significant and unavoidable since the approval of the design would be through the CPUC and not the city. The transportation mitigation measure requiring a TMP will also help, the TMP is the Transportation Management Plan, will also help address operation issues at these intersections with the inclusion of traffic control officers at these locations on event days. The draft AR also identified project alternatives to reduce these identified significant unavoidable impacts, which in adoption to the required, which was included in addition to the required no project alternative. These included the offsite alternative at the Coliseum, the grade separated project alternative, and the reduced project alternative. During the public comment period on the draft AR, the city received 400 plus comments to provide responses to. The response to comments final EIR was published on December 17, 2021. This document provided responses to all the comments received, and it categorized the comments by agencies, organizations, and individuals, and also included responses to all comments from public hearings. The document also includes 23 consolidated responses to address frequently raised issues. The document provided updated project information, such as updating the affordable housing plan consistent with the non-binding council term sheet from July 2021. I apologize, I'm going back and forth between trying to shift the screen here. And it also included changes of the description of the remediation process with DCSC to a RAP versus a RAW, and modifications to the peaker plant variant to only include partial demolition of one building wing, which is the west wing on MLK, and full retention of the east wing. The final EIR included approximately 300 pages of updates to the draft EIR, including updates to air quality mitigations, expanded explanation of the site remediation process, updates to the at-grade rail safety mitigation to expand improvements east of Broadway all the way out to Oak Street. And the final EIR did not contain any new significant information that would necessitate recirculation of the draft EIR. As mentioned earlier, the EIR identified a number of project alternatives that would reduce significant unavoidable impacts. One of these alternatives is the project with grade separation. Throughout the process of preparing the EIR, the city has worked very closely with the port, and their desire for a grade separated roadway part of the project has been consistent throughout. In addition to addressing CEQA issues, a grade separated roadway also addresses operational concerns regarding potential congestion for port truck traffic, as well as freight movement. With this, as well as other public benefits, providing an enhanced access to the site and public waterfront, staff is recommending that council adopt this alternative as the project. Exhibit 1 to the draft resolution includes the CEQA findings required to certify the EIR and includes specific findings to support adoption of the project with grade separation alternative as the project and reject all other alternatives. Findings also include the CEQA required statement of overriding considerations, which balance the benefits of the project to the environmental risks. The benefits identified in the findings for council consideration include, but are not limited to, employment opportunities, sales tax revenues, and other economic benefits, retention of an Major League Baseball franchise within the city, enhancement of Jack London Square, housing production, and new connections to the waterfront for the call. I'll go ahead and conclude, and staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution certifying the EIR for the Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District project as recommended by the Planning Commission, adopt CEQA findings on impacts and mitigation measures for the proposed project with grade separation alternative and rejection of other alternatives and certain mitigation measures as unfeasible, adopt a statement of overriding considerations, and adopt a mitigation monitoring reporting program. Thank you. And before handing it over to my colleague, Molly Mabrin, to discuss the jurisdiction ordinance, I did want to note that the city received some late comments on the EIR. These late comments have been posted on the administrative record website, which is available to the public and City Council. The city is not required to formally respond to these comments under CEQA and AB 734. However, responses were provided as to certain issues. These responses have also been posted on the administrative record website for the public and council to view. In all cases, whether a response was provided or not, these late comments have been reviewed by staff in an independent judgment of the lead agency. None raises concerns regarding the adequacy of the EIR or the city's compliance with CEQA. Thank you. And I'll go ahead and hand it off to Molly Mabrin.
Thanks, Pete. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I will speak. I'm Molly Mabrin from the City Administrator's Office. I'm going to speak on the second piece of legislation that is attached to this particular agenda item. And I would also invite my esteemed colleague, Bijal Patel from the City Attorney's Office to participate as she sees fit and supplement my presentation if needed, as she has been very involved in the drafting of this jurisdictional ordinance. So the staff recommendation is that the City Council adopt an ordinance approving, pursuant to Title VII of the Oakland City Charter, the relinquishment by the Board of Port Commissioners to the City Council jurisdictional responsibilities necessary to approve, permit, and administer project approvals for the proposed Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District project to be developed on that portion of the port area that is commonly known as the Charles P. Howard Terminal and is located along the inner harbor of the Oakland Alameda Estuary, and making appropriate findings under the California Environmental Quality Act. So that's a mouthful. Next slide, please, Pete. So just a quick breakdown, maybe hopefully in a little more friendly terms, more easily understandable. What is the jurisdictional ordinance? So I want to clarify what the jurisdictional ordinance does and does not do. So the jurisdictional ordinance does assign to the city certain additional jurisdictional responsibilities needed to approve, permit, and administer project approvals in accordance with our Oakland Municipal Code, including without limitation Article 12, which deals with streets, sidewalks, and public places, Article 15, which is related to buildings and construction, Article 7, which is the city, Article 17, which is the city's planning code. So this would take all of these portions of the Oakland Municipal Code and allow our staff to apply them to the Howard Terminal project site. They would apply only to the proposed project and the project, the Howard Terminal site. And this would terminate upon the earlier of the termination of any IFD that may be formed over the project site in the future, or 50 years after approval of the project, should it be approved. The jurisdictional ordinance does not, and at this point, I think you got to scroll down a little bit, Pete, apply to any other property within the port area outside of the project site, commonly known as Howard Terminal. So it does not apply, again, I want to repeat, to any other property within the port area other than the project site, commonly known as Howard Terminal. It does not apply to the project site if the proposed project does not proceed. It does not change the port's public trust responsibilities, and it does not remove the port's independent discretion over port building permits and real property agreements. And I just want to pause for a moment because I know that the term port building permits is often confusing to people. We use that term because it is the term in our charter, but port building permits are not to be confused with what we would more commonly know as building permits, which are, someone's renovating their kitchen and goes to the building counter to say, does this meet building code? Port building permits in this context are discretionary approval of the port, which is more similar to our planned unit development approval. Next slide. And this is just to provide a quick visual of what does this all mean? Who's doing what? Should you elect to adopt this ordinance? So running through the list quickly as far as CEQA, which is one of the topics on tonight's agenda. The city did act as lead agency in preparing the draft and final EIRs. The port acted as a responsible agency. The city would retain general plan authority. We would also oversee and implement zoning, as well as planned unit development, both preliminary and final development plans. Both the city and port would have a role with subdivision maps. The city would act as the regulatory body related to subdivision maps, whereas the port, as the property owner, would still be acting in their proprietary role in terms of signing any subdivision maps over property that they control. As I mentioned before, the port will retain discretion over their building permit process. The city will enter into or will contemplate entering into a development agreement for the project. The port may also contemplate entering into a development agreement to vest that port building permit approval. All real estate contracts would still be through the port, so things like option agreements, ground leases, purchase and sale agreements, etc., would stay residing with the port. We do expect that community benefits would be included in both city and port deals. In the city's case, most likely attached to our development agreement, and in the port's case, most likely attached to their real estate contracts. Construction permits, building permits in the more traditional sense, would be processed by the city as they always are. And again, no change to public trust responsibilities of the port. Next slide. And then just briefly, sort of why are we undertaking this jurisdictional ordinance or suggesting that the council adopt this jurisdictional ordinance? As I think my colleague Pete Volman stated, approximately 50 of the 55-acre project site does lie within port areas. That term is defined in our city charter. Under Article 7 of the charter, the project will require discretionary approvals of both city and port. So we have a situation where city and port have overlapping jurisdictions. So the city and port have been working together for as long as I've been here, 3 years, to really work together to analyze and regulate this project and this piece of property in a way that makes sense. So some of the longer tenured council members will recall that in January of 2020, the city and port entered into an MOU, which was approved by the council as resolution number 87998. And subsequently signed by the port executive director and the city administrator, which really laid out a structure which is quite similar to what's before you today in terms of the jurisdictional ordinance. But this jurisdictional ordinance will implement prior action of the city as well as the prior action of the port back in 2019 through resolution 19-32 of the port board. So again, we're really looking to facilitate a manner of analyzing this proposed project and regulating the proposed project that is going to be coherent and avoids administrative duplication. It properly allocates regulatory land use authority between the city and the port and provides regulatory certainty to everyone involved. And last but not least, this is something that we need to do before we can consider any other project approvals. So we need to provide this clarity about what the cities and the port's roles will be in any considering any future approvals of the project before we undertake those future approvals of the project. So this is why we're bringing this to you today, so that we can make sure that this framework is fully in place before we move forward on any other applications. Next slide, please, Pete. So just briefly, as I just mentioned, this needs to be in place before we undertake any subsequent actions on the project. But if the City Council certifies the EIR and adopts the jurisdictional ordinance, staff will at a future date bring first to the Planning Commission for recommendation and later to the City Council for consideration and final action. These applications which you see listed here, which have been filed by the A's, which include a general plan amendment and rezoning, a planned unit development, preliminary development plan, a tentative track map, and they have applied for a development agreement, which again is where we would anticipate incorporating community benefits into the project. Last slide, Pete. And this is just a restatement of the two actions. So the first action is the resolution that Pete spoke to you about, and the second is the ordinance, which I addressed. And I think that's the conclusion of our presentation, Council President Bas.
Thank you. So from here, we are going to open it up for public comment. So to members of the public, now is your opportunity to speak on both the environmental impact report as well as the jurisdictional ordinance. You'll have up to 2 minutes to speak, so raise your hand, and if you are on the phone, press *9. It's 7:11, and so we will keep the queue open for 15 minutes until 7:26.
Thank you. As the president said, you will have 2 minutes to speak, and the queue will be open until 7:36. I'll call the first few names, the first people being Bob Llewellyn. After that, Twan, Lee Sandall, Cheryl Walton, Emily Wheeler, and Patrick Bolio. Bob, you've been allowed to speak. Please begin your comments.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bob Llewellyn. I'm a business representative for the district council. We work with local community groups such as Cypress Mandela and Rising Suns to give opportunities for work for people that generally don't get those opportunities, come to the unions. And those people often live and work in these areas in Oakland. So please certify the final environmental impact report at this meeting. I ask you to vote today. Please don't delay. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Twan is next. User by the name of Twan, you are next. Okay, we will move to the next speaker and come back to Twan. Lee Sandall, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Nothing's playing right now.
User Lee Sandall.
Hello. Yes, good evening, members of the Oakland City Council. My name is Lee Sandall, and I am a member of the International Longshore and Warehouse Unions in Northern California District Council, and speaking today on the council's behalf. The final Howard Terminal Environmental Impact Report clearly tells us the real estate ballpark development will cause grave impacts to our working waterfront and to the residents and businesses in West Oakland. The FERI has disregarded the transportation impacts, air quality, rail safety, and hazardous material removal issues. The rail issue is particularly glaring that the FEIR fails to analyze a scenario where the project has fully grade separated rail crossing access points to accommodate all cars and pedestrians. The FERI did find that the project would create large increases in traffic congestion on the 880 freeway and the Posey 2. The FERI also concludes that this project will create significant and unavoidable air quality impact, both during the construction and during the life of the project. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District is very concerned about potential health risks associated with construction on a contaminated site. There is so much more: displaced trucks to clean up, to the lack of effort on the part of the city of Oakland and the A's to address seaport.
Thank you so much for your comments. Cheryl Walton is next. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Cheryl Walton, District 7. I'm opposed to the Fisher A's luxury real estate development at Howard Terminal, period. He should rebuild at the land he owns at the Coliseum, where the EIR is already approved and transportation hub and infrastructure are already in place. It could be a win-win. Waterfront maritime jobs and port work are all secured, and the Coliseum workers, building trades, teamsters, and others will have same jobs and opportunities by rebuilding at the Coliseum. Some of the folks calling in haven't even read the FEIR and don't realize the environmental impacts. The billionaire Fisher A's luxury development will cause significant impacts to our working waterfront and West Oakland communities. The FEIR has ignored and not addressed the issues and concerns raised by our community. I'm concerned that the city has glossed over the impacts to transportation, air quality, rail safety, hazardous materials, and more. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District has raised concerns about the potential health risks associated with construction on a contaminated site. The EIR provide few details on the project's required toxic cleanup remedial action plan, which makes it clear that the A's don't intend to clean up most of the site, but just to pave over and pile on the existing toxic pollution. I have a question. Who's going to enforce the resolution? And what community benefits are coming to East Oakland, especially D7, due to the impacts of the disinvestment? The A should privately fund the community benefits that they promise. That way, the city and the county can use that $800 million of taxpayers' money for the real needs of Oakland: homelessness and mental health and crime, housing, and more. Fisher wants to privatize our port. Fisher wants to privatize our OUSD.
Thank you for your comments. Emily Wheeler is next.
Hi, my name is Emily Wheeler, and I would like to ask this council not to certify the final environmental impact report for Howard Terminal today. Regardless of my thoughts on the Howard Terminal project, the environmental impact report is incomplete. It leaves so many things to kind of the future. There are so many studies that are yet to be done. Like, the entire report is basically a shrug emoji. And there's a lot of time, like, you know, the mayor's report, I think it was the mayor's report, said that, you know, summer was basically the soonest that anything would happen on this project. Like, there's not a deadline here. And I think that it's reasonable for a project of this magnitude that has the potential for so much disruption to have like a really robust process And I think that it's reasonable for the community to demand more answers than what this impact report gives us. Frankly, I feel the report is insulting. And I don't think that such reports like that this process was really created for projects like this that are essentially like whole new cities, whole new districts, rather than just one building. And for that reason, again, I'm going to reiterate, I think the report should be really robust, really comprehensive, and much less wishy-washy than the current report is. Definitely like to see answers on some of the stuff that the community asked about. And not only would I like you not to certify the report today, but when hopefully a new report is issued, I think the public should have much more time to kind of read it before having to respond, because that thing is gargantuan. So thank you so much. And again, please do not certify this report today.
Thank you for your comments. Patrick Bolios, next.
Hi, yes, Patrick Boileau, Operating Engineers Local 3, Deputy Political Director. I'm calling in to express the support of our union in asking the City Council to accept the staff recommendations and approve the EIR. The process is, the process has been done. This is the process, and it's important to get this project done. I'd also like to just say that despite the fact that I grew up a San Francisco Giants fan, the Bay Area in general, Oakland would not be the same without the A's. We couldn't have the great Battle of the Bays if the A's are off in Las Vegas. So as part of keeping the A's in Oakland, as part of keeping the A's in the Bay Area, I ask that the council pass the EIR so we can get moving on final completion of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Chuck is next. Chuck Leonard, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Oakland City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Chuck Leonard. I'm the political representative for Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 342. Few words about the project. I'll use a baseball cliche. We are in the bottom of the ninth on this project. And at the end of the day, when we talk about inclusion and diversity in the Black and Brown community, these jobs are that. Jobs equate to hope. And so my challenge to the City Council is to be courageous in your decision and allow this process to continue. Building trades and trade unions partner with communities, with the community of Oakland. We actively engage with Rising Sun and Cypress Mandela. We direct entry your youth, your community into our accredited apprenticeship programs. We don't give them food. We teach them how to plant a garden. We give them a craft and a trade to give them sustainable jobs. The Howard Terminal in the Oakland A's is a $12 billion project that's going to last 10 years. When you want to really do something for the community and the people that live in Oakland, this is a huge step toward doing that. So today I stand in support accepting the staff recommendation to accept this draft EIR, and I thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. Again, it is now 7:22 on the queue. We'll be closing in 4 minutes at 7:26. Our next speakers in the queue, we'll try Twan again. Then after that, Rob Stoker, Glenn Lavelle, Juanita Douglas, Jason Lindsay, Pablo Alvarado, Nick, Wandale Gully, Morgan, Jason Guatato, Charles, and we'll pause there. Twan, please unmute yourself and you may begin your comments.
Hello, how you doing? Could you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
How you doing? So everything that I'm hearing tonight, I am an Oakland resident, been here my whole life, and everything I'm hearing is about everyone that approved of this project is actually, it's a gain to them. As contractors, it's people that just want to have a good job for 5 years or whatever, but at the same time, it's costing taxpayers money. And after all that is done, it's still people that's going to be working for a minimum wage and still going to be, it's still going to cost taxpayers money as far as like road work and conjunction in the highway or the streets or whatever. To me, it just don't make sense at the end of the day. It just don't make no type of sense that. Hello? Hello?
Okay, I think that the user might have fallen off. Rob Stroker is next. Please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Good evening. Again, Rob Stoker, President of the Building Construction Trades Council of Alameda County, representing 28 affiliated crafts, over 40,000 working men and women that live and work in Alameda County, many of whom live in the city of Oakland. What an opportunity we have in front of us tonight. This is a once in a generation opportunity to really change lives for Oakland residents, people beyond, and the community. In regards to the FEIR, our members in the building trades deeply care about safety concerns and ensuring environmental impact reports are thorough in mitigating safety issues presented by local residents and community groups. The Oakland City staff has done a phenomenal job addressing comments around the rail crossings, issues with additional crowds in the local waterfront around game time, the safety measures that will be taken during the physical construction of the project, and by developing a new West Oakland truck traffic plan that is logical and utilizes input from local community stakeholders. Because of this thorough work, we urge council members to take a vote tonight on the FEIR. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Glenn Lavelle is next.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi there. My name is Glenn Lovell, Political Coordinator for Ironworkers Union Local 378, representing members across Oakland, standing in solidarity with Alameda Building Trades and Alameda Central Labor Council, the broader labor movement and its allies, in support of approving or certifying this final environmental impact report, FEIR, and moving forward in this process. As you've heard pretty well articulated by these previous speakers, we are facing a truly historic opportunity here. The massive investment that we would see into the workforce and community from this project, which is itself a product of very extensive and grand conversations across community stakeholders, has clearly taken this in the direction of more equitable development with the community benefits that the council has been moving in favor for and supportive of, and of course how this supports the local workforce. The workforce of today's building trades overwhelmingly come from underserved communities, working class communities, and the apprentices, our youngest generation of workers, are supermajority people of color across the state of California, as well as here in the Bay Area. On this basis, we know that this is investment in Oakland and in its people. This brings together uplifting the workforce and our world-class apprenticeship programs that support so many enduring careers, and of course, high environmental quality to the project and investment in affordable housing. Please certify the FEIR. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Juanita. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name, or I guess it's evening. My name is Juanita Douglas. I'm the Senior Construction Manager and hands-on instructor for Rising Sun Center for Opportunity. I worked 15 years as a commercial carpenter and another 15 years as a land surveyor. Rising Sun is an Oakland-based core apprenticeship readiness program. We help recruit Oakland residents for union trades. 50% of all cohorts that are ran by Rising Sun are female. We have a placement rate of 70+% and a retention rate of approximately 65%. With this proposition, we could continue to place Black Oakland residents and underrepresented population and keep them working and help feed and house their families with this resolution. So I ask you, please certify this final environment impact tonight. Don't wait to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jason Lindsay is next. Please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Good evening. Hope you can hear me. Members of the City Council, I'll be brief. My name is Jason Lindsay. I am president of Ironworkers Local 378, Oakland. We represent 2,500 ironworkers in the Bay Area. Many live in Oakland and its surrounding cities. We have a long-standing relationship with community-based organizations such as Rising Sun and make presentations to every cohort and welcome any of the students that want to join our organization. Our apprenticeship accepts applications Monday through Friday, year-round. Anyone can be an iron worker if you want to do the work and commit to the training. You have an opportunity here to provide the necessary long-term work opportunities to your constituents to potentially be employed for 1/3 of their career right in their hometown. Every craft worker in this meeting wishes they could have that opportunity. This project will revitalize an unused portion of the waterfront and be the jewel of a world-class city. Don't turn your back on this opportunity. Provide an opportunity for your youth to have a chance at the middle class. Please support the resolution on S4 and certify S5, the final environmental impact report at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Pablo Alvarado is next. Pablo Alvarado.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Pablo Alvarado. Live in the East Oakland for almost 16 years. And I'm from a local Union L VAC Local 3. My concern is about just, I agree with the project, but also my concern is about the traffic and the pollution and all that, you know. Most likely the traffic. And like I heard before, lady saying about she was receiving a lot of calls about dumping trash everywhere. Also want to say about the safety of Oakland. You know, it's been lately a lot of shootings and violence. So it was just one of my concerns. And that's pretty much all.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Nick. Nick, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Nick McCrae. I'm a member of the Ironworkers Union, Local 378. I've been an apprentice there for 6 years. I'd like to see this project go forward. I hear a lot of the concerns, but like some are saying, this is 10 years of work in our community. I'd like to see this certified tonight if possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Londale Gully is next.
Hello, yes, can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Londale Gully. I'm speaking on behalf of United Associations Local 342 as a 4th-year apprentice. I currently live in San Francisco, but I lived in the East Bay for some years. And I've completed a pre-apprenticeship training out in Oakland at Cypress Mandela's Training Center. And I wanted to mention that with the assistance of Local 342 there, has been more of an upbringing for Oakland and East Bay residents to get into the pipe trades. Now with this project in place, it will cause for heightened measures of work opportunity, especially for any newer members coming into the local. I push for the support on the resolution on S4 and certify S5. The final environment impact report at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. User by the name Morgan is next. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Morgan Ferguson, and I'm a third generation Oaklander and raising a fourth generation. I'm a homeowner in North Oakland in the Temescal area, and I've been a plumber at the local 342 for the past 5 years. And I support this project not only for my union brothers and sisters, but for my Oakland family. This project will definitely do wonders, and it's not just the financials. It's everything. I mean, you know, if anybody has driven down in West Oakland and down by Jack London, you see what's going on down there, and we need a change. And this is the change we're looking for. This is the change that's going to make Oakland, you know, not a destination place, but it's going to make Oaklanders a better home. And I support this project, and I'm asking you to support it. And hopefully that you certify the final environmental impact report at this meeting. And I ask you to vote today or tonight, and do not delay any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason is next.
Good evening, council members and council president. Appreciate the time to speak tonight. My name is Jason Gumatautou. I'm an organizer with IBW Local 595. I'm a father here in Oakland, and just wanted to share a little bit about the things we do to support groups like Rising Sun and Cypress Mandela, as well as the pathways in Oakland Unified. These groups work to help create a pipeline for the construction trades, and these projects are what help build careers for those that are going to join in the trades. I would leave that with you. We trust you. You've always demonstrated that we can do that we can trust you, and we look to continuing that support. So please certify the environmental impact report tonight. We ask that you vote today. Please don't delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Titlow is next. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
How you guys doing tonight? I am calling on behalf of the Ironworkers Local 378. I've been an apprentice there for 3 years. I would like to say to please certify the final environmental impact report. This needs to get voted on tonight and hopefully not delayed anymore. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speakers in the queue are Charles, Chris Snyder, Leonard, Mercedes Corbell, Steve Douglas, Robert Del Rosario, Colin Johnson, David Calderon, West Oakland Cultural Action Network, Michael Ginter, Rob Padgett, Jonathan Hone. Will pause there. Charles, please unmute yourself and you may begin your comments.
Hi, good evening. A lot of good points tonight. I'm an Oakland resident. I was born in the East Bay. I went to Oakland Children's Hospital when I was born, and I live 2 blocks from there. I live right next to there, and I'm able to live here. I'm an IBW member. I've been a member for 5 years, and it's afforded me the ability to live here. But what I've seen in the trades is that it's the most inclusive work that I've seen in the Bay Area my whole 20 years working. And I think this is a great opportunity. I hope that you certify it. I think it would be really good. I really don't know what other jobs people could have to afford to live here other than the trades. So yeah, I hope you certify it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chris Snyder is next.
Good evening. My name is Chris Snyder. My family lives in Oakland. I am the political director for the Operating Engineers Local 3. And we have over 40,000 members in our local. And we are completely and totally supportive, certification of the EIR and the process and the staff recommendation. On a personal note, before I was the political director, I was a dredge hand, and I worked at the Port of Oakland dredging. And we're skilled crafts folks, and we provide good jobs. And there isn't, when you're a maritime guy or you're a maritime person, you know how to do your job. And I would say that I think it's a false narrative to say that, we can't have both. We can't have both. We can have a working port and we can have a working ballpark. And I think all of labor can win. I think Oakland can win. I think the Oakland A's fans can win. And at the end of the day, we're going to put a lot of local young men and women through the apprenticeship programs, through the pre-apprenticeship programs, provide them an amazing lifestyle in the trades. And I think it's a win-win-win all the way around. And again, I would just say that it's a false dichotomy that we can't have both, and we can. And I thank you for your time. And we've all been on for many hours, but certify this thing and let's all get moving and working. Thank you.
Thank you. Leonard is next.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for having me. Good evening. So my name is Leonard Van Boven. I was born in Oakland and I live in East Oakland now. And I'm just always looking for ways to support my own community. I was part of the Cypress Mandela Training Center, which is a job training center a couple of people have talked about. I graduated from that. They helped me become a member of UA Local 342, the Oakland Plumbers Union. And I've been a member there for 10 years. And as part of that, I wanted to voice my support for the project. I think we should vote and certify the EIR. The proposed project will create good local jobs. It'll create 3,000 homes, a lot of which will be affordable housing, and it'll just revitalize that whole industrial area for many years to come. I think it's a great plan. I know a lot of people see problems with it. They are afraid of changes and disrupting what's already there. But I think that we have to push forward. We have to innovate. We have to keep growing. And I think this project will help. So that's all I have. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Mercedes Corbell is next. Mercedes Corbell is next.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Calling from District 5. I'm calling because I oppose the project and I oppose the certification of the EIR. The reasons are, despite the fact that it would be fantastic to create jobs and have more construction, I think we need to do that in a way that's very thought through, and I don't see in Oakland's history that it's managed projects like this very well. We can just look at the Mercury News article about the way that Oakland lost essentially almost $200 million for that deal. They don't seem to have a good track record for managing big financial acquisitions and projects. Secondly, I'm concerned about the impact on West Oakland. And I understand that financially the plan is to assess a new tax district, which would tax Oakland residents, which seems incredibly wrong, especially given all the promotional material, which states that it's purely funded by private finance. I don't think that's true. I would love to be proven wrong, and I would like to see that material. And then I'm concerned with the impact on the Oakland services. As it is, to try and get a building permit for even a small project right now it can take a year, and it's not the fault of the people who work for the city in those jobs. It must be the fault of the management who's not assessing the right number of people for resourcing. I'm talking about what's happened during the pandemic, but how is the city going to add all this extra staff when they can't hire? They have a number of open planning positions right now that they cannot fill. They do not have a good track record of managing things. So I say it looks like a disaster. Forget it.
Thank you for your comments, and to the public speakers, once you unmute, you may begin your comments. If we cannot hear you, we will stop you and let you know. Stephen Douglas is next. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Stephen Douglas. I'm a fifth generation Oaklander who raised my family's sixth generation in this great city. My company, Douglas Parking, was founded and based in Oakland over 90 years ago. And today, despite being a nationally recognized parking company, our corporate headquarters is still based at the same address on Webster Street in downtown Oakland, where it was founded in 1930. My family has seen the city go from being buried behind San Francisco's glitz and style to being the iconic metropolis it is today. We've seen the good and the bad in this city. The next amazing thing to happen should be the Howard Terminal development. To me, despite my unfettered loyalty to the A's, this project is more about enhancing this great city than just a ballpark to keep the A's in town. The Howard Terminal project will bring much needed housing, jobs, and tax revenue that Oakland and its citizens so desperately need. I can't think of a better area of downtown Oakland to develop than this site. It's currently a dead zone with no activity. This project will bring to life the downtown quarter, the waterfront, and Jack London Square, possibly the most undervisited gem in all of California. Jack London should be a vibrant destination that not just Oaklanders should enjoy, but the entire region will be excited to visit. The Howard Terminal project would do just that. The 3-year EIR process has been fair, transparent, and coordinated across the city of Oakland, the A's, the Port of Oakland, the many community groups, and the maritime stakeholders. This EIR stands on its own and should be approved on its own. The other important documents, the CBA, the development agreement, and others, should be fully vetted and approved separately from this EIR. I can't urge you strong enough to approve this EIR. Keep the momentum going. Get this project approved to get the shovels in the ground, and be proud of what the city, with each of your strong commitment and engagement, will be able to deliver to this community. We deserve it. You deserve it. The A's deserve it. There are no losers if you approve this EIR today. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Del Rosario is next.
Good evening, Robert Del Rosario, Director of Service Development and Planning for AC Transit. AC Transit looks forward to partnering with the city, the A's, and future developers under the Howard Terminal Ballpark project to provide frequent, reliable, and affordable public transit service to the project site and the larger Jack London Square area. We are confident we can provide this through various strategies such as new and more frequent bus service, a new transit hub, transit priority improvements, including dedicated bus lanes, and transit fare passes that are free to the customer. However, this all comes at a cost that AC Transit does not have the resources to provide. To be successful, the City Council must include funding for items in all future developer agreements associated with the project, including agreements with the A's for transit improvements directly related to the ballpark. Outside of directly serving the project, AC Transit is concerned with how the project will impact our regular day-to-day transit operations and our riders who have to travel to and from home, school, jobs, appointments, and places of business. Despite the EIR findings of no impact to existing transit service, experience has shown that projects of this magnitude with a high volume of traffic generated in a short period of time will create significant travel delay and will therefore impact AC Transit's speed and reliability before and after events. The TMP must mitigate for these impacts through the funding and implementation of transit priority improvements that keep buses moving. In addition, the TMP must include a traffic control plan that facilitates the travel of buses through congested corridors and intersections created as a result of this project. AC Transit looks forward to working with the A's and the city to fund and implement these transit mitigations and improvements. We ask that the City Council require that future development agreements and the TMP directly address these transit improvements and mitigations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Colin Johnson is next. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Colin Johnson, and I'm a field representative with the Bricklayers and Allied Crafts of Local 3, Northern California. I live with my wife and 2 young children in the Rockridge area of Oakland. This project in Jack London Square will revitalize this area for years to come and provide jobs for thousands of workers coming off the recession caused by this pandemic. I would urge the council to vote this evening to certify the final environmental impact report. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. David Calderon is next. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is David Calderon. I'm also a field representative for Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers, Local Number 3, Northern California. I'm also part of an MC3 advisory committee that works with Rising Sun and Cypress Mandela, both of which are helping at-risk youth and Oakland residents enter into apprenticeship programs, as well as jobs like Howard Terminal through local hire. Oakland and its residents need this project to pick us up and shine again. Please vote to certify the final environmental impact report at this meeting. I ask that you vote today. Please don't delay. Thank you.
Thank you. West Oakland Cultural Action is next.
This is David Peters. We're president and founder of the West Oakland Cultural Action Network and District 3 resident. I support the Chinatown Coalition's position to delay the vote on the FEIR until traffic study is completed. I also believe that alternative 4, which is for a smaller development, should be considered, and then that the development should move in phases to allow the community to get our heads around this. It's a big project and it's moving quickly. Councilmember Bas, you mentioned that you were part of the Oakland Army Base redevelopment process and in that community benefits agreement. I have come to this council on multiple occasions over the last 18 months or so, saying that money that comes out of that, I believe it's called the WOCAG fund, has been held up. It is not available to the community. The city is sitting on it, and none of the council members, including the council member from my district, has taken any action, response, or anything to that. And so while I don't know, clearly I violated some kind of protocol, but I do not apologize for reaching out to any council person who will hear my voice, who will hear the voices and the concerns of folks like me. You know, my mama texted me and said one Black councilwoman squashed an amendment from another Black councilwoman that was addressing with cultural displacement and erasure of West Oakland. That is a woman who was displaced by the construction of 580. And I do not understand why we have squashing cultural amendments put forth by cultural organizations. Yeah, I'm gonna speak truth to power, and I fully expect to be cut out of this process for doing so. I sent a letter to everybody on this council. One council member, my council member, sent me an email. 3 other council members reached out to me, talked to me, and/or met with me, and the 3 that passed this resolution ignored me. And so I'm gonna work with whoever is responsive. And if that's against the rules, please, I do not ask for forgiveness. I will continue to speak truth to power and tell the truth.
Thank you for your comments. The next few speakers in the queue are Michael Ginther, Rob Pedgett, Jonathan Ho. Then we have Don Hockett, Todd Anderson, Adrian Guerrero, Carla Collins, Matt Sharp, Andrea Luna Bacanegra, Barbara Kluger, Moto G Stylist, and we'll pause there. Michael, please unmute yourself and you may begin your comments.
Good evening. My name is Michael Ginter. I'm a business representative for Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3. This project will provide opportunities for Oakland residents. Project will provide good paying union jobs with benefits for Oakland residents. Please certify the final EIR report at this meeting. I ask that you vote today. Please don't delay. Thank you and have a good evening.
Rob Pedgett is next.
Good evening. I'm Rob Padgett. I'm the Managing Director for Capital Corridor. Our agency is responsible for the oversight of intercity rail service between Auburn and San Jose, and we operate 30 revenue trains a day past the site and have a maintenance facility adjacent. We have a long-standing partnership with the Oakland A's and are enthusiastic in our support. We fully support the concept of a new stadium at this location. However, the present design is analyzed and the FEIR shows significant and unavoidable impacts for rail safety. The city provided new information after the close of the public comment period relating to grade separation issues, and thus CCJPA submitted additional written comments in a letter today to respond to the new information and to address how the city did not adequately address and consider the following: safety impacts on pedestrian and vehicle crossings at rail lines, whether at-grade crossings near the project can be closed due to the implementation of MM Trans 3B, 3, the full panoply of pedestrian, bicycle bridges, and/or grade-separated vehicle crossings that could be created as a part of the project or as mitigation measures. And lastly, that under CEQA, the city is obligated to adopt all feasible mitigation for this project because it is a significant and unavoidable impact in the EIR, and they have not done so. We do not believe the city has provided some substantial evidence justifying its choice of alternatives and mitigation related to rail crossings for the project. Substantial evidence in the record shows that additional grade separated crossings are feasible. We do not believe that at-grade crossings are able to safely accommodate the enormously increased pedestrian traffic that will occur with project implementation. Capitol Corridor has expressed to city staff, and is doing so again today, that we are here to offer our support to work with the city to modify the current proposed project in a manner that can address what we believe are serious safety concerns with the current project. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Jonathan Ho. You have an older version of Zoom. We're gonna have to promote you to a panelist. Please cut off your video once you are logged back in, and you may begin your 2 minutes. Jonathan Ho, please unmute yourself and cut your video off.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Ho. I live in Oakland, District 7. I'm a member of a BAC Local 3. Been part of this union for about 3 months as an apprentice. I would just like to say, please vote to certify the final environmental impact report at this meeting. I ask that you vote today, and please don't delay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker in the queue is Don Hockett. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council members, staff, and community members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Don Hockett. I'm a local 34 pile driver, proudly based in Oakland, California. And I'm also a field representative at the NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 713, with jurisdiction over Alameda County. I represent 1,250 carpenters from Oakland and 4,000 in Alameda County. Several of those members have came from the Mandela Cypress program and the Rising Sun programs that we have working today on projects throughout Alameda County area. I am standing here on behalf of thousands of brothers and sisters from the NorCal Carpenters Union, asking that the council to please certify the final environmental impact report here tonight at this meeting. We also ask you that you vote today. Please don't delay this anymore. Put our members and your citizens back to work as soon as possible. Thank you for your time, and we know you'll do the right thing.
Thank you. Todd Anderson is next.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Todd Anderson, and I'm a business agent representing thousands of professionally trained and skilled members of the Operating Engineers Local 3. And this project will help create good, long-lasting career opportunities for Oakland area residents and apprentices. So please certify the final environmental impact report, and please don't delay. Vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Guerrero is next.
Good evening, Adrian Guerrero with Union Pacific Railroad. On behalf of UP, we are again stressing our safety concerns with the proposed development. We are opposed to alternative 3 as it is absolutely insufficient for rail safety. We ask that the FEIR not be certified until a complete analysis has been done looking at fully grade separated access. UP has 2 rail yards adjacent to Howard Terminal with dozens of daily trains that traverse, switch, and stop in front of it as part of our regular operations. Add the extensive passenger rail operations, and there are close to 100 train movements a day in front of Howard Terminal. I will stress again, we switch trains and stop in front of Howard Terminal multiple times a day, anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes, and sometimes longer. Without the proper infrastructure, unsafe behaviors here will lead to tragedy. We produced an animation video to clearly show this conflict. With over 50% of access traffic from MLK and Market, leaving them open with one bridge at Brush Street with crossing improvements and fencing alone will not address the serious safety concerns. The A's dismiss this and say this is a pre-existing issue. Yes, the railroad tracks are pre-existing, but what is not is this development that will bring thousands of additional pedestrians and vehicles over our tracks. The only way to address those rail safety concerns at Market and MLK is with full grade separated access and or a combination of at-grade crossing closures. The port secured $280 million in state funding to include multiple grade separations, but the A's alternatives do not provide for that. UP was supportive of those allocations. The city has acknowledged this as a significant priority, but it remains unaddressed in the FEIR. As a result, the FEIR is inadequate, deficient, and negligent in not including those needed safety mitigations in their plans. Please hold the A's and city accountable and do the right thing to address these safety concerns. A project without these will only lead to dire consequences. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Carla is up next.
Hi, good evening, council members. This is Carla Collins. I'm an East Bay resident. I'm with Signet Testing Labs, a union-affiliated construction services business in Alameda County. On the board of directors as last year's president of Construction Management Association of America, CMAA. We have 1,300 members in NorCal and more than 100 that live in Oakland and more that work in the city. I'm also affiliated with the Town Business Council, an initiative launched a few years back with over 125 Oakland and regional business leaders to promote economic and civic progress in Oakland and support the building of the A's new ballpark at Howard Terminal. I'm calling in to express support to keep this project moving forward, which includes the community benefits piece and approving this and certifying the EIR today. As it currently sits, Howard Terminal is an underutilized industrial site with a history of activities that pollute the West Oakland community. The A's project promises to clean up this industrial site with private dollars and return public access to the waterfront with over 18 acres. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and agency stakeholders that have continued conversations to get to the yes. It is a complicated process, and it was when I was working with the city of Sacramento 10 years ago to keep our kings in Sacramento and build a new home for them in an urban center, which we did get done. And we can get it done here too. And there were similar challenges, yes. Councilmember Gallo and others that are concerned that the A's are looking at parallel deals as in Vegas. The same occurred with the Kings owners. They were courted by lots of cities. They kept their options open, but ultimately got it done with the city of Sac. The goals of the A's is to have a new state-of-the-art home built, and they've been trying to do so with the city of Oakland for many years. They don't want to leave. Their heart, their team, and their employees are here. It will be well worth it to keep the A's in Oakland and do what we can to get that done. It's our last pro sports team, and to be able to visit the Waterfront Ballpark and open space for not only baseball games, but for other regional activities is the way to say yes. Please keep this project moving forward. This is way bigger than baseball. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Matt.
Thank you. I believe my colleague Bernice Jimenez-Krager raised her hand well before me and has still not being called on. Nevertheless, good evening, City Council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to comment here on this unfortunately inadequate final environmental impact report. My name is Matt Schrapp. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Harbor Trucking Association. We're a coalition of intermodal drayage carriers that move close to 2/3 of California's maritime cargo. While we are overwhelmingly opposed to adoption of the FEIR, we are not naive. The goose, or in this case, the elephant, is cooked, as the decision to approve this EIR seems to already have been made. Nevertheless, we appreciate the leadership on the previously adopted resolution that will force engagement with the community and the goods movement stakeholders who are directly responsible for the growth and success of this critical port complex that supports more than 84,000 jobs. This engagement is especially important as the state and the U.S. government is moving towards identifying public and private land to help expand port operations and ease congestion at California's ports and within the goods movement supply chain. Many stakeholder partners can not help but wonder if displacing port operations at the Port of Oakland to appease a private entity seems counterproductive at best and negligent at worst. While the FEIR has completely ignored the air quality impacts due to truck displacement, which will force longer trips and put trucks right back into the community after we work so hard to move them out of the community and into our terminal, we expect you to sidestep these concerns and move forward with approval. So thank you again, Councilmember Kalb and Vice Mayor Kaplan, for your leadership on forcing a discussion surrounding freight compatibility measures, since the mayor and harbor commissioners cannot be relied upon to do so and have clear political motivations that may in fact amount to, dare I say, malfeasance. Thank you again for the leadership on the previously adopted resolution and the opportunity to provide perspective here now again on this historic item.
Thank you. Andrea is next.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak again. So I want to point out something that's very apparent. This meeting is not in another language. It's not in Spanish, it's not in Cantonese, it's not in Mandarin. And a lot of these communities are going to be directly impacted with what is going on. So I don't think we should be voting on anything like this until we actually speak from some of these communities that are going to be directly affected. So thank you, Mr. Gallo, for speaking up on that. Secondly, I also wanted to say that this is political. Why is it political? Because some of you are running for office. You're running to be mayors, and you're looking for an endorsement from the trade union or from the labor union. Remember, you work for us, for the community, the people that live here in Oakland. You're supposed to look for us, for our benefits, to help us, not for the trades, not for the unions, but for the people that live in Oakland, work in Oakland, and love Oakland. Second, Ms. Kaplan, when you were looking for our endorsements for the Oakland East Bay Democratic Club and also for the John George Democratic Club, you said you were not in favor of this project. We have it on video that you said you would not support this project, and here we are today. Mr. Taylor, you were also going to look at the impact with all the industries that will be affected from the import and export of anything that moves through the port. I asked that in the last meeting, and you were going to look into that. We need to look at everything that's going to be affected. Again, agriculture and all the companies and businesses that use that port every day. The BART director is against this project. Why? Because it's going to affect BART. So I don't think we're prepared or we're ready and have all the information to vote on this tonight. So why are we rushing this? I think that you owe it to our community to think about this and really analyze and get more information. We can live without the A's, but we cannot live without our working port. Our port is the economic engine of Oakland. We need to be looking more into.
Thank you for your comments. Barbara Kluger is next.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Kluger, and I live in District 7. My concerns is that this environmental impact report really isn't ready. It's not hard to understand and be sympathetic to the bricklayers and the iron workers and the pile drivers and all the unions who want to have opportunities to employ their members for a few years. But this agenda item is about the EIR, which addresses environmental concerns that affect all of us, all our children and our grandchildren, and so on. Now, the A's, and in this case, the Athletics Investment Group, as evidenced by their bad faith negotiations with cities outside of Oakland for their franchise, it's a private enterprise. They're going to be getting a public piece of land, and they've never shown itself to have Oakland's interests at heart. They're making pie-in-the-sky promises of future benefit that everyone knows won't ever be as good as they say. They're making a significant power play designed to take this public land away from one of the most important trade hubs in the state of California in order to give themselves private benefit. Now, my main concern is really that I've heard nothing about the predicted sea level rise that's going to be coming in a few decades, if not already. And that will threaten this investment that the A's are making. We don't need to have mind-reading abilities to know that in just a few years, they're going to turn to the public for more funding. And they'll be panic-stricken, of course, they want to protect their development, which will be conveniently surrounded with Oakland's new utopian paradise of 3,000 residential units and everything else that you've all promised. But the point is, we have to protect our land and our city for our kids, even though the jobs are very attractive for the next several years.
Thank you. Moto G Stylist is next. Then we will have Hal Gordon, Naomi Schiff, Douglas B, a phone number ending in 0501, which I believe is Mr. Hazard, Damian Scott, Gina Kim, Edith Bertado, Ryan Lester, and we will pause there. Oscar, you are up.
I find it really notable that almost every voice I've heard in favor of this project has been somebody who doesn't live in the district, who works for one of the building trades, Alameda County Building Trades member unions, who've given candidates for council and sitting members of the council hundreds of thousands of dollars since this project started, for your campaign fund. This project started down its road. Let's be honest about that. That's what's motivating this. There's no rush on the EIR. You know that you need to look at a draft development agreement. Usually that's the process. You look at a draft development agreement along with the EIR and all the project approvals, then you pass it all after several meetings, including CAD, which this should have gone to. I also really want to highlight that the representative of United Pacific Railroad just told you that the EIR's mitigation measures for grade separation are insufficient, and CEQA requires the absolute most mitigations you can do to pass. And you know that the CPUC is the body that will approve those mitigation members. So what are you even doing here? Wait until the DA is at least in draft form and ask questions. Why isn't it ready after it's been like 8 months since you passed that term sheet? Where's the DA? Why is it so hard to give all these community benefits? Who are you dealing with? This person, this structure is not trustworthy. Your mayor is not trustworthy. John Fisher is certainly not trustworthy. Grow a backbone. People will support you. You don't need their money.
Thank you for your comments. Hal Gordon is next. Hal Gordon, we see you're unmuted and cannot hear you. User by the name Hal Gordon. Okay, we will come back to you and give you an opportunity to get your mic situation together. Naomi Schiff is next. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, this is Naomi Schiff. I respect and understand the desire for good jobs, and that's all fine. But whoever wrote the refrain, "Please don't delay," doesn't understand that we need our city to correct and revise the FEIR and specifically the mitigation monitoring program, because there are errors, there is wording that needs to be fixed, and there are provisions missing that are critically important. Once it is final and you have certified it, it is going to be very difficult to get changes. Just the rail concerns seem to be pretty serious, but there are others and they're just plain mistakes. So I don't understand why we would pass this EIR certification faster than any EIR I have seen come through here in my 35 years of going to meetings at the City of Oakland. Wearing my hat as board member of Oakland Heritage Alliance, we request that the gondola variant should just be totally removed from this FEIR because the mitigation is too weak. I understand that the staff is not asking you to certify it right now, but what happens if it comes back? So the best thing to do is just take it out. I sent you in writing some of the problem samples that I found in the MMRP. I may be the only person calling who has read the whole MMRP. Please accept revisions to the inadequate and insufficient parts of this FEIR before it gets set in stone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Douglas B is next.
Yes, I'd like to thank you for the time you're giving me. And I will speak in favor of accepting the EIR and also in adopting the jurisdictional ordinance. I have been living in the Bay Area for my entire life. I have enjoyed going to the Raider games, the Golden State Warriors games, and the Golden State Seals games back when they had hockey in Oakland. We've lost all those teams. And the only team we have left is the A's. Professional teams bring a lot of pride and confidence and togetherness for the community. I think it's very important that we keep this going. So please adopt, certify the ordinance, and I thank you for my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hazard with the phone number ending in 0501.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. This is Gene Hazard. Go to cleanoka.com. Firstly, staff presented a draft EIR from February 2021. The planning commission kicked it there. What's before you is not a final certification of an EIR. Most of you haven't even read it. So how can you vote on it? Historically, what happened, then Rob Bonta, assembly person, and Nancy Skinner created this BS legislation to remove Howard Terminal out of Thailand Trust property. Similarly, what happened at Oak tonight. And there was no housing in that piece of legislation. Then they came back, once it's removed, then you have 3,000 homes. This is not about no A's stadium. This is about Fisher's development for 3,000 market rate housing. Wake up. I told you I don't like political hypocrites and political liars. And some of you fit that mold, as always, as has been stated, when you took a position against that Kaplan Howard Terminal, and now you want to look at running for board of supervisors. You know, KISS, well, I won't go there. But political liars, political hypocrites, they're going to catch up to you. And right now, you cannot do any certification of this draft EIR if this is not final for all those individuals who wanted to say that staff presented a final EIR. It's not the case at all. Do not vote on it. Kick it down the way. Read the concerns that have been.
Thank you, Mr. Hazard. Damian Scott from EPO is next.
Hello, Council. My name is Damian Scott. I'm community organizer with East Bay Housing Organizations. I live in District 7, which is soon to become District 6, eventually, I guess. I grew up in affordable housing near the Oakland Coliseum, so I know firsthand how much affordable housing really helps working class families of color in Oakland. EPO, along with Oakland United, intends to hold the city, the council, and the A's accountable to the community to ensure that deeply affordable housing is built to serve very low and extremely low income households like my family once was. We expect the A's to deliver on the term sheet council passed last year, including $50 million for offsite housing and 15% on-site affordable housing, which is required by law to reach the overall goal of 35% affordable housing. No exemption to this requirement should be made. And affordable housing interventions, both off-site and on-site, should be deeply affordable, meaning between 0 to 80% AMI, which will meet the needs of West Oakland, downtown, and Chinatown residents. Today provides an excellent opportunity for the City Council to show whether or not they support providing truly affordable housing for residents of Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenna Kim is next.
Thank you, and hello again. My name is Gina Kim, and I'm a legal fellow at Communities for a Better Environment. The EIR needs to include more information, and it's not going to survive legal scrutiny because its toxics, air quality, and greenhouse gas measures are inadequate. As a member of the Oakland United Coalition, CBE has been engaged around this process since its inception. We need an EIR that has a real plan in place to address toxics on the site and that does more to mitigate the harmful air quality impacts of the project. The city must do more to ensure Oakland residents' health and safety. Please do not certify the EIR today, as you truly need more information to act in compliance with CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Edith is next. Edith, we see you've unmuted. We cannot hear you if you're speaking. Again, you are unmuted, but we can't hear you. Okay, we'll give you an opportunity to get your mic together. If you're connected to a Bluetooth headset, you might want to disconnect. Moving to the next speaker, we'll give Hal Gordon another opportunity to speak. Hal, if you're still with us, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Hal Gordon, and I'm a vendor at the Coliseum, a Teamster and a grad student studying environmental economics at UC Berkeley. I hope the city staff and the A's agree on a generous community benefit agreement with plenty of affordable housing. Tonight, however, is about the environmental impact of Howard Terminal, and it's clear to me that when fully built out with 3,000 new dense infill apartments close to downtown and public transportation, Howard Terminal cannot be described as anything other than a huge win for the environment. EIRs ask what will happen if the project goes forward, but let's just think about what will happen if it doesn't. If Howard Terminal is not built and remains a parking lot for the next 4 decades, those 3,000 households who would have lived there will either compete with current residents of Oakland and displace those residents, or will choose to live somewhere else, out in the suburbs that will be less dense, farther from public transportation, and require more heating and air conditioning. If those 3,000 households end up displacing current Oakland residents, they'll be forced to move far from their jobs or even out of state. Allowing more Californians to live near the ferry, near new bus lines, within biking and walking distance to downtown, under a mile from BART, and in a place that has mild winters and cool summers will unequivocally result in far fewer carbon emissions and local air pollution than if you deny the project and fuel sprawl. The Sierra Club, who are usually anti-development, recently updated their national policy on urban infill. They state, and I quote, "Choosing smart growth over sprawl is one of the most powerful decisions city and their local governments can make to reduce climate emissions and air pollution, conserve local habitat, and improve the health of their communities." The people of Oakland deserve a robust community benefits agreement. But from an environmentalist standpoint, approving these kinds of dense infill housing is possibly the most consequential thing you can do to fight climate change as city councilors. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ryan Lester is next.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council President Bas and esteemed council members. In spite of my deep misgivings of a team that has for 2022 decided to put an inferior product on the field while also raising ticket prices, a club president that lobs volley after volley of threats to relocate on Twitter, and an absentee billionaire owner whose only professional achievement of note is inheriting his money. Things that unfortunately remind me of a certain recent former president and his businesses. In spite of all of this, I strongly urge the City Council to approve the Howard Terminal Project, EIR, today. The city should approve this project, which is a model of sustainable, equitable development, and not turn this meeting into yet another example of California environmental approvals run amok. Instead of delaying this vote or denying the approval of the EIR and spend the next few months negotiating a strong, binding community benefits and infrastructure financing district with the A's organization, the city and county, after approving this EIR, should spend the next few months doing 2 things instead of futzing around with this EIR. The city should ensure that A, residents and businesses outside of the Howard Terminal Financing District are not responsible for the costs or cost overruns of any community benefits or infrastructure costs. And 2, the city and county should ensure that the A's organization, the A's owner, and any related developers for this project fund a majority of the community benefits out of their own pockets and not from future property tax revenue at the project site. One last thing that's been noted, Oakland has or has had professional teams in at least 5 sports: soccer, football, hockey, baseball, and basketball. Oakland only has 2 professional sports teams remaining, the Oakland Roots and the A's, and the city should focus on keeping them rooted in Oakland and not focus on teams that may never come, like WNBA teams. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Stu Helfer is next.
Very good. Thank you very much. My name is Stu Helfer. I'm recording secretary at Teamsters Local 853. I moved to Oakland in approximately 1959, and I'm a proud alumni of the Oakland public school systems, going from kindergarten at Lakeview Elementary School through 12th grade at Oakland High School, graduating in 1973, and I gotta say, go Wildcats. As part of the Teamsters Union, what we do is we actually have developed a transportation distribution and logistics program that provides candidates in the Oakland area, and we train them in the safe operation of trucks, from learner's permit all the way up through CDL testing, with recent graduates from the Oakland community totaling 11 people. we like helping people. We like seeing the area survive. We like seeing the area grow. Accordingly, we'd ask that you certify the final environmental impact report at this meeting. Don't kick the can down the road. Please do it tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speakers in the queue, we'll try Edith again, then Anthony Viscos, Jose Pavon, Caleb with organizers L66, Dolores Tejada, A. Wright, Mike Henneberry, A. Penn Popstars, Scott Taylor, Angel Mayfield, Tim, Jack Heyman, Marissa, and we'll pause there. Edith, if you are still with us, please, we see you're calling in, press *6 to unmute yourself.
I'm a District 3 voter, and I'm asking you to please vote yes to certify the FEIR today. This is a complete and thorough EIR report. People stating that it is not are doing so in bad faith and is a slap in the face to those who spent thousands of hours working on it. Oakland planning commissioners considered this the most thorough they have ever seen. The public deserves and demands green space and access to the waterfront. If you vote yes today, you can spend more time negotiating the critical CBA, TMP, and development agreement that will address the concerns of other callers you have heard today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anthony is next.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Anthony Viscuso, and I'm a business agent for the Heat and Frost Insulators Local 16. With the development of this project, we're going to be in dire need of new Oakland apprentices. We're going to be relying on Cypress Mandela and Rising Sun to provide us with new local workers for this project. We run a 5-year apprenticeship program, and we'll be able to graduate many new classes of Oakland residents on this project alone. As a journey person, their salary will be well over 6 figures with full benefits and pension. These aren't just careers. These are highly sought after upper middle class wages that don't require a college degree to attain. Look, delaying this project won't help Oakland develop into its full potential. It's your job to make the tough decisions, even if unpopular, and move the city forward. Remember, opportunity doesn't get missed. It simply goes somewhere else. You don't work for the unions. You work for your residents. Please give your residents the best opportunities available. Please certify the FEIR and vote on it tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jose is next. Jose.
Hello, this is Jose Luis Pavon with SEIU USWW. I am with the Janitors Union, and we also represent airport workers and allied entertainment workers, including the workers who do security and janitorial work at the Oakland Coliseum. On behalf of our union and our members, we support the approval of the environmental impact report. We ask the Oakland City Council to please approve it tonight if possible. And those are all my comments for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Caleb is next. Caleb with organizers L66. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Caleb Matheny. I live in Oakland over by Lake Merritt, and I'm a proud union member of 10 years with Plasters and Shop Hands Local 66. Currently, I'm serving as an organizer for 66, where I sign on new applicants, organize non-union workers, and support pre-apprenticeship programs like Rising Sun and Cypress Mandela. Becoming a union plaster was one of the best choices of my life, and it was opportunities like this that have changed my life, and opportunities like this that will change youth in the Bay Area. A new ACE stadium will give many disadvantaged youth the opportunity to make a livable wage and a trade that they can be proud of. to one day point up at the stadium and tell their kids what they built. And I recognize that there are others here that in this meeting that have concerns, but it is my hope that this new stadium will bring many benefits and opportunities, such as good paying union jobs with pensions. It will create more economic velocity for businesses in the Bay Area. And there's a cultural benefit too, with having the A's staying here for all of Oakland's residents. I want to thank all of the council, especially Councilwoman Carol Fife, for the hard working and bringing a better deal for Oaklanders. But overall, I support the EIR. Please vote today. Don't pass. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Dolores Tejada is next.
Hello, good evening. I am Dolores Tejada with East Bay Housing Organizations, where I am the lead organizer. I'm also a resident of District 3. EBHO is a member of Oakland United. Oakland United continues to push for good jobs, affordable housing, and environmental protections to be centered of any development that may happen at Howard Terminal. Oakland communities have repeatedly made it clear to our elected officials that affordable housing is a need. This is especially true for the Black and Brown longtime residents of Oakland, who are always the most significantly impacted, but may reap the least benefits when new development takes place. We need to shift this by prioritizing preservation and protection of affordable housing, and by supporting the development of housing that meets the needs of the people who are low income. EBHO has been engaged in the city-led Howard Terminal process for over 4 years. In that time, we have carried forward feedback, input, and advice from our members, which include practitioners, residents of affordable housing, and community members who care about affordable housing. We continue to be a resource and encourage the council to continue to work with us as this process continues. The final EIR doesn't address a lot of the specifics and asks, and does not address the significant concerns regarding the environment, jobs, and affordable housing. We thank City Council for raising these concerns and believe that the final EIR should be as comprehensive as possible. We also intend to hold the A's and the city accountable to real community benefits moving forward. We expect the A's to deliver on the term sheet council passed last year, including the $50 million for offsite affordable housing, and that includes 15% on-site as well. And no exemption to the requirement should be made. And the affordable housing interventions, both off-site and on-site, should meet the needs of West Oakland, downtown, and Chinatown residents by being deeply affordable. We believe that that is between 0 and 80% AMI. Tonight provides an opportunity for City Council to clearly state their alignment with the affordable housing terms that we have put forward and have shared. Thank you.
Thank you. A-Right is next.
The reality here is that the EIR for the Coliseum is already completed. You know, we've advocated for this project to be built at the Coliseum. You know, to the other labor organizations here tonight, we've advocated for your jobs. Why haven't you advocated for ours? If you were so concerned about the community and growth, why didn't you advocate to address the port issue and grow some grade separations for traffic and pedestrians so the trains could move? Why didn't you advocate for truck corridors to push the port so that pedestrians and bikers could get through without getting run over by a semi? Why didn't you push for a turning circle enlargement to let the ships come in? That is all relevant to the Howard Terminal area because every single thing passes through there. You knew about this. You knew about this and you didn't help. And now we have an EIR with nothing to mitigate thousands of trucks and fans and cars coming down there, and we won't be able to move cargo. Our supply chains are critical. And if we can't move goods, this economy won't run. You won't have jobs. You won't have the supplies you need. This is insanity. $855 million of Oakland taxpayer money. It's insane. Plus $500 million more that Libby Schaaf has talked about just recently for transportation. If you don't have the grade separation, the turning circle, and the truck corridors, this project should not move forward.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Henneberry is next.
Good evening. My name is Mike Henneberry. I'm a business agent and political coordinator for Teamsters Local 853, headquartered at 7750 Party Lane in Oakland. Teamsters Local 853 represents workers in a wide variety of professions, including concession vendors and ticket sellers at the Coliseum and ready mix and construction transport drivers in the building industry. We are participants in the Mandela Apprenticeship Program. We know that the Howard Terminal Ballpark project will provide tens of thousands of opportunities for Oakland residents in construction and service trades jobs. It will make a huge and positive difference in the lives of these citizens and their families. This is a critical vote for the city and region. Members of Local 853 request that the council certify the final environmental impact report, which came to you by a unanimous vote of the Planning Commission. Please do not delay. Vote today. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your comments. A-Pen Pop Stars is next.
Hi, good evening. This is Alvina Wong again. I want to echo what many others have already said, which is that there's no need to rush and we do not actually need to certify tonight. And I would really like to encourage the council to not certify the final EIR until and unless effective mitigation of Howard Terminal Ballpark specific impacts, such as potential exposure to toxics, air qualities, transportation related air quality and pedestrian safety, etc., have been incorporated into the final EIR and the final transportation management plan. The final EIR fails to include the additional analysis and mitigation of Howard Terminal Ballpark specific impacts on Chinatown. And we were informed that there's an additional analysis underway that won't be available until April of 2022 that really needs to be incorporated into the final EIR before any consideration of certification. We were informed that the TMP and the draft EIR is based on a build out on the non-ballpark facilities and doesn't address any of the congestion from games as ballpark activities. Also, the fact that it should really study all events and not just games, because we know the ballpark and subsequent development area will have a lot more impacts than that. It also doesn't study the current final EIR doesn't include anything around traffic and pedestrian safety of increased users going from Lake Merritt BART Station through Chinatown to the Howard Terminal project and many other more exclusions. So with all of that, we really believe that a final EIR has to include the appropriate analysis and mitigation measures on all of these issues before being certified. We really urge you to consider waiting, and we appreciate you hearing all these comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Taylor is next.
Good evening, City Council members, and thank you for your time. My name is Scott Taylor. I'm the CEO and Chairman of the Board of GSC Logistics. GSC will handle 20% of all the import merchandise at the Port of Oakland in 2022, supporting over 600 jobs. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on approving the FEIR. The FEIR is woefully inadequate as it relates to water safety, rail safety, and truck displacement. It's time for Oakland to say enough is enough. Every single port in the United States is trying to gain space to help with the worldwide supply chain challenges, and the Port of Oakland is willing to give away 55 acres. Do you think there's something wrong with this picture? Your obligation should be to the Port of Oakland, not Mayor Schaaf. She only cares about her reputation, but we are depending on you to protect the 9th largest port in the country and 84,000 jobs. And let's face it, this isn't even about a ballpark. This is a land grab, and it's called greed. The A's could have developed 150 acres, 5.7 miles away, but no, they wanted more. In fact, many people don't know this, but when we had our very first meeting with Dave Cavall 4 years ago, they pulled out a drawing showing phase 3 with buildings and parking at the Roundhouse. I asked him, what's phase 4? Taking over SSA, one of the largest terminals on the West Coast? David, in his eloquent style, said, oh, just disregard that because that's just a conceptual drawing. but we know their real intention. It's to turn the entire waterfront into residential and commercial development. Putting an amusement park and retail and commercial development and a $2 million condos in the middle of the port is a recipe for disaster. In conclusion, I urge you to vote no on this woefully inadequate FER. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments through the chair to the parliament, to the whoever's chairing. We need a motion to extend the meeting. It's been 5 hours.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Was the second Gaio?
Yes.
Okay, a motion to extend this meeting. Councilmember 5.
Aye.
Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb. Councilmember Cobb. Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Pro Tem Tao.
Aye.
President Bas.
Aye.
Motion passes with 7 ayes, 1 out their seat. The next.
Thank you. Oh, Madam Clerk, I am going to hand over chairing this meeting for about 20 minutes to the Vice Mayor, if she is willing.
Certainly, Madam President.
Thank you.
The next speaker in the queue is Angel Mayfield.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Welcome. Another opportunity of this magnitude may not come again in decades, since it has taken my lifetime already. Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Angel Mayfield. I live in East Oakland, a lifelong resident, 10 years in with Local 342. For the most part, we all want to move forward with this project. Environmentally, I'm sure that reports will be comprehensive, informative, and completely transparent, which all phases will be thoroughly ensuring satisfaction for all parties involved. As a lifelong Oakland resident and 10-year member of Local 342, I've seen firsthand how the quality of life has been drastically improved for people that look just like me. The A's are a staple, as in the moniker rooted in Oakland. Just like the engines, such as the Mandela Project, that push bright young apprentices to our local and other locals. And these projects, which are right in our backyard, gets manned by us local hands, is good for our residents, our workforce, as well as our city, the great city of Oakland. I support the resolution on S4 and certify S5, the final environmental impact report, and I ask that you vote today. Please don't delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Tim will be next, then Jack Heyman, Timberly Laramie, then a phone number ending in 7583, Margie Lewis, Susan Ransom, Mike Jacob, Margaret Gordon, Tyson Kwamele, Risa Jaffe, Bernice Krager, Carla from the Unity Council, Linda Caldwell, Craig Gordon, and James Winterbottom, and we will pause there. Tim, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself and you may begin your comments.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tim Goebel. I'm a member of the Stagehand Labor Union, IATSE Local 107. Today, I am speaking in support of the proposal and the project moving forward, as well as certifying the FEIR. Our work consists of any and all entertainment at the new facility. This work will impact 500 to 600 employees. After losing the Warriors and the Raiders, we cannot afford to lose the A's. Labor supports the Howard Terminal Project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jack is next. Please unmute.
Yes. Am I unmuted? Hello?
Yes, you are. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
Yes. I live in District 5 in Oakland, and I've been a longshoreman all my life. And I just want to say that a previous speaker spoke about the supply chain. That's a crisis going on around the world. And it's just insane that the Port Commission would give away land to a private developer when there's need for more space. A previous speaker said that that was a parking lot. That's a phrase that Libby Schaaf used. It's not a parking lot. That's where chassis with cargo are loaded and they sit waiting for a place to be moved to. Libby Schaaf, by the way, was an attorney for the port. There's tremendous corruption involved here with the billionaire seeding his money and getting what he wants. History will show that this was a big land grab, something like the Teapot Dome scandal. What I want to point out here is that this is part of privatizing. The same way that they're privatizing the schools, they're privatizing the port. And it should not go down this way. I heard what the different construction trade unionists read from their papers. I want to point out that they're going to be there just for a couple years and then they're gone. We who work in the port 24/7 in a very dangerous job, that is the economic engine of the Bay Area. It provides thousands of jobs and it's permanent. And we need to keep the port open. We need to actually expand it where it's possible. The Longshore Union has always been a...
Thank you for your comments. Timberly is next.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Timberly Laramie. I'm a member of Ironworkers Union Local 378. I'm also a lifelong Oakland resident of 23 years and a single mother of 2, raising my babies here in District 3. I'm speaking in total support and asking that we move forward with this project. Please certify the EIR tonight. My first job as an ironworker was right there at Brooklyn Basin here in Oakland because of project labor agreements and decisions like the ones I hope will be made tonight. I previously attended and spoke on this matter regarding the Oakland A's over 2 years ago and know that this project will be beneficial for the community and the city and even neighboring cities. This project will provide countless people with not just jobs, but opportunities for careers to support their families, affordable housing to a community, my community, which is suffering from gentrification, and overall stability for the entire city. I look forward to working to build the new A Stadium and attending games with my babies the same way I did with my dad as a child. I ask that you move forward and vote tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And again, to the remaining 40 speakers, when you unmute, you may begin your comments. If we cannot hear you, we will let you know. The next speaker in the queue is a phone number ending in 7583. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and you may begin your comments.
My name is Gladys Green, a longtime Oakland resident since 1964. I'm asking, as I heard one of the announcers said just a few minutes ago, but he was cut off. He was correct. You better watch Libby Schaaf. She has her hands in this pot for the Oakland terminal to go down to Jack London Square. She is a part of that. Don't trust her. I'm telling you right now. And everybody needs to go back. And the city council people, follow District 5 council person. That's a man. He stands tall and strong. He's got a mind of his own. And he don't let any of the other ones tell him what to do. And he is right. Follow him. See how clean his district is. I'm asking you all, you better open your eyes and don't you follow Libby Schaaf.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Margie Lewis. Margie, you've been allowed to speak. Please begin your comments. And again, if we cannot hear you, we will let you know. Just begin your comments.
Good evening. My name is Margie Lewis, resident of District 6 and member of many environmental groups. The FEIR confirmed what we already know. The Oakland A's massive real estate development will result in numerous significant and unavoidable negative impacts to the West Oakland community and the working waterfront in critical areas of concern, such as toxins, traffic air quality and public safety. I'm here to urge the City Council to vote no on certifying the FEIR, as it fails to fully address many of the issues and concerns raised by our community, which I mentioned before. It is woefully incomplete, and it's fiscally irresponsible to certify the EIR of such a large project where so many of the issues are unresolved, and all the experts, rail, BART, port folks, and truckers have agreed. Bay Area Air Quality District has raised significant concerns about the potential health risks associated with construction on a contaminated site. The final EIR makes clear that this project would in fact hinder our air quality goals rather than improve air quality. And the EIR provides few details on the project's required toxic cleanup. There is no example in the US of a successful working port functioning next to a residential area, and it will be residential, not just a ballpark. And no matter what you think of the project, we cannot vote to certify a plan where so many of the critical concerns have not been adequately addressed. And now to mention the jobs. First of all, the African American Sports Entertainment Group has already been given the green light by this city council. They are developing the Coliseum. So there will be jobs. We can have a win-win. People can have the good union jobs that they need at the Coliseum, and then the port can be left alone, and this
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Susan Ransom. After Susan, Mike Jacob. After Mike, Ms. Margaret Gordon. Susan, you can begin your comments.
Thank you. Susan Ransom, SSA Terminal Oakland, born in Oakland and live in Oakland. Dave Cavall, SSA isn't going anywhere. We are 65% of the port business in Oakland and the largest port tenant. We do not want the A's out of Oakland, or is it port versus A's? We are not the bad guys, gals, as all the misinformation out there alludes. It is about maritime stakeholders working cohesively together for resolutions, which has not been happening this entire process. Everyone is under the impression because the port commissioners approved this project, all stakeholders were in agreement, which is so far from the truth. Molly's comment that the city and the port have working together is a grave misrepresentation of port stakeholders. We are not even at the table, and they should not be speaking for us. This whole process should be a huge red flag to all of you voting tonight. I have been speaking on behalf of SSA to the concerns on water safety during games, including fireworks, while lights and noise generated by the ships 24/7 terminal operations. Partially addressed in the FEIR, it fails to provide clear and sufficient measures to quantify or analyze the scope and scale of identified risks associated with commercial navigation and maritime traffic. There needs to be a clear plan of action. What is included in the current FEIR is purely speculative and defers to any sort of concrete analysis or mitigation measures. The comment about the maritime reservation land relating to the Turman Basin is an insult. It is terminal turning basin. In fact, it needs to be eliminated long ago. The comment was we had 3 years ago, the ships would get bigger, the land would not have been included. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Jacob, you're up. Begin when you're ready.
Great. Good evening, council members. Mike Jacob with the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association, representing Oakland Port tenant, terminal operators, and ocean carriers. We've submitted extensive comments and on our own and also with our partners at East Oakland Stadium Alliance. And I won't try to replicate those in 2 minutes, but I did want to raise a couple of points very specifically with respect to both the jurisdictional ordinance, which we oppose, and the final EIR certification. Both of these can be put off, and they should be put off under the entire application for Howard Terminal is complete and ready to be voted on, including the development agreement and all the other package of entitlement documents. That's what the city administrator's office told the A's they should be doing in their letter of last March, where they said the full package of the FEIR, the city port legislation, which is the jurisdictional ordinance, the development agreement, community benefits agreement, rezoning, and the general plan amendment, all needed to be taken up together. That full package needs to be taken up at once. That's what you guys should be doing here too. There's no rush. No one has told you from the city and no one has explained to the public why the jurisdictional ordinance needs to be taken up now. There certainly isn't one that we can imagine. And there certainly has not been one in any of the other documents, including, as I mentioned, that letter from last March directly to the A's from the city administrator's office. So what we'd ask you to do is keep the FEIR open, allow it to be the instructional and iterative process it's supposed to be. And then eventually when you have a development agreement, planning documents ready, move them all together, allow us all to see what the full scale and scope of the deal is before you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is James Winterbottom. James, go ahead and begin your comments.
Hi there, James Winterbottom. I'm calling in as an Oakland resident and father of two. We've heard a lot from interest groups on both sides of the issue tonight, mostly maritime and construction trades. My only interest in the issue is in what would be good for Oakland and what would be good for the Oakland my kids are going to grow up in. As such, I'm speaking to encourage the council to approve the EIR tonight. Given the magnitude and complexity of the project, the EIR has naturally highlighted a number of impacts it'll have on the surrounding area. It also offers feasible and concrete solutions, with the Planning Commission calling it one of the most thorough EIRs they've ever seen. There's truly no amount of revisions, modifications, or addendums that will satisfy the broad set of incumbent interests. Delaying certification accomplishes nothing but increases the odds that the project fails, which is explicitly what most of the opponents want. Additionally, beyond what's identified in the EIR, we should also be considering the true alternative to the projects. That is, instead of building 3,000 new homes in Oakland, we'll have accelerated sprawl in places like Eastern Alameda and Contra Costa County, where lower density and less temperate climates means per household carbon emissions are more than double what they are in Oakland. If the focus tonight is on environmental impacts, net greenhouse gas emissions should be the most important impact that we consider. Approving the EIR is an important step to keeping the momentum behind the project. There's still ample opportunity to allow for additional negotiations for the CBA and other changes in subsequent stages. Let's not let perfect be the enemy of the good and approve the EIR today and keep things moving along. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Ms. Margaret Gordon.
Well, good evening, Ms. Margaret Gordon, a West Oakland resident. I am still not understanding why there had not been an attachment to the EIR about the emission reduction plans. That the city staff who wrote this should be more conscious of the emission reduction planning, especially for West Oakland, who has been the most impacted, one of the most impacted parts of the city of Oakland. Where is that documentation? So I see that this EIR needs to be held up until we have the mitigation plans moving forward around the stadium. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Tashawn. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. You are unmuted. You may unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. My name is Tashawn Kwamaleli. I'm the Government and Public Affairs Rep for Snitzer. We support the council's approval earlier of the resolution requiring city council action on community benefits and seaport compatibility measures, concur before consideration and approval of a DDA with the Oakland A's. However, we stand with the coalition of port, community, business, environmental, and rail stakeholders who are extremely concerned by the lack of adequate solutions addressing environmental impacts, traffic, water, and rail safety. As you've heard, alternative 3 is not sufficient and only includes one vehicular crossing and ignores the recommendations of rail providers who operate day in and day out along this busy corridor. The A's and city should not expose more people to potentially fatal safety hazards. On a personal note, as an Oakland native, 2-time homeowner, and District 7 resident, I am completely disappointed at city leadership by the way this project has been handled. I too want Oakland to win, grow, and reach its full potential. However, committing over $800 million in public funds to satisfy the greed of a billionaire when schools are closing, homicides are at an all-time high, homelessness is a public crisis, and illegal dumping is rampant is not a win. I urge you as public servants to not certify the FEIR and to hold the aides accountable in this process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker in the queue is Risa Jaffe. Ms. Jaffe, you've been unmuted. You may begin your comments when ready.
Hi, yes, this is Risa Jaffe. I heard somebody say we should not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think about the Millennial Tower in San Francisco and sometimes wonder what somebody knew before that got built. And I wonder if that statement got said. We don't want to look back. I've lived here for 40 years, so I've seen a lot of looking back where mistakes have happened that can now not be corrected. Let's not keep doing that. There are problems that have been identified. I understand people want jobs, and as some have said, those same jobs could have happened at the Coliseum. The A's made a choice to draw a line in the sand that they were not willing to make that happen. But let's not let that push have mistakes that people's lives could be lost. Let's take it slow and careful and address the problems that have been identified. I've heard people say it was unanimously passed by the Planning Commission. Excuse me, those people have been put there by Mayor Schaaf, whose priorities are with developers and not the residents of Oakland. So that doesn't give me any kind of confidence at all. Please, counting on you to not rush this process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Risa. Bernice Krager is next.
Good evening, members. Bernice Jimenez-Krieger, Director of Government and Public Affairs for the California Trucking Association. Association, along with our partners, Howard Trucking Association, PMSA, Union Pacific, ILWU, and other goods movement, have shared their concerns regarding the critical need to develop sensible mitigation to the many impacts that the proposed Howard Terminal development would have, including the increased pedestrians and vehicles in that area that is predominantly used for maritime customers, businesses, and labor at the Port of Oakland. To date, there appears to be a lack of compatibility measures to address the concerns, and is an imperative for this body to adhere to its fiduciary duty, work in good faith to also adopt additional seaport compatibility measures that protect this project. The Port of Oakland is the 6th largest port in the United States and serves as a major gateway for California's exports to Asia, in particular agricultural commodities out of the Central Valley, which have established our state as a world-leading economy. Additionally, the Port of Oakland directly supports more than 80,000 local jobs, which is why it behooves this body to again ensure adequate seaport compatibility measures are adopted to preserve the vitality of the port operations. Our groups have met with port authorities, Mayor Schaaf, and are here to continue to ask that this body, along with their counterparts aforementioned, keep on their promise to continue working with stakeholders to develop these measures that adequately address the concerns presented here today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Carla is next.
Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name is Carla Guerra, Policy and Advocacy Manager at the Unity Council, located in the Fruitville neighborhood in Oakland District 5. I'm here tonight representing the Unity Council as leaders of affordable housing in the region. Affordable housing is an urgent community need that can help very low and extremely low-income households stay rooted in the city they know and love. We deeply support the project and keeping the A's in Oakland. The Unity Council expects the city and the A's to work together to ensure housing on and off-site is a top priority in the Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District project, and ensure that affordable housing requirements are met, along with additional community benefits in the developer agreement. We recognize that while 15% on-site affordable housing is good, it's just a starting point, and we would like to see a stronger commitment to Oakland. The community needs more. We want to see a deeper partnership with the communities impacted. And also, a final EIR that can address concerns regarding the environment, job opportunities for local residents, and affordable housing units. We support this project and support keeping the A's rooted in Oakland. Thank you for your time and for your efforts in keeping Oakland thriving.
Thank you for your comments. Linda Caldwell is next.
Hi, good evening. Linda with ILWU, Local 10. You know, I'm all for change. I've always been for change, but the change have to make sense. And in this case, I don't think that everyone is seeing the big picture. You know, we've listened, we've fought for the last few years. And, you know, just to make a few notations, again, this environmental report that is inadequate, is not even complete, is not satisfactory. What is the rush? You guys can still take your time. I'm questioning whether or not everyone on the board has even read it thoroughly. And then the $800 million, when I drive through Oakland and see all the homeless tents, when I listen on the news and hear about the public schools closing, and you guys are willing to give this private sector $800 million, is unheard of. And then the trade-off on the jobs. Okay, it's gonna create jobs. But I listen to these other unions that someone clearly said, I believe it's Chuck with Local 342, that it's gonna provide a job for 10 years. Well, we have jobs for a lifetime. We have people that's been at the port for over 25 years. So what about preserving our jobs? We are employing over 84,000 jobs with that port. So what is the trade-off? Is it because we're 70% African-American? I'm an African-American Black woman? So what is the motivation? The community voted all of you guys in. And I'm sure some of you is looking to take your career even further in politics. You're gonna need that community to vote for you. I am asking that you vote this down. Do not support this. You guys, if you are, take a good look at it and know what you're doing before you do it. You don't want to look back and then have regrets.
Thank you for your comments. Christopher is next.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Christopher Christensen with the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, Local 34, and the Northern California District Council Vice President. After listening to this EIR report, it is apparent that the Howard Terminal A's project would significantly impact port trucker, rail traffic, cargo handling, and logistics. As one of the largest economies in the world, California needs a functioning and non-impacted port to combat the recent global supply chain issue, which is seemingly not ending right now. Certifying this report today would negatively impact commerce, jobs, port logistics, and the community. We urge you to vote no. And on a side note, all the other unions that talk about this creating jobs, these jobs could very easily be created at the Oakland Coliseum to retrofit the Coliseum for the A's and to build housing around the Coliseum. But Dave Cavall doesn't want to do that. Instead, he wants to build luxury condos on port waterfront land to maximize his billions and billions of dollars. So also, I don't remember sports being deemed essential during the start of the pandemic, but West and East Coast port workers were to ensure that commerce flowed through this country and it kept our economy thriving. Thank you very much. The ILW says vote this down, please.
Thank you for your comments. Alvarita is next.
Hello, thank you. This is Albertia once again. Oakland resident, District 3, live in the impacted area of Oakland. I keep hearing these comments about how it used to be. If Howard Terminal is built, it won't be like it used to be. It's going to be much smaller, less parking, no tailgating. So all of the fun you used to have before, it won't be. A lot of things aren't going to be what you think it's going to be. We need to have these issues of mitigation for air quality, the toxicity in the land, how they plan to move it. We need to know these things before the project is started. All of the jobs, those jobs won't come, most of them, unless you're building. Otherwise, those other hundreds and hundreds of jobs, the people that work in the stadium and all of that, doing events and games, they won't happen until some few more years down the line. Because I don't think that stadium is going to be built in a year. It's going to be some years before it's ready. So think about that when you're talking about your pockets, okay? Think about the health that's at risk of the people that are already in a marginalized situation in the heavily impacted area of West Oakland, which houses the largest homeless, unhoused population in the city. Those are things to consider. Our health, our welfare, our safety, all need to be considered. Please take a time out. Only fools rush in. Take the time. There's no rush. There's no rush to judgment. Please take the time that's necessary and look at it objectively, not from a financial risk.
Thank you for your comments. Fernando Gallo is next.
Yes, hi. I'm somebody who visits the Coliseum at least 12 to 15 times a year. I'm a San Joaquin Valley resident, but I work in the Bay Area. Went to UC Berkeley, and I just want to say this is so much bigger than just baseball, so much bigger than just what can be done for baseball fans. This is about creating jobs, as many have already said, and also people looking at it as a billionaire land grab. Listen, nobody, not even the A's fans, wants to do anything to make John Fisher any richer. We're not interested in that. We're not huge fans of his, but this is a win-win for everybody. It's like bringing a huge employer to the East Bay or keeping a major employer. Basically, it's going to bring jobs. It's going to bring civic pride. You know, for people like me, I don't have a reason to go out of my way to visit Oakland. And right now, if I go to an A's game, I can't spend my money near the Coliseum. This is going to let me do that. Like, I'm a Sacramento Kings fan. When I go to Sacramento, I pay for parking. I pay for food at a restaurant. I buy a soda at the game. I go to a bar after the game. Spending money in the community. Isn't that what you want? You want to grow the community. You want money to be spent here. It's going to be a great opportunity, and I urge you all to approve the draft EIR tonight. There's no reason to delay it any longer. Delaying it is just giving a chance for opponents to poke holes in it. It's been approved by staff. I urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Willie Stevens is next. Caller Willie Stevens is next.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Willie Stevens. I live in District 7 in East Oakland. I followed this process with the A's project ever since 2017, actually, when we were forming town halls to figure out just how we would develop a viable at the Coliseum. And when they started having the community benefits, I was involved in that, in the affordable housing part of the cohort for affordable housing. I'm part of FO, and we've been fighting for affordable housing for the longest, and I still haven't understood why they couldn't continue to have the Coliseum be the housing for the A's. But anyway, we kind of figured out that the EIR is going to pass tonight, but we want the city council to make sure that the A's follow the community agreements that we come up with thus far, and make sure that it's for low income, very low income, 0 to 80% AMI.
Thank you for your comments, Cynthia Billings. Rowan is next. Cynthia Billings, we see you unmuted. We cannot hear you.
Hello?
There you go.
Can you? Okay, thanks. I asked that, my name is Cynthia Billings Roan, and I am asking that you vote no and to deny the EIR, to vote no on the EIR, or at least delay the certification. I was originally expecting you to address the problems in the I thought that this was what the meeting was going to be, that you would address what was in the environmental, the EIR, and address the problems that were in there and explain it to us. But you haven't done this. Instead, you pivoted over to social problems. I think if you actually paid attention to your constituents, you would realize that this project is a non-starter. While I sympathize with all the time and energy that you have put into this project, I don't think you are really thinking clearly. Oaklanders are not interested in luxury housing where only the people who will enjoy the view of the bay will be the wealthy people. This is not who we are. We are blue collar. We're not interested in more shopping centers. Okay, I'm running out of time. Our port is more important and than to be compromised by a ball stadium. The importance of the port to our economy is huge. I'm skipping ahead. I think that you should put a vote to the people of Oakland to see what we really think about this.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Cower is the next speaker.
Good evening, City Council members, and thank you all for staying up late with us tonight to hear everyone speak. My name is Michael Keogh. I'm a proud resident of East Oakland. I'm asking you to vote yes and certify the environmental impact report for the Howard Terminal Ballpark tonight. We've heard from city staff that the EIR is the result of tireless work from the city staff, from the Planning Commission, from the A's. It's work that's gone on for over a year. It gives us a clear path to get this once in a generation project done in an environmentally sound way and to keep our last major league sports team here in Oakland. The process has been thorough. It's time to approve and vote on it tonight. I think we've heard from a lot of people who have asked you both to vote on the issue at hand, approving the environmental report, and also to support the project generally. You've heard from residents of the city like me, you've heard from small business owners, we've heard from community organizations, and we've heard from plenty of Oakland residents who are also members of labor unions who would like to work on a project like this one. I think most importantly, though, you've heard from several people who are multi-generational Oakland residents, and they want to raise their kids here, and they want to have an institution like the A's at a ballpark like Howard Terminal that they can be proud of. We need to get this done the right way, and I think our council members understand that, and that's why the resolution earlier tonight was so important, and I thank you for focusing on that. I think we all know that there are many ways to get this done, and we want to get it over the finish line. I think there's only one wrong answer here, and that is voting to kill the project. Once we end this, we can't take it back. I ask you to vote yes tonight and certify the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is WOEIP staff. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, great. Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name is Tara McGrew, and I'm a native of Oakland, California. I am the Community Engagement Manager at the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project. I am also a member of WOBE, West Oakland for Benefits for Equity, as well as having served on the Howard Terminal environmental cohort. I am coming to you tonight and first thanking you, Council President Bas and Councilmember Kaplan and Kalb, for your understanding and bringing back the vision of affordable housing, good jobs, and environmental protection. Most importantly, the understanding the importance of the community building agreement. Tonight, WOAP is recommending that we move forward with a certification with an understanding that the attachment of the emission reduction plan .
Hey everybody, earlier tonight during the Howard Terminal FEIR hearing, Gene Hazard, longtime Oakland photographer and community activist and Politico, said that the legislation SB 293 Skinner, although he didn't refer to SB 293 Skinner, but he referred to then Assembly Speaker, now California Attorney General Rob Bonta, and State Senator Nancy Skinner as forming a document that paved the way for market rate housing. Well, he says there was no mention of affordable housing. Gene's blanket statement is wrong because the legislation known as SB 293 Skinner does call for affordable housing. Let me show you. This is the bill text for SB 293 Skinner. I did a simple search under the name affordable. There are not one, but three matches, three occurrences. Let's take a look at them, shall we? Just looking at this arrow and pressing on it like so. So this is the first, or the second occurrence of it. The first one says, California is facing an affordable housing crisis that necessitates the creation of additional tools for local jurisdictions to create new local funding streams that will support equitable infill housing and associated supportive utility and transit infrastructure. It is therefore the intent of the legislature to provide the city of Oakland, hereafter referred to as the city, with additional latitude within the framework of the laws governing EIFDs, infrastructure financing districts, to create and operate an IFD in a manner that optimizes its financing options to facilitate the construction of much needed public facilities. And here's the second occurrence of affordable housing, meeting the stated goals of community-wide significance. And then it goes on to where, if we scroll down one more, we then find that there's housing, affordable housing again, right? And it says whether and the extent to which development facilitated by the district will generate economic benefits to the city, including but not limited to participation in any revenue stream to be generated by any project on city-owned property, or community benefits such as public open space and affordable housing. You would say, what is that? That's actually a subsection, and what it refers to analysis and determinations have occurred regarding all the following. the project that costs the public facilities and parties that are in addition to the city, whether the extent to which the development is facilitated by the district will generate economic benefits to the city, including affordable housing. Okay. And you would say, where is that coming from? And if you go up further, way up, if it says one, before initiating proceedings for the establishment of a district pursuant to this section, the city council shall make all of the following findings. In other words, you're making the findings that basically, among other things, that the development that the district will cause using tax increment financing will cause the construction of much needed affordable housing, which is a community benefit. All right. So look, here's the point. I've known Gene a long time, and Gene sometimes cherry picks legislation and law to make an argument against something a person he doesn't like is doing. That's what he's doing. It doesn't help anyone understand what Howard Terminal really is all about or the legislation. It does not at all deal with the fact that the Howard Terminal legislation is path-breaking and can alter the city of Oakland entirely in terms of providing more affordable housing if it is understood and used correctly under SB 293 Skinner. For example, if tax increment financing is used, and it would be used under SB 293 Skinner, that's the intent, there would be, assuming a base year assessed value of just $2 billion, $1,600,000,000 approximately in revenue, bondable revenue, of which a bond issue of roughly $800 million could be let. Part of that money could go to, $350 million would go to the A's for infrastructure, and the resulting $530 million would be able to be used for, that's right, you guessed it, off-site projects of community-wide significance. That's what SB 293 Skinner allows. It allows it. The problem with the way the city is doing things now, because it's not following the law, is that people are confused. So they believe that because the A's aren't paying for, out of their pocket, the off-site improvements, which was really never the intent of SB 293 Skinner anyway. I'll tell you why in a second. But that means that, there's not going to be money to pay for community benefit projects. Wrong. No one building a stadium facility uses, or developer for that matter, building a project, uses their own money. They leverage someone else's money. It doesn't matter if it's this project or the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences new home or the Dolby Theater where the Oscars are presented. Okay? There's always, with large projects, some, if you will, leveraging in order to have a better rate of return. That's with any project. To want to soak someone just because you perceive they're a billionaire is stuck on stupid. It really is. So I'm saying to people, stop employing your idea that you can't do something and that a billionaire can do something, and that's the only reason to cause them to pay for anything on this project. It has nothing to do with it. The question should always be, if they have the capital to back the project, how can we use public funds to steer the development the way that we want? That's the idea. So that you have the power to say, we want union representation. You have the power to call for financing of community banks using tax increment financing. You have the power to call for that in many other projects and facilities of community-wide significance. What has not been done here is the identification of those community benefits as projects of community-wide significance that would then be paid for by TIF, by tax increment financing. That's the way the law was written. But by the mayor's own admission, her people don't understand tax increment financing. And it's clear they still don't understand it, because as of this day in February 19th, or going on 18th, February 18th, 2022, they still have not established the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, which they should have done in 2020. This is 2022. They're behind schedule. They need to simply vote into law a public financing authority and call for, and then authorize that organization to create what is called an infrastructure financing plan, for which you can put the community benefits in and then cost them out, and then compare that cost with the expected tax increment. They're not doing it right. What I'm talking about to you is standard around the state of California, but not in Oakland. It's terrible. And Gene, you're wrong. Subscribe to Zenny62 and bookmark oaklandnewsnow.com.
$100 for dinner at the fancy Italian restaurant, Santa Ambroius. Neff works at the concierge at New York City's 11. Hey, no IR was the lone no vote. And I'd like to. Hey everybody,
Hi. Earlier tonight during the Howard Terminal FEIR hearing, Gene Hazard, longtime Oakland photographer and if tax increment financing is used, and it would be used.
There's 3 or 4 of you guys will be running for mayor in the city of Oakland again. You cannot keep pulling the wool over the city's Oakland, the residents' eyes. You can't keep doing that. It's kind of like BS of what's going on. If you guys don't listen to the BCDC and their decisions about what's going on with Tide Land Trust, we're going to all lose. Okay? And if the A's only want to give you 25 years, if they were to move over to the Howard Terminal to build their condominiums and you want 50 years, who's losing there? That's 25 years you're going to lose already. You guys got to make a conscious decision as to what you're going to do and stop being puppets, because the voters of Oakland will see you again, and it'll be soon. That's all I got to say. You guys got to stop playing games. It's bullshit what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The last hands that were raised at the call of the queue were Marissa, a phone number ending in 3795, Brandy Lloyd, Angie Tam, Kent, and a phone number ending in 5020. There are several hands after that. Madam Chair, how do you wish to proceed?
Excuse me. Firstly, we had closed the queue, so nobody should raise their hand at this point. Madam Clerk, those people that you called may have 2 minutes, and the others who had their hands up may have 1 minute.
Okay. Tyrell Robinson was the person who had their hand raised, and you just mentioned that statement. So Marissa is up next. You will be given 2 minutes. As directed by the chair, please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Can you all hear me?
Hey, Google. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Marissa Zamora. Well, first, thank you all for listening to everyone and extending the time to hear us comment. My name is Marissa Zamora with Tulum Systems. We are a small local business in Oakland, and we hope that you approve this project and certify the FEIR, because coming from a small local business where 10 out of our 15 employees are Oakland residents, we believe that this project will be beneficial for everyone in Oakland and create more jobs for the Oakland people and will increase revenues to the city. We also believe that it will ensure that we are able to maintain and the sports franchises, since the Raiders and the Warriors have left Oakland. We believe that by keeping the A's here, it'll be very beneficial for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker in the queue is a phone number ending in 3795. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I just want to talk about the racism here. Who walks into your house? Oakland is our city, and the council, the policymaking body, is responsible to the citizens of this city. We have 7 districts, and we have 2 council members each. The council member that represents the district and the council member at large, who's supposed to look at everything across the city. The resolution was done extremely late, and it did not take into the account the continued disinvestment in East Oakland. So that part's missing, and we would hope that you would amend it. I did have my hand raised when that portion of the meeting was moving, but I was not called upon. Now, as it relates to the EIR, the EIR provides few details on the project's required toxic cleanup, remediation action plan, and it's still not been drafted, despite the document saying that it would be published in early 2022. What details are introduced that make it clear that the A's intend to clean it up? Does that fiscal impact fall upon the city? We haven't talked about the fiscal impacts. There are a lot of things that aren't clear. Moving forward with this EIR and certifying it tonight would be a mistake. It would be a liability to the city, but most importantly, a liability to the taxpayer. If you read the article in the Chronicle, what happened to the $189 million during the Raiders deal? That was taxpayers' money. You're responsible for the purse of the city, and you're also responsible for our tax dollars. We have homelessness, violence, we have our schools closing, and we are doing a private deal to someone that invests in the very things that hurt our community. Please think about this very closely. Understand what you're doing.
Thank you for your comments. Randy Lloyd is next.
Good evening, Oakland City Council members. My name is Randy Lloyd. I'm one of the Alameda County business agents for the Plumbers and Steam Fitters UA Local 342. I rise in support of approving this EIR tonight. You know, we take great pride, as some of the other building trades locals do, in supporting the programs like Cypress Mandela and Rising Suns that train and help young men and women develop skills to join the trade unions. This project, it'll create so many opportunities for young people and their families from the city of Oakland. I'm hearing a lot about how much people care about the city, and that's why they want to delay and take your time with the ruling, when in turn, all it's going to do is delay so many young families of Oakland from making such a great living. Chuck Leonard, he said it best with the amount of jobs that are going to be created by this. So if you're voting to delay this EIR tonight, I'm sorry, but it's not the residents of Oakland that you're worried about. Thank you for your time.
Angie Tam is next and has an older version of Zoom. We're promoting to a panelist. Your video will prompt to come on. You may begin, Angie.
in summary, because of the complexity of the FEIR and the unanswered questions I just explained, we urge you to continue.
Thank you for your comments. Phone number ending in 5020. You're next. Press star 6 to unmute. Phone number ending in 5020. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Good evening. My name is Ramiro Montoya, District 2. I remember a few years ago, I never seen so many people at City Council. We're fighting for avoiding the construction of luxury towers on East 12. About 6 years later, it's full of homeless people. I don't know what happened with that, but it wasn't given to developers, but to an organization for affordable housing. So I'm just asking the City Council to take into account that you're going to be able to give the okay for the stadium, make sure, like you promised, affordable housing for the poor, for the less fortunate, for the disabled, not for just everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. The remaining speakers will be given 1 minute. Joel G is next. Please unmute yourself to begin.
Hello, my name is Joel Shore. I'm a member of the Sailors Union of the Pacific. Been a merchant seaman for over a decade and recently a longshoreman. I was raised in Oakland. I remember going to see the Oakland A's, sitting in the bleachers, seeing Darryl Strawberry. At the same time, I'm opposed to this EIR. I feel that the way that this project has been proposed, it looks very nice. People are talking about raising a family here. I'm a family person. I like to take my daughter down to Middle Harbor Park. I think that a good way to expand public access to the waterfront would be to have more access to that shoreline. And these underlying issues of affordable housing and creating an environment where people who work in the port will not be able to afford to live around here is going to exacerbate.
Thank you. Bender Baines is next.
Yes, hi. I'm opposed to this ballpark. This is local 10, Bender Baines. I don't understand how you guys are going to have fireworks at the ballpark when we got big ships coming with flammable cargo. I mean, don't you think that's going to cause any type of catastrophic failure? I mean, you talking about your kids going out here to this ballpark, but what about when you passing by all these tent homes with all these homeless people? That's damn near the age of your kids.
Bender Baines, we apologize. If you can unmute yourself again, you have 30 seconds left.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Okay, so, I mean, you got people that's different Teamsters and locals that's stabbing us in our back. I mean, you're taking the kids to the game. I mean, you're not going to see nothing good besides tent homes out there. You know, you got fireworks going off at the baseball, at the park, and that could cause a big blowout, especially with carrying flammable cargo on the ships. I think I should oppose it. Everybody else should oppose it as well.
Thank you for your comments, John.
Hi, as a resident of Jack London, please certify this EIR. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create a world-class waterfront for Oakland and its residents, where you can rise beyond the parochial and narrow-minded view that a parking lot is more important than a public park, housing of any income level, and a sports complex. That's what's really at stake here. A private parking lot versus a destination park and sports complex for our community. Please, council members, put your community first. And when this is approved, perhaps you and all of the ILWU and Port Authority officials opposed to this EIR can work together to rein in Schnitzer steel and the port gravels facility pollution, which is actually corrupting the environment of West Oakland and is causing much more harm than could ever be done by Howard Terminal. Thanks.
Thank you. Shoham is next. Shoham F.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. We're going to take much of your time. I am not an Oakland resident, but I am a fan of the Oakland A's, and please vote yes on Howard Terminal. I feel that this is it's a great stadium and it's a great location, and I can't wait to go there. The problem that I see is that a user by the name of Trash Night Heron is poisoning the well and spreading misinformation about the ballpark proposal. And that's because he is being taught and paid for by the East Oakland Stadium and the Lions. In short, say yes, the Coliseum is outdated, go Oakland.
Thank you. Ms. Olabala, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. When the issue of the port workers being impacted, and that represents, according to someone speaking tonight, 70% of the workers are African Americans. That's why it's so easy to not protect their jobs. You do very little to serve the interests of African Americans, no matter what the agenda is. At the same time, you know fully well that the labor unions, the building unions are denying jobs to African Americans. You started working on solving that issue. You dropped the ball when the unions refused, some of the unions and most of the unions refused to give you the breakdown by race of their memberships. And after that, you did nothing about solving this issue. So no to labor unions getting any contracts, yes to protecting the majority African-American port workers.
Bo Logo.
My name is Bo Longo. I'm a third generation longshoreman at the Port of Oakland. I just want to say first, the construction of the stadium can be built anywhere in the city of Oakland, but it's currently set to encroach upon the space within our jurisdiction. Will have a grave consequence for our working conditions and the shifts that we run day and night. This construction will also encroach upon the community of West Oakland, perpetuating gentrification, which Oakland does not need more of. Our tax dollars should not be spent on displacing Black folks in Oakland. Also, you keep saying the project will provide jobs for West Oakland community. There's no promise that the future employees will solely be West Oakland natives. New hires could be sourced from anywhere. Furthermore, there's no promise that these positions would provide a livable wage. Lastly, I want to say I oppose this plan and urge the commissioners to vote no. Thank you for your time.
And the last person who has their hand raised at the call of this extended queue is Tyrell. Please unmute yourself and you may begin your comments.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say, a lot of great points have been shared on both sides of the field. No deal is perfect, but I got to be honest, in absence of this deal, I can't see what's better. I don't know what alternatives you guys are presenting. If the Oakland A's did leave, what are you going to do with that land? What are you going to do with the ports? How are you going to make it better? For everyone who's raising concerns about the toxicity and environment, where were you before the Oakland A's considered this Howard Terminal location? Where was the outcry there? Where were we concerned about toxicity and pollution? And maybe we were for West Oakland, and we should continue to do what we need to do to make that better. But at the end of the day, I have yet to see a waterfront stadium park in any of the locations, San Diego, Seattle, actually lose out on the deal, lose out on value by creating that. If not, it's been an economic driver for the city and also a tourist destination. Let's do better, Oakland, and being able to be ready to step up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was the last of the public hearing speakers that you called to speak.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you actually to the entire clerk team. You're doing a great job this evening, as is the entire staff. And thanks to the members of the public for joining and for sharing all of your comments. As we typically do, I do want to invite the council member of the district to begin if you so choose. And I know that there are a few of us who have a number of questions.
Yes, and I'll just be brief because so many people just shared a lot of their information that was personal and deeply heartfelt, and there are multiple positions around this issue. There's also a lot of misinformation that's going on and circulating that's problematic, but I think one of the things that I really want to understand from the city staff is where we are on the development agreement, as this process is a little out of order from what is typically done for these types of projects. I want to ask, I'm not sure if Betsy Lake is on the line or who from the city administrator's office can answer the question, but where are we in that process for being closer to a development agreement? And did the A's ever approve the term sheet from July? I don't know where we are with their perspective on that. And once again, if you are watching Oakland Athletics management, I would like to have a conversation with you directly, but through the chair to our administration. Those two questions are my first two questions.
Thank you. Let's start there, and then I'll move on to Councilmember Kalb. I'll call on myself. And council members, please raise your hands to get in the queue. Betsy Lake, please go ahead.
Thank you. Betsy Lake, Assistant City Administrator. I think the purpose of today, of course, is to discuss the EIR. With respect to the development agreement, we are continuing to negotiate with the Oakland Athletics and are in the process of drafting that development agreement and working with you and stakeholders and others on the community benefits. But really today is about the EIR and the jurisdictional ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we are in the middle of our hearing on the EIR and the jurisdictional ordinance. Councilmember Kalb, we'll go to you next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President, and to everybody who's been with us all afternoon and evening. So I'll go right to it. I have to the staff, I have a few questions and a few comments to make, and I have several of them, so I'm going to try to go over them quickly. And I don't want to shortcut your answers, but if you can get straight to the answer, that might save some time because it is getting late and other people want to talk. First question is, can staff explain how all the mitigation measures relating to air quality are supposed to reduce the expected air pollution emissions caused by the project, and how can the council adjust and even add to the suite of air quality mitigation measures after the EIR is certified? And what are the implementation processes for the air pollution mitigation measures that the West Oakland community might be particularly interested in, and how will the mitigation projects be selected or prioritized? That's a handful. So that's the first question.
Okay, let's start there. Pete Bowman, Bureau of Planning. So on air quality, there's two thresholds that need to be addressed. There's the operational and construction emissions regarding toxic air contaminants, and those are fixed numbers, and mitigations have been identified that would help the project sponsor get those down to meet that threshold level. I'll come back to the suite of different mitigations in a moment. The second threshold issue is with regard to health risk. And given that the background levels already exceed that threshold, they essentially have to mitigate to being zero to no emissions that are addressing health risk or impacting health risk. So there's a number of items that are outlined within the air quality mitigations that provide paths that they could, or measures that they could implement to get those down. And one of the issues is that, you know, the TAC emissions, toxic air contaminant emissions, are really more of like an air basin issue, but the health risk issues are a localized issue. So there is a preference on those more localized measures, first, like from the project itself, nearby measures, and through comments through the air district, we added more specifics from the WOCAP specifically into that mitigation, so that it really sets sort of a preference on doing those measures localized. And as the project sponsor, they would actually be able to get sort of double credit for those things, because some of the things that reduce tax will also reduce the health risk. So that's kind of the way that the mitigation is set up. We've also got Brian Schuster on the line from ESA if there's more detail that you want, but that's sort of the generalized response.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I know people, especially people who live in or live or work or go to West Oakland a lot, or parts of West Oakland, will have ongoing questions about the mitigation measures, how they're implemented, how they're prioritized, what more can be done to monitor, and so on. So I want us to be aware of that. Just approving an EIR doesn't mean we're done. It means that, on the contrary, it means we're just starting. So I want to make sure we're clear about that. I want to just state for clarity, for the public's awareness, there's a brief section in the EIR regarding diesel backup generators. And I just want to make it clear that Vice Mayor Kaplan and I will be submitting a resolution to the council to ensure that the city administration analyzes all the available non-diesel fuel, the clean fuel backup generator options in a timely fashion to make sure that the community doesn't get stuck with these unhealthy diesel generators for this project or anywhere else for that matter in Oakland. So I just want to make sure people are aware of that. Regarding there's also a mention in the EIR about our current law that we have, that we passed, to require all new buildings to be all electric. And I want to make it clear, and I want verification publicly on the record, that the EIR is not attempting to or implying the creation of any new category for a waiver of the all electric requirement for new buildings, and that at least one among the existing list of circumstances in the building code must be met to be considered for even a possible waiver, and no waiver is guaranteed. So, Mr. Bowman, do you concur with that statement?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on. I want to go quickly. I know it's a lot. There has been a question as to the pending toxics remediation action plan and the state DTSC responsibility of making sure toxics are remediated throughout the project site. I just want to say that the city, in my belief, the city and port should urge DTSC to require a strong remediation plan, in my opinion. And even though the state is the responsible primary agency when it comes to toxics remediation, I believe we, the city, and all the state and all the agency stakeholders should work together to enable and urge full transparency in the development and implementation of the remediation plan. So I just want to state that on the record, public. And we have a process underway to help with that, although you know, we rely on DTSC, the state agency, to do something strong, and I hope they do. I'm going to move on. Next point I want to make. Given that these new buildings will be around for several decades, there's information in the EIR dealing with electric vehicles. The state is already formally proposing that widespread electric vehicle availability and adoption occur within 15 years. Yet new buildings are going to be around for 50, 60, 70 years. So I strongly believe that we in the city need to increase our percentage requirement for parking space EV readiness, clean vehicle EV readiness for new development projects, not just this project, all of this is what we're talking about tonight, but for all new projects. And so I think it's more cost effective to do that. And I think we need to update our building code accordingly. And so I intend to work with our planning and building department and our sustainability team staff to update that so we have stronger EV readiness requirements for our entire city going forward. So here's my next question. The project developer must by law make sure that there's no net increase in emissions of heat trapping greenhouse gases. And the EIR opens the door for a possible based on the state law, a possible GHG offsets program to achieve this. I want to make sure that our city's sustainability manager, those who most in our city know most about greenhouse gas emission reductions in our climate action plan leaders, not only review, but I want them to be able to sign off on any GHG offsets plan that is allowed for in this project. And so I want to make sure that we put that into place. And I just need to know to staff, how best can we, the city council, create a process that requires not just planning department sign off, but sustainability manager sign off. Is there a quick answer to that question?
One thing I would say is, as you know, for this project, it's going to be a phased project. So each of these projects would come in with final development permits in the future, even after the initial project approvals. And a lot of times we will merge or update mitigations with our standard conditions of approval. So we do have standard conditions of approval regarding greenhouse gas plans. When individual projects come in, we could sort of create a formulaic template that would apply to all of them going forward, where we would essentially, you know, the mitigation is already the mitigation as it is now, and it's sufficient, but we could add in an additional reviewing responsible body in addition to planning.
Okay, so if I
deciding who that designation would be.
Okay, if I need to pass a resolution at the council to do that, let's you and I talk offline here to make sure that happens later this year. I'm going to keep on moving. I have a few more to go. Due to the very obvious global climate crisis, sea level rise is going to be a reality, not just here, but everywhere, all around all the coasts, all the continents. And it could impact, I suppose, this project, given that it's right on the waterfront. So the question that people have asked me, and I think I heard someone ask that today, is how are the impacts, the reality of eventual sea level rise planned for and described in the final EIR? If you could just summarize that briefly, that'd be very helpful.
Yeah, so so the proposal at the project site is actually to raise the grade of the site so that all of the floor plates would come up. The edge of the wharf is actually the high end of the site, and it slopes back and then out inland. And then what they would be doing is bringing in fill to raise the level of the site up. And what that does is it accommodates, I believe it's the 2050 projections, and then they include additional adaptability measures in the, I think it's the H++ scenario for 2100, for where it has sort of the highest potential sea level rise. And they have adaptability measures included that would be able to respond to that.
Okay, that's something that I think a lot of people will want to monitor going forward, and that's over quite a lengthy period of time. Okay, I have three more questions here. This next one deals with pedestrian safety. As you heard from some stakeholders, some railroad expert stakeholders, there's a lot of concern regarding grade separated and at-grade safety measures, and people are asking, well, can we close the pedestrian rail crossing at grade crossings at a couple of the streets during game days? Can we, add a second pedestrian bridge in addition to the one that's planned for either connected with or separate from the vehicle crossing? And here's the main question. When the California Public Utilities Commission goes through their process, and that is a required part of rail safety, will the city be advocating for strong safety measures to the PUC and letting them know that we're okay with strong safety measures? Pedestrian safety is a high priority.
Yes, so as the at-grade crossings are currently designed, they comply with the guidelines of the FHA and ACTC and the CPUC. I'm not sure if the word is guidelines, or their requirements. And with all the measures put in place, that all is going to eventually be subject to their review and approval. They may potentially say, close this one, or add these different modifications, or do this or that. And essentially, whatever they approve is what's going to be required to be installed. What's been designed has been designed based on the standards. With regard to closing access points, there's a lot of complications and feasibility issues with that, because when you start closing off these crossings, those crossings actually provide access to businesses and properties, and you would be basically taking that access away. So that becomes, condemnation issues. And then the multiple grade separations that we've also heard about as well, that it also brings in complications with regard to just building the infrastructure in, and those approaches start to take away driveways on numerous off-site properties. And as the multiple grade separations come into the project site, if there's two of them coming in at MLK and Market Street, they're both raised, and as they start to come down to grade, numerous streets on the on-site project would be raised streets, and it would basically take away access to the frontage on, I think it was 11 of the 18 development blocks within the project site. So that's why we were saying that it was an issue with regard to feasibility.
I understand.
Long-winded response.
I understand there's things to weigh plus and minus, but I do hope that we continue our prioritization of pedestrian safety or pedestrian and bicycle safety, even if there are impacts that are not positive because of that. Pedestrian safety, pedestrian bicycle safety is still paramount. And I think we should all just remind ourselves of that. I know you know that, but let's all not forget that going forward. And to remind the public, the PUC, state PUC, will have a lot of decision-making authority here. So for those who want to lobby for stronger pedestrian safety measures when it comes to rail crossings and such, the PUC process, which we hope will happen not too pretty soon, is where we could do that. Two more questions. One, and that second to last question is, does the EIR assume that AC transit buses, there'll be additional AC transit buses on game day beyond what their regular service is? Because AC transit is struggling financial-wise like we all are. And so I'm wondering how that would happen. My understanding is there will be paid for, A's will pay for shuttle buses or vans from BART stations, and that's great. But I think AC transit will have some impacts. And I just want to ask the city to read the most recent letter from AC Transit that we received and do their best to address their concerns when finalizing our transportation demand management plan later in the year. That's just a statement. And then my final question is, at the beginning of the presentation, there was a brief mention of the maritime reservation scenario, and this relates to seaport capital planning and so on. Could you explain what we're being asked to adopt in terms of the final EIR as it relates to the maritime reservation scenario in the turning basin? I want to make sure there's clarity as to what we're being asked to adopt and what we're not being asked to adopt, and who makes the final decision on this turning basin question.
Yeah, good question. So again, there's been a lot of confusion about that. The maritime reservation scenario is not the turning basin project. That is a whole separate project that the port is in working with the Army Corps right now, analyzing, and they're doing a feasibility analysis of it right now. What the maritime reservation scenario is, it's acknowledging that that turning basin may happen, and as part of the port term sheet with the A's, they had a number of areas within the project site that cuts the site back up to 10 acres. So what that maritime reservation scenario really is, it's looking at what would be the impacts of the project on a smaller site area in the event that that maximum 10-acre take back occurred. So it could be anywhere between not happening at all, which is the baseline project, and then it could be 1 acre, 2 acres, or all the way up to 10 acres. So we looked at the maximum extent of, basically putting the same development program as proposed into a smaller site area. So it's not getting to what is the turning basin, it's getting to what additional impacts might potentially happen because the same development is happening on a smaller site.
I understand. My understanding is that a part of this potential 10-acre take back or keeping that this port would keep and not be part of the overall project, part of that would be used or would need to be used for that expanded turning basin option if they go forward with that. So there is a relationship there.
That's correct. And then the ultimate site plan would modify to adapt to that. So what the EIR is doing, it's looking at what would that maximum be. So it could be somewhere in between But whatever the resulting, site plan is with the cut for the turning basin, we know that all of those additional potential impacts have been studied and analyzed.
And does this final follow-up question to this? Does the Port Commission have the final say, the final unilateral say to use most or all of that 10 acres and keep it for the port and the turning basin? Is it their decision?
It is part of the term sheet agreement. I don't know the specifics of it. I know that there's certain year terms and they have to do certain measures before that, in order to take it back. And I believe the port said that they believe that they have done what they need to do in order to implement that now. I don't know if Danny Wan is still on, if the port director, Danny Wan, is still on to respond to that or not. But that's my understanding. Once again, it's part of their term sheet. So I'm not real clear on all, I don't know the exact details.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. That was my last question. If CEO Danny Wan is here, maybe he can give a brief answer. Other than that, those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalb. Great questions. Danny Wan is here. Mr. Wan, please go ahead.
Sure. Yes, the exclusive negotiation agreement allows the port to exercise taking back up to 10 acres for the turning basin widening. If we don't, presuming that we did a feasibility study and a financial plan. So we're well on our way to getting that feasibility study done. The Army Corps, which will be the project sponsor, already released a draft feasibility study for widening both the inner and outer harbor terminal in December of last year. And the final feasibility study, including a financial analysis, is expected by June of 2023. So this is well on its way. We expect that if the shipping size trend continues, that we will be exercising that up to 10 acres according to the feasibility study.
Okay, thank you. I would just say to the port, if it makes sense in terms of the port stakeholders thinking that's the best way to go forward for the port operations and business, I would hope that you make the decision to take advantage of that option. I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two questions to ask, then we will go to Councilmember Gallo. My first question, we heard a few comments about gondola. I know that the report said that the A's have not submitted an application for the gondola, and it is included as a project variant, but I do want to ask the staff to clarify whether we are approving that or not tonight.
No findings have been provided for environmental clearance or to respond to any of the impacts of that. So in the event that they came forward with an application for it in the future, all of those findings would then again be before the council to say yes or no to that. And, so none of the statement of overriding considerations on impacts are that are before you this evening would address the gondola whatsoever.
Thank you for that clarification. So we heard earlier in the presentation that some of the significant and unavoidable impacts that we're discussing in this EIR include wind impacts, air quality, noise, historic resources, and transportation. I do want to focus on the increased traffic that will impact pedestrian safety, air quality, as well as physical blight to some of our neighborhoods, as well as cultural and historical resources in our city, such as in West Oakland and in Chinatown. I have a few related questions here. One is, can you share with us if and how those impacts were studied in the EIR and how they will be addressed? I understand that's primarily through the transportation mitigation plan, and that plan is on a certain timeline, which I think would be helpful for us and the public to hear, so that we have a clear sense of when certain studies will be done to find out more about the traffic impacts in neighborhoods such as Chinatown and how that TMP will be revised and then approved as it is revised. So if you can share a little bit more about the traffic impacts, that would be helpful.
Yeah, sure. just to respond to the question about the air quality real quick. So the mobile emissions from the project, those were quantified, and that is required to be addressed by the air quality mitigations. With regard to the traffic, transportation and traffic and the TMP, the mitigation for the TMP does two things. As a mitigation under CEQA, it addresses the BMT issue by setting forth measures that reduce the trip generation to and from the project site for the ballpark.
Excuse me, Mr. Volman.
Yes.
This is really technical. Let's make sure we're explaining acronyms. So VM, vehicle miles traveled.
Right, I do
and again,
apologize.
TMP, the transportation.
Right, yeah. So the TMP is the transportation management plan.
Thank you.
BMT is vehicle miles traveled, and that is what the CEQA threshold is when it relates to transportation. So transportation CEQA thresholds used to be based on what's called LOS, or level of service of intersections, and it's based on delay time of cars getting through intersections and based on the time of delay. The state law actually changed that so that LOS is no longer the measure for CEQA impacts, and it is now solely based upon, or not solely based upon, but that metric for level of service is gone, and it's now based upon vehicle miles traveled. So what the TMP does as a mitigation addresses that vehicle miles traveled threshold issue for the EIR. So that's sort of the CEQA component of it. The other component of the transportation management plan is being that it's a living document and is put forth with measures to sort of manage game day transportation. So, one of the, items that was discussed this evening with regard to the additional study for that within, with the Chinatown working group that we've been having meetings with, is that is going to sort of further help implementation of the operational measures of the transportation management plan, and it doesn't respond to the CEQA impact piece of that. So that's what the plan is, to sort of identify where could traffic control officers be located within the area and sort of what other game day measures could be put into place. I hope that answers the question.
That's helpful. One last follow-up. So as you said, the TMP, the Transportation Mitigation Plan, is a living document. There's a Chinatown study. Maybe there will be other studies in the future, but that Chinatown study is not going to be complete for several months. As the TMP is revised, I understand it's going to be subject to review and approval by the city. Whom exactly will approve it, and when will those approvals happen? I think what I'm trying to get at here is that for Chinatown and West Oakland, who will likely be impacted by traffic, I want to make sure that there are ways for those communities to have a voice in what those mitigation measures are, and for the council to also be able to review those measures and approve them.
Understood. So the TMP is set up and it has the framework of stakeholders and approving bodies, numerous agencies, transportation agencies, local neighborhoods. Everybody kind of has a piece in the discussion of how it gets implemented. Ultimately at the end of the day, it needs to be implemented by the project sponsor, but the city is the approving body, and that would pretty much rest within planning and Department of Transportation.
Thank you. So that is an administrative approval then?
So the first revised versions, so right now what we've agreed to do is do this update so that when the project approvals come forward, there would be an updated version. So when the project approvals come forward, there will be an additional updated version from the draft version that was included in with the draft EIR. It's anticipated that there would be additional versions too, leading into, getting ready for opening day.
Okay, and so does that mean that as the ultimate approval, the development agreement comes to council for consideration, there will perhaps likely be a revised transportation mitigation plan that would be part of that whole package, so that the council then would have another opportunity with more information to take a look at the transportation, the traffic and congestion and pedestrian safety, et cetera, those type of impacts.
Correct. That is the plan.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Councilmember Gaio.
Thank you. Thank you. And I first want to give thanks to the many speakers and organizations that came forth and asked many questions, made many comments and recommendations. So I'm extremely grateful for their advice and recommendations. To the city staff, just for a clear understanding, you know, a while back before we started this whole process, you know, we made a statement that this development project was a 10-year development project, but that the Oakland A's had only committed to a 10-year extension after the development of the project. Is that still in place?
I'm sorry, that would be terms that I wouldn't have been involved in as the staff planner with regard to
Betsy Lake. Yeah. So anyways, that's, you know, that always stayed with me from the very beginning, that it would take 10 years to develop the project, but afterwards the A's were only making a 10-year commitment to stay in Oakland. Secondly, the other question I have is regarding the jurisdictional ordinance that we have on in front of us today. Can you please explain to me, does that mean that the city of Oakland will take on the liability, whether it's legal or the cost for the project? And what is the responsibility that the Port of Oakland will have since we're taking over that jurisdiction?
Thank you. To the staff.
Yes, Molly Mabrin on?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm here. Through the chair, Councilmember Gaio, I'm not sure I fully understand the question. Could you restate it?
So right now, the ordinance that we're recommending jurisdictional control, right? I mean, we're basically taking some responsibility away from the Port of Oakland. We're absorbing that responsibility. I just want to know what is the city's liability and the cost will be by taking that action now.
I see. Well, I probably should defer any questions about liability to Beejel if she wants to, our city attorney, to take those. But in general, the additional responsibilities that we're taking on are really for administering planning approvals. And all of our planning approvals are fully funded through fees, just, you know, not for this project, but just citywide. So when a developer comes in and says, you know, I want a rezoning, or I need to do this EIR, or I want you to look at a final development plan, we have the city's master fee schedule, which you update annually, and we work on a cost recovery basis for all of those services.
Why is it necessary at this time to be able to create or put forth this ordinance?
Excuse me. I think I've been standing here for too long. The ordinance, as was mentioned in my presentation, is necessary before we can bring any of the other project approvals that are being sought by the applicant to the Planning Commission and then the council for consideration. We do need that clarity and those additional jurisdictional responsibilities to apply our planning code fully to this site.
But isn't that a practice until the deal from the Oakland A's comes back when we implement that action? Because we haven't seen their development agreement, or at least even a projection. I mean, we talked a lot about it, but I haven't seen it in writing. What it could be, you know, who will, at the end of the day, be responsible for the expenditures, whether it's, you know, the city of Oakland takes out additional bonds or other ways to subsidize the project. You know, we're not very clear how that will all come about. And considering the fact that Oakland right now financially is challenged, I still would like to at least get a projection in terms of the cost for this project. How long will it take to finalize this project? And yet I heard in the beginning that the A's, after the project, only had committed to 10 years of a contract to stay in Oakland. And secondly, and at the end, and I'll leave this be, I know it's short of time, but I'm really interested in the cost that this city of Oakland may have to absorb in order to develop this project. And let's say the deal doesn't work out in between our development. Does that mean the city of Oakland will wind up with additional costs to complete it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Guy. I know there's a few people who want to speak to this. I do see the city attorney's hand up, so I will call on Doriana Moreno first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to clarify that the item that's under S5-2, the jurisdictional item, and I'm oversimplifying, but this is an administrative procedure to clarify under the city charter that the city would implement its planning procedures on this project. The city of Oakland has the planning department. We generally implement those procedures. And so this is just a clarification that the city would perform its usual role in the planning approvals and so forth and the procedures for this project. That's all that is. It is not about shifting liability. It is not about the development project itself. It's just clarifying the roles of the city and the port in the planning process.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, we can move on to Councilmember Taylor.
Regarding the question of who is responsible for what, how we're.
Thank you. Let me begin by just, I guess, reiterating the appreciation and thanks for the city staff and others who have been driving this whole EIR process. It has been, there's a lot. I mean, I've got 3,500 pages of materials that I've been trying to get through. And a huge amount of work. So just want to appreciate all that's gone into it. I know with all of those who commented, provided feedback from the community, the different organizations and individuals, and then having those responded to individually and collectively in the document. It's definitely a thorough sort of body of work. And a few questions that I have, I was checking off the ones that have already been asked. With respect to the toxic cleanup, I know a couple of things that sort of jumped out. One is the monitoring. One of the public commenters asked about the monitoring and what that process is for accessing the soil underneath, say, if once concrete's poured over, et cetera. I think that's one that I didn't know the answer to, so would love to hear that. It relates to the, I guess, the MMRP.
Are done with respect to the use of tax financing.
One of the questions that was raised by, I think it was Ms. Schiff, was who is responsible for that? Like, what are the roles, responsibilities for the managing of the MMRP? And being clear about that in the,
what I'm talking about
in the response. With respect to the jurisdictional ordinance that we're deciding as S5-2,
but
does that need to be done before we take a vote on the EIR? Do we need to give ourselves that ability? Is there a sequence that needs to happen, or is that just all done together? I wasn't clear on that. And then my understanding for the Seaport compatibility measures, which is absolutely important. We've heard so many commenters about how the potential for the business impact for the port and the jobs and the industry, and that needs to be evaluated. I just wanted to be clear on, I think what I heard is that because it's business and economic and not environmental, it's not something that is directly in the scope of the EIR, and that would be covered through, I guess, as part of the other documents that get finished up. But I just wanted to confirm what the timeline is for the Seaport compatibility measures that are being evaluated. I understand that there are conversations and taking place between the port and those stakeholders, but wanted to be clear on what that was as well. I did just also want to just acknowledge, I think it was Wiggy from West Oakland, and the quote that she said stuck with me, that from her perspective, everyone can get what they want. We just have to work together. And I think that's in general where we are, and what we're trying to do is create that win-win where everybody can get what they want, where we address the environmental impact issues, mitigating them, and by working together, I know that we can do that. So those are the questions that I had. Would love to hear some feedback or responses from staff.
Sure.
Or Director Juan.
I can jump in on a few of those. So for the soil monitoring, that's really going to be something that's a call from DTSC. I know that they do have, soil monitoring systems that go, you can see them in the concrete now, but really that's going to be a call for them to do that. That's really not within our area of expertise. So that's going to be part of the whole plan that they take forward to DTSC for review and approval. With regard to the mitigation monitoring reporting program responsibilities, that would fall to planning staff to making sure that all those measures are implemented. Through the MMRP, there's often different agencies within the city have certain pieces, but planning is pretty much kind of the clearinghouse, so to speak, to make sure that everybody's got every piece and making sure that everybody's reviewed and signed off what they're supposed to do before any of the phases of the project can move forward. With regard to the EIR versus the ordinance, which comes first, the EIR would need to come first because the ordinance would rely upon that. So in the sequence of the items before you, it is going to be the EIR certification item first, and then the jurisdictional ordinance because it relies upon that. For the seaport compatibility measures, you had mentioned the sort of, the economic and business issues. The EIR does identify certain measures that respond to issues with the maritime, land use conflicts, and those are seen as being items that would be incorporated as seaport compatibility measures in addition to other measures, as would be our recommendation for the grade separation alternative as the project.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not sure if Director Juan had anything to add from the port's stand on the seaport compatibility measures, but I just want to follow up. One thing that the comments elevated is the costs, and I know Councilmember Gallo emphasized as well. I'm not quite sure I heard a clear answer on cost overruns, and when we talk about some of the MMRP responsibilities, I think that also raised the question of the additional scope, responsibility, staffing, et cetera. How is that covered cost-wise? So just want to throw that in, and then I'm complete. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Juan, and then we'll go to Betsy Lake.
Sure. I'll just supplement what was the answer on the seaport compatibility measures. So there are several places where the seaport compatibility measures live. Number one, we city staff and the port staff work very, very hard together to make sure that what the port, and after consultation with our stakeholders through many of the meetings, to make sure that those measures that are feasible are actually included as part of the project in the EIR, because that is one of the methods we enforce these measures to make sure that these conditions are imposed. So one of the places the EIR. So in December 16 letter I sent to you, we outlined all the recommendations that is included in the EIR. So if today you approve the EIR, final EIR, we will in fact make a lot of those compatibility measures part of the project already. So that's number one place where it lives. Another place that the compatibility measures live is in the port's exclusive negotiation agreement itself. So let me give you some examples. One of the things that our stakeholders are very concerned about is the distance between residential development and the industrial use. In the exclusive negotiation agreement, we do provide that the residential developments is not in the parcels next to the industrial. I mean, the residential parcels is buffered away from the industrial uses with some buffering lots. Number two, for example, the exclusive negotiating does not give the Oakland A's any water rights at all. They only have land, so therefore they have no access to water. They cannot put boats in the water. They cannot put things in the water that interferes with the seaport uses. And also, we as the part of the the exclusive negotiating group requires the tenants and residents that move into the project years later, decades later from now, to waive their ability to make claims against our industrial users based on nuisance claims. So a lot of these things are built in to the exclusive negotiating agreement. As well, when we talked about the transportation management plan, that's been a subject of a lot of discussion so far, that is also part of very much trying to separate trucking traffic away from residential and all stadium traffic. So a lot of the measures that's in the transportation plan that the city and the port staff work together on very hard is directed to separating port traffic away from the project traffic. So, and then there are other places we're going to work on. The city and the port staff are now working on jointly together on the industrial use plan as part of the city's general plan amendment that's upcoming. That's intended to address another one of our industrial stakeholders' concern, is that we continue to work on buffering industrial uses from residential other uses so that we can have space for industrial users. So there are many places where these reside, and it provides the framework for continued working on implementation those to make sure that they actually work. So we're going to be continuing to engage our stakeholders, and so will the city.
Thank you. Betsy Lake?
And I think actually with respect to the cost related to the EIR, I'm going to let Pete take the start.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, the question about, cost of implementing the MMRP. I'm assuming you meant like covering costs for monitoring the plan?
Yeah, through the chair. For staff, are we just overburdening staff with who are already stretched thin, or do we actually have a way of supporting the time and the bandwidth that will be needed from city staff to do the monitoring and the implementing the MMRP?
Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to make sure that was the question. Yeah, so all of that is covered by permit fees. So in planning and building, we recover all of our work through the permit fees. So it'd be through the planning fees as well as building permit fees. And all of those pieces come together. So for all the staff time on that, it is recovered. And yes, we're short staffed and we'd love to have more staff, but that's part of the job.
And so then sorry, Madam Chair. So the follow-up then, you're talking about one-time fees that cover the ongoing expenses over the duration of the MMRP?
No, it would be as project phases come in, those permit fees would cover the implementation. So as each individual project phase comes forward, each of those phases will have their own additional permit fees, in addition to all the permit fees that have been paid right now for review of the environmental document, as well as all of the other application submittals that are pending moving forward on the ordinance. However, the MOU allowed them to file those, and they have paid all the permit fees associated with those as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Councilmember Reed.
Thank you, and thank the public speakers, staff, many who have been reaching out to our office on just this significant project milestone while we are all working to ensure that the benefits, the impacts, the concerns, and the opportunities with this project is brought forth in a transparent, community-driven, and equity-focused process. This project is a big deal for all of us, and we are believing for a project of this magnitude to deliver more and not less as we work to revitalize, transform our city, and uplift impacted communities for generations to come. And so just encouraging everyone to stay involved and certainly to help maintain the accountability as we serve you in this process. I too appreciate the prior questions and responses. A number of my questions have been addressed, and yet I have some remaining. I want to just clarify that we heard public comments and certainly questions here related to the cost of this project. And I just wanted to confirm, if you could confirm for the public, are we approving anything in this EIR related to imposing financial obligations?
No.
Okay. And then through the chair, if, just to further clarify, if we approve the EIR, will it affect taxpayers or obligate the city entering into a DDA or approval of the Waterfront District project?
No, those would all be separate applications that would come before this body after stopping at Planning Commission. That's where you'd be making decisions based upon the merits of the project and the contents that are put forth in the development agreement.
Thank you. I have several more questions. The next is the range of the projected building heights stated in the agenda report. It ranged from 50 feet to 600 feet. When will we have more clarity on those building heights in this project to be approved for the public with those questions?
Yeah, so the EIR studied the maximum heights. The preliminary development plan piece from the plan unit development application, when those come forward, it'll have that information in there. So when the PUD comes forward, what it'll have a preliminary development plan that will still set those maximum heights and will have design guidelines associated with it, and how they need to shape and step the buildings and everything like that. And each development block will show the maximum height. And you won't know until those individual projects come forward, which would be under the future final development permits, if people decide. So you have 18 blocks, say there's block 8 that can go to be built to 400 feet, and I'm just pulling a number out. I may be getting the block number wrong, but just say it's block 8 that could maybe be built to 400 feet. A developer could potentially come in and just say, I'm only building to 200 feet. It's just that preliminary development plan would give the allowances to potentially go up to that height if approved initially under that PUD application.
Okay, that's helpful. I had questions and want to confirm if, through the chair of the Harbor Safety Committee and the U.S. Coast Guard's provided public response to questions around water safety, enforcement, and those mitigation measures.
Yeah, so according to our consultants, the Harbor Safety Committee submitted a comment letter on the draft EIR. The final EIR responded to its comments on pages 5222 through 5-227 in the response to comments document. The consultants that prepared the EIR also corresponded directly with the U.S. Coast Guard on water safety and public service issues when preparing the draft EIR. The Coast Guard provided detailed information that was used to prepare the document, but they did not submit any comments on the draft EIR.
Okay. Can you restate the timing through the chair that we are including the seaport compatibility measures being incorporated into this process?
So that would come with the development entitlements and eventually with the port final deal. I see Director Danny Wan hopping on, because the seaport compatibility measures were originally part of that port and A's term sheet, and they would be implemented when I believe it's the land deal takes place. And I'll pass it on to Danny.
So thank you. So number one, the measures, the compatibility measures, such as some of the water safety measures and the transportation spreading, dividing the traffic from the port versus the project traffic, and also measures that include the rail safety. If you pick alternative 3, which you recommend, the inclusion of the grade separation, which is one of those compatibility measures to separate traffic from train traffic. Those are all Seaport compatibility measures that if you approve the EIR, they become part of the MMRP, and they all will also be included in the port's transactional documents for the A's. And so we will mirror each other. So the requirements in the EIR and the requirements under the lease agreement between the A's and the port will mirror each other in those respects under the EIR. And I also mentioned before that the exclusive negotiation that's already in effect, as some of those compatible measures already in the agreement. So if this project goes forward, those same obligations on the Oakland A's will be then translated into this lease agreement as well. And then any kind of refinements within the context of what I just talked about will also be included in the lease agreement between the A's and the Oakland and the Port of Oakland. So there's 3 places where it lives: in the EIR, in the exclusive negotiation agreement, and as well as the lease agreement between the port and the Oakland A's.
Thank you. I will try to wrap up the next question into maybe.
Excuse me, Councilmember Reed, Bijal Patel from the Oakland City Attorney raised her hand, so she may wish to speak to the prior Seaport compatibility item.
Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. I just wanted to note that the resolution that was just passed by the council right before this item, and I think Betsy was going to say the same thing, but that in it there is a requirement that there's an informational report brought to the council by the city administrator of the Seaport compatibility measures prior to consideration of the DA. So the council would have access to that information before you take action on the development agreement.
That is right. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. The next 2 questions I'll just put together because I want to make sure I heard this response with Councilmember Kalb's questions related to the proposed railroad crossings being consistent with CPUC standards and that proposed quad gate design being analyzed for public safety within this process. Were both of those addressed in the questions posed by Councilmember Kalb?
I apologize. I can't remember. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question regarding the quad gates?
The quad gates, have the proposed quad gate designs been analyzed for public safety, and are the proposed railroad crossings consistent with standards?
That is my understanding, yes.
For both?
Yes, I believe so.
And just finally, I want to clarify, or if you could clarify what analysis was done on whether or not there would be new replacement or modification of the fire station. There's been a lot of conversation certainly around permanent fire station at this location, and clarity on that analysis would be helpful.
Yeah, no problem. So initially when we were looking at the design of the layout, essentially Water Street being a major east-west connector into the sort of ballpark from Jack London Square, with the fire station kind of sitting right in the middle of that. There was a request to include a proposal or the option of removing that fire station so that you could have a more wide, grand approach to the ballpark. They have sort of 2 scenarios that were looked at, one with and without the fire station. The proposal does include to keep the fire station, but it also provides analysis in the event that the fire station is demolished and there would be a requirement that they would need to replace that fire station within the development project. So any impacts from that build out of a new fire station would have already been addressed in the overall analysis of the build out.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President Bas.
Thank you. Councilmember Tao.
Thank you, Council President. All of my questions have already been answered through all the questions that were previously asked by the council members. And so I'll just put my hand down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking through the queue to see if we've got new hands. Councilmember Taylor, is your hand up for a new round, or is that from before? And I believe that's from before. We can go to Vice Mayor.
Yeah, it was from before. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you for the conversation. In terms of the transportation management plan, I do believe I heard staff say that is not final in today's action, but rather will continue to be amended as we discussed in our resolution, which thank you to the attorney for reminding everyone that our resolution directed also that freight compatibility matters come back to the council and that they not be limited to only those in the EIR, but that further ones would be under consideration as well. And I wanted to make sure that staff caught the direction in the resolution regarding the transportation and access matters to consult with both the Commission on Persons with Disabilities and the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission to ensure that those plans are undertaken with the full input of those who have the expertise and who work specifically on that area, as well as the request from AC Transit to coordinate more fully with them in terms of the transit impacts and transit planning and their particular area of work and expertise. So first, if staff could just confirm that that is correct, that the TMP would then continue to be worked on and that you are aware of these directions regarding the additional input on that process.
Yes, it is a living document, and yes, we acknowledge the additions to the resolution.
Thank you so much. And I would also note that there are a couple of places, I believe Councilmember Kalb mentioned at least one of them in the MMRP, where there is a mention of the use of certain cleaner technology if it is available. And Councilmember Kalb and myself will be bringing that resolution regarding the non-diesel backup generators to make that clear, not only for this project, but for every project throughout the city. And I just wanted to comment briefly that the same principle should apply to the mention in the MMRP of the use of zero emission buses. It's great. It talks about zero emission buses in the MMRP, but then there's a caveat about, only if they really exist and are available. And I just wanted to make sure, as someone who has worked on the issue of zero emission buses directly, that they do exist and are available, just like the non-diesel generators do. And so I just wanted to, make sure to call that to staff's attention. And then in terms of the question, both of the gondola not being included and the question of the grade separation alternative, if staff could please state what is the specific staff recommendation regarding those pieces and any other alternatives or options that make up the staff recommendation.
Yeah, so with regard to the gondola, there actually is no recommendation regarding the gondola. We have not included any findings. So at this point, by adopting the motion that we're recommending, it would take no action on any single clearance for the gondola or other project variants. What we are requesting is that the council adopt mitigation or findings with mitigations for the grade separation alternative as the project. So it would basically be making that what the project will be with that roadway that goes above the rail tracks there into the site.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tao.
Yes, I actually do have a question in regards to the area in that space. Are we working closely with ACTC? I know that they're also moving forward many projects that have already been in the pipeline and been in the works. And so specifically in regards to a pedestrian crossing between Oakland and Alameda. And so I wanted to just make sure that city staff is taking that into consideration, and also taking into consideration the possibility of the off-ramp. I believe that is the off-ramp of Broadway onto Broadway, how ACTC is planning on the removal of that, and how that's going to impact any of the planning that we have going on with the ballpark and with Chinatown and congestion.
Yeah, so just referring to the pedestrian and bike bridge between Alameda and Oakland. That's really independent from this project. And we've responded to the comments on that in the final EIR as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to the staff, I believe that we may have our transportation consultant with us. Is it possible to get a little bit more information on the transportation or traffic studies if we have someone available?
Yeah, that would be Rob Reese.
Okay, Mr. Reese, if you are able to share a little bit more about any traffic studies and how that will feed into the continued revision and updating of the transportation management plan on the impacted communities, I think that would be helpful to hear.
Sure. This is Rob Reese with FEIR and Pierce. The traffic studies that we'll be looking at the movement of cars going through Chinatown as they go between the freeway to get to the parking garages that they reserve their parking at. And we'll also be looking at the pedestrians as they walk from the parking garages to the ballpark, as well as the pedestrians that are walking from the Lake Merritt BART station to the ballpark. And so all of that will be looked at. We did look at, for example, the pedestrian paths of travel from Lake Merritt to the ballpark, and identified a preliminary corridor where they would walk down 8th Street. So we'll be looking at that corridor as well as the other streets such as 9th for pedestrian activity and how it interacts with the cars. And we'll be looking for solutions such as traffic control officers and other techniques to manage those flows before ballpark events, during events, and after events. And we'll be looking at that, looking at the existing circulation system that exists today. And we'll also be looking at it under the conditions with the Oakland Alameda Access Project constructed, which is part of which is to remove the Broadway off-ramp.
Thank you for that additional information. So colleagues, I know it's late, but this is obviously a very important hearing. I'll invite you all to raise your hands for additional comments and questions. Councilmember Fife.
Yes, since we have Mr. Rice on the line, through the chair to our consultants, when will you all be looking at the issues that you just laid out for Councilmember Kalb?
For the Chinatown study, that will be undertaken in the next several months.
Can you be a little more specific?
Well, the study is going to take probably approximately 3 months to complete, and so we expect to start that study if the environmental document is accepted by the city council, then that clock starts ticking for doing that additional study of Chinatown. And so 3 months puts us sometime in the April timeframe, I guess, for a draft report, late April.
So what happens if then some of the things that are studied have unmitigatable or just drastically budget exploding mitigations that need to be made? Then what happens?
Well, the transportation study is an outgrowth of the transportation management plan, which manages transportation before, during, and after ballpark events. And so any of the solutions that we come up with for managing the transportation, the people moving, walking, biking, driving to the ballpark, those would get incorporated into the TMP, and then they would become required operational measures to be implemented when there's a ballpark event.
But that study hasn't been done yet. Has there been a study of non-ballpark and ballpark, or will there be a study of ballpark and non-ballpark traffic?
Yeah, there were non-sequence studies that were completed as part of the environmental process that are in the appendix of the draft EIR, and they looked at the combination of both the ballpark and non-ballpark traffic in the areas of portions of West Oakland, downtown, Old Oakland, Jack London District area. Basically the routes that people would be driving between the freeway and the ballpark site to make sure that the sidewalks were wide enough, that there were protected bike lanes, and that there were proper turn lanes for the vehicles so that all of those functions could occur. And the mitigation measures in the EIR address some of those issues related to safety, such as the pedestrian sidewalk widenings, the protected bike lanes. Those were all brought forward as mitigation measures in the EIR.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. I do know that there were several organizations and representatives from the Chinatown Coalition. And I just want to share with all of my colleagues that we are saying that we want to see communities like Chinatown, West Oakland, and Old Oakland have voices in this process and a seat at the table. And we are literally bargaining away their ability to have voice. They're telling us they don't. They're telling us that they haven't been heard. We have the maritime industry saying they haven't been negotiated with, and that the port appointed leadership is having these conversations and they're not at the table. And so it feels like we're moving in a direction that is going to negotiate away any type of power that these individuals and organizations have. And I'm not sure what timeline we're operating on. I was told, I don't know if it was today or a few days ago, that this timeline is basically created by the A's. And so that's deeply concerning to me. It's deeply concerning to me that our labor groups with the ILWU who spoke today, but also our building trades, are not on the same page. It's concerning to me that folks are saying that this is going to create jobs for West Oaklanders, but I haven't seen a clear path to how that is if they're not already inside of the process. I work with Rising Sun. I house residents of Rising Sun at Mom's house. And it's just, I'm really, really concerned, not only about how fast this is moving, but also the pressure that we're getting. And what I heard from the mayor last week was also very disturbing, that we have to speak with one unified voice or potentially risk this entire project, where it feels like if we just give the A's whatever they're asking for, they don't have to do anything. And if we move forward with pushing this process right now, then they're not required to do anything. With a resolution that I voted for just hours ago, it's good, but it's just, once again, a
everybody,
step
how you
in the
doing?
right direction. But it's also something that is not legally binding. I'm having issues in my district right now just getting basic services for Oakland residents. Folks don't, well, I'm not even going to get into all of the issues. City Towers was just one. I had heard a resident talking today about City Towers, which had a fire, and I'm still trying to find residents from the building to make sure they have access to the services that they need. Everyday residents of Oakland who live in this district want us to focus on how we make the city better. And with this district, with this waterfront district, the lives of marginalized West Oaklanders are being bartered by saying now marginalized communities will have access to the waterfront, but marginalized communities want access to housing. And a fraction of affordable units that start at 100% of AMI doesn't serve that. I have several issues and several questions. Many of them were laid out by the callers today. And we are not where we need to be to give them the surety that the community benefits, the mitigations to pedestrian safety, to the environment will be addressed. We're just inching closer and closer to a deal that we don't really get to negotiate like they want us to. So this deal is concerning for so many reasons. I just laid out a few: the Sierra Club, AC Transit, Union Pacific. So many groups are saying, slow this down 2-3 weeks. Let us do our due diligence. Give us clearer answers. And we're negotiating that away. And I don't know why. And so this process, I can't support without clear information on the mitigation plans. And I cannot vote or support a statement of overriding consideration without certain mitigations being clear to the community organizations who have reached out. And I just wanted to put that on the record, Madam Chair, just because we are 7 hours and 40 minutes into this meeting. And as the council member for this district, I really wanted to make my voice heard. And once again, urge the A's to have a conversation with the people who have lived here and really want to continue to live here and have their voices to be a part of this process.
Thank you, Councilmember Fife. I appreciate your voice as the council member of the district, and I share many of those concerns. I want to ask a very specific question on the record, and then from there, not seeing any other hands up, I'll share where I'm at, and we'll start entertaining motions to close the hearing and take action. So there have been many both public concerns and council member concerns about the traffic impacts, and the transportation mitigation plan, along with the study that Mr. Reese talked about, are very critical. I wanted to just really directly understand what I thought I heard, which is that the additional study that is happening, which happens to be in Chinatown, that will not move forward until the EIR is certified. Is that correct? I see Molly Mayburn unmuted. Go ahead if you can answer that.
Thank you, Council President Bas. I think that the direction that we received in the earlier resolution today is clear, which is that the study needs to be completed by the time that we bring the development agreement back to you, and all of the results of the study incorporated. We have scoped that study and done quite a bit of work with Chinatown stakeholder representatives on that. And you may recall that there was a request recently that we just have a confirmation with those Chinatown working group stakeholders that the scope is exactly as we had all agreed. So that is our next step. And then the requirement is clear in the resolution that be complete before we bring it back to you. And again, the results of the study incorporated into a revised transportation management plan.
Thank you for that. And, that is exactly why the resolution that we adopted earlier is so critical. So colleagues, it is late. We've been going for some time. I do want to start moving towards potential action here. So I will go ahead and share where I'm at, and appreciate the council member of the district sharing where she is at. So there clearly is a lot of potential with this project. There's also a lot at stake. I want to be very, very clear that for me to approve the final project when it comes to us, I have to see that it delivers the economic and community benefits that we know Oakland so desperately needs, and that it makes fiscal sense. And that certainly includes adequate levels of affordable housing commitments directly from the A's. And that is precisely why in the resolution we passed earlier, working with the staff, drafted some language so that the affordability levels would be at much deeper levels to address the critical needs that we have. We need meaningful and enforceable community benefits for the impacted communities, meaning West Oakland, Old Oakland, Jack London, and Chinatown. And the resolution that we passed lays out a very, very clear process for that, with much more specific details around transparency and public participation and the topics that will be involved. And I certainly heard all of the public speakers today who are concerned about community health, about equity, about a range of things, and that will be part of the process that goes forward. I certainly want to ensure that we have a project that allows our port to continue to thrive. And then, of course, that is fiscally responsible for Oakland's taxpayers. I think it's really important to highlight that this EIR is a very specific document that lays out mitigations for a set of environmental issues. And we heard very specifically that the transportation mitigation plan will be revised. The resolution that we passed earlier calls specifically for stakeholder participation in the impacted neighborhoods in the revision of that transportation management plan. It calls for stakeholders to work with the mobility coordinator of the project. It calls for that transportation mitigation plan to come back to council before the final approvals of the project. Also very important in terms of seaport compatibility, which I think our city attorney and the vice mayor shared, there's also specific language in this resolution that will ensure that all of those stakeholders that you heard, they clearly want more engagement with the Port of Oakland. And I am thankful that Danny Wan, the Port Executive Director, is with us to hear directly from so many people who care about our port, about Oakland. Our resolution will ensure that that engagement of the port stakeholder communities happens by the port as well as the city, that we have an opportunity to look at the seaport compatibility measures and also consider additional recommendations outside of CEQA, outside of the EIR. And so looking at the ways that we can potentially adopt the EIR and with the resolution we passed earlier, continue to work on the pieces of the environmental environmental documents that will continue to get stakeholder input and be revised, and that there are future approvals where this council will have to sign off. We absolutely have to continue to sign off on each of the other approvals that will come to us. I am ready to entertain motions to close the public hearing and to certify the EIR, and then a separate motion to certify, or rather to adopt, the jurisdictional ordinance. And I welcome my council members to also share where they are and make a motion if you so choose. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam President, for laying that out in terms of a potential vision of next steps that would ensure that stakeholder engagement in the refinement of the transportation management plan and the other next steps that you have just outlined. And so with that, I believe, was the city attorney wanting to say something about the process? Is the next move to close the public hearing, Madam Attorney?
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor Kaplan, that is correct. The next motion would be to close the hearing, and then another motion to consider the first item, which would be the resolution.
Okay, so I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. We'll call the roll on that vote to close the public hearing.
On the motion to close the public hearing, moved by Vice Mayor Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Bas.
Aye.
Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalb.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Pro Tem Tao.
Aye.
President Bas.
Aye.
Public hearing was closed with a vote of 8 ayes.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor?
Yeah, I would be happy to move forward. I wasn't sure if Vice Mayor Kaplan had raised her hand earlier to do both close the public hearing and also make a motion. So I wanted to give the floor to her if she wasn't complete with her action.
Thank you. So I would move to adopt the item with the clarification on the record that the gondola is not included and that the grade separated crossing is included.
I believe that's alternative 3. I check with staff. I think that's what it is.
To the parliamentarian?
Yes, that's correct. The recommendation that we included does include the grade separation alternative as the project. I'm sorry, I see City Attorney Bijal Patel's hand up as well.
Go ahead, Bijal.
Thank you, through the chair. So I just wanted to clarify, what is the staff's recommendation before you is noting exactly that. There is no gondola included because that's a variant and it does include the grade separation. So is your motion to approve as recommended?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and second that motion and just acknowledging that just like baseball is a team sport, I know getting transformational projects through the finish line is a team sport. It takes all of us to work together, not just on the council, but the various stakeholders, the port, the developer, the A's in this case, the community, and all of the partners. And so I know we have a few more bases to cover. This is just sort of forward progress in moving there. And as has already been articulated, I look forward to making sure that we cover those bases effectively and efficiently to address the concerns that have been raised and bring a positive win-win solution home for all of Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this document, the final EIR, is going to get certified, whether it's tonight or 2.5 weeks from now. It's still going to get certified. This is going to be the same thing. So I don't know if the timing really matters, merely 2.5 weeks as an example. But I think just as importantly, I think the staff, heard the message and needs to understand the message as the council will keep on hammering away, that there's a lot of work to be done in terms of the MMRP, in terms of implementation, in terms of oversight, whether it's mitigation measures on air quality, which is, this is an environmental document. So mitigation on air quality, which is fundamentally core part of this document and what we have to do, whether it's the toxic remediation plan that the state has to oversee, but we should have a hand in terms of transparency, and all the things we talked about, all the questions I asked, all the questions that we all asked. There's still a lot of work to do beyond this final EIR with the development agreement, the entitlements, conditions of approval, and the implementation and follow-up. And we need to hold ourselves to a high standard in terms of making sure we don't add to emissions, and that the people who live nearby in West Oakland or near downtown, but mostly West Oakland, need to be a priority when it comes to this plan, not just during construction, which is a lengthy time period, but during the ongoing operations. And that's really key. And hopefully the port will do its role in trying to overall the broader question of helping reduce emissions, diesel emissions and other and NOx and other harmful emissions going forward, and that they take an aggressive approach going forward as well. And I hope we could convince them to do that even more than they've already been doing. So that said, if it looks like this is going to pass, I'm going to support the motion with the understanding that we have a lot of work to do on many of the environmental issues. And I'm going to be, what's the word? I'm going to keep on, cracking the whip. That's not a good term to use. I'm going to keep on really pushing the city and the other agencies to really focus on making sure that the environmental health of our communities is as best as it can be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalb. I certainly appreciate that. I do want to note that we had at least 400 people on this Zoom, and I would say about 5 hours of public comment from hundreds of people who really care about Oakland and our port and our A's as a sports team and so many other issues. And more than anything about equity and making sure that this project is a win-win, that it really delivers for Oakland in housing and jobs in so many ways. And so I do want to underscore that there was a lot of intent from myself, the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Kalb in crafting the companion resolution, because this environmental impact report, if and when it is certified, the work needs to continue in terms of the community engagement, the mitigations, the deep partnership with the impacted neighbors to make sure that we do not harm West Oakland or Chinatown or Jack London or Old Oakland, but we actually have real benefits for the community. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to make it really clear. And I think that our entire staff, who has been working very hard, who worked very hard on the resolution, which I appreciate, our consultants, the director of the Port of Oakland, are all here with us and sat through many hours of this meeting to hear loud and clear, not only the public, but the clear direction from the council through the resolution that we approved earlier. So I think that we are now ready to call the vote on certifying the EIR. And we've got the motion and second. Madam Clerk, please go ahead.
Calling the vote to certify the EIR, folks. Here it is.
Was that a second by Councilmember Taylor?
Yes, that was Kaplan and then Taylor.
On item 5, moved by Vice Mayor Kaplan, second by Councilmember Taylor to approve the staff recommendation. Councilmember Fife?
No.
Gaio?
No.
Kalb?
Aye.
Kaplan?
Aye.
Reed?
Aye.
Taylor?
Aye.
Tao?
Aye.
Bas?
Aye.
Item 5 is approved. Well, item 5.1 is approved with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 noes, 5 Gaio. And item 2 is approved on introduction. 6 ayes,
Oh, I'm
2
sorry.
noes.
I think we're voting separately on that. Aren't we?
Yes, that was just the certification of the EIR. That is item S51.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we have one more order of business, which is the jurisdictional ordinance, and that is item S52. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could I just confirm on the record that the Port of Oakland wants us to do this? There was some confusion as to who was asking for it. So if Mr. Wan is available, could he just confirm that he supports the City of Oakland passing this ordinance?
Mr. Wan.
Yes. Are you looking for yes or no? Yes, I do. We do.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. I'm happy to make the motion on this, this ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. That was Kalb and Kaplan. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 5.2, moved by Kalb, seconded by Vice Mayor Kaplan. Councilmember 5,
No.
Gaia,
No.
Kalb,
Aye.
Kaplan,
Aye.
Reed,
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Tao,
Aye.
and Bas.
Aye.
Item 5.2 is approval with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 no, 5 and Gaia.
Thank
And
you.
approved on introduction. I'm sorry. Final passage will be March 1st.
Correct. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging with us. We
So
still
that's it,
have open
folks.
forum next,
They have Oakland
but I
Forum.
do want to again pause to thank the many members of the
Right
public
there.
who've been engaging, all of our staff who've been
Um,
working very hard, as well as everyone who is at this meeting. The work is not done by any measure. And there are more approvals throughout this process. And I think that the council, and I certainly hear folks loud and clear in terms of the participation and voice that you want in this process. And, the questions answered, the benefits to Oakland, et cetera. So rest assured that while we have taken these votes tonight, the work will continue in earnest. And I look forward to deep participation and collaboration with the city, the port, and many, many stakeholders. So Madam Clerk, we are ready to move on to open forum. So for any speakers who would like to comment, given the late hour, to the parliamentarian, if it's okay, I would like to allow up to 1 minute to speak. And we will keep the queue open for 5 minutes until 11:30.
Will O is up first. User by the name Will O. If you wish to speak for open forum, please unmute yourself. Moving to the next speaker, Zenny Abram.
Zenny Abraham of Zenny 62 Media and Oakland News Now. A great passage, first passage, but I'm concerned that the city has not established the public financing authority and done the infrastructure financing plan. If you understand the public financing authority and its role in EIDL enhanced infrastructure financing district legislation, then you would know that the assignment of responsibility shifts to that rather than to the city. So you all are making assignments on an incomplete process. And so I really warn you to stop and, look at what's going on here when what you're doing and adjust. You also don't know the total tax increment, and that number should have been calculated and done. There's a range. This is old hat. This has been old hat for us, the city of Oakland, for many, many decades. There's no excuse to be behind like this. And I'm really disappointed the city is failing in this. We got to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Shay John is next. Please unmute to begin your comments. Shia John, if you wish to speak for open forum, please unmute. Okay, moving to the next speaker, West Oakland Cultural Action Plan.
Good evening. Madam City Clerk, I hope you take up the invitation to come on the Black Liberation Walking Tour on Monday. I hope everybody witnessed and noticed what happened here today. There is a resolution that specifically directs the city administrator to engage directly with Chinatown stakeholders and representatives around traffic impacts in Chinatown. There is no such directive for the city administrator or anyone else to engage directly with West Oakland stakeholders around traffic issues, which West Oakland is closer than that. And so while we give much lip service to West Oakland and the people that spoke proudly and so proud of that for West Oakland, the council passed a resolution knowingly that it excluded equity for West Oakland around transportation management. And so while this could have been an opportunity to amend that resolution to take care of folks here, that was not the council's wishes. Sad.
Vendor Baines is next. Please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Yeah, I can't believe besides the two, can y'all hear me? Can't believe besides the two that said no to this and the other council members that's sellouts. Y'all some real sellouts for that. I mean, y'all sit here and say aye about everything else. Y'all should do something about the tent city. You know, trying to come to our ports and kill our jobs is just ridiculous. There's so much better solution to this. Y'all concerned about some dumb stuff that is not gonna happen. Let's see where this is go. Trust me, y'all better not come to local 10 for no votes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Risa Jaffe is next.
Hi, yes, this is Risa Jaffe. I'm concerned about all the staff time that has been put into this when Fisher has demonstrated he's not interested in negotiating good faith. You all need to decide what your bottom lines are, i.e. what's the bottom line on the affordable housing? While some of us would like to see 50%, we know that's not likely going to happen. But if the bottom line really is 35%, then let's get that in writing. Let's get an agreement, and no work happens until there's an agreement that that minimum is going to happen. Let's get a few top 5 minimums. Let's get an agreement from Fisher that those are a go. Otherwise, why are we putting more of our staff time? There's so much that staff needs to do. They're all overburdened. Let's not keep going on this until we get some agreements on their side. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Walton is next.
Okay, thank you to Gael and Carol Fife, council members, for voting no. However, my question is this. Not a question. You need to amend the resolution to get the aides to privately pay for the community benefits that they had promised from the get-go. And who's going to be around on the city council to enforce the resolution? Who's going to follow up on all of this, on this project? Folks running for mayor, you know, it just doesn't make sense. I'm just so disappointed in the fact that you all, many of you, did not get your questions answered. You're not clear on the cost. You're not clear on how long the aides are going to remain. I mean, I think this was a bad decision for you to certify the FEIR tonight. Thank you.
Paulette Johnson is next.
Good evening. I am an East Oakland resident. East Oakland will be surely impacted by the disinvestment. We all worked on the Coliseum specific plans. Who was looking out for East Oakland and Oakland residents? Thank you. Good night.
Moto G Stylist is next.
I'm just really surprised that you were told by the stakeholders that the current grade separation that's being proposed is probably insufficient. It's already being estimated at like $350 million. The port grant you have, you're probably going to get less than $260 million. And already talking about having a bond issued to cover the rest. Well, this obviously that's not even going to be enough. The amount of you've already committed yourself to this project. So when you try to say no, which I doubt, but if you were trying to say no to the development agreement, they'll say, but you said yes to the EIR, and this is how it works. This is how everything in life works. They get you to say yes to things, and then they say, but you committed. It's a typical sales pitch. I'd say you fell for it, but you wanted to fall for it because you want the building trade support and or fear that they'll support someone else, and people will know about this.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Olabala is next.
No to the library tax. It is so insulting to hear Kalb be so
emphatic about getting things right. But look how you railroaded, Kyle, that library for Piedmont on the backs of children, taking their child development center away from them so your community could have a library. And you're talking about all the things you have to make sure that happen. You haven't done a feasibility study on that library. You don't have the money, but you guys approved it. Over at Lake Merritt, you had a medical emergency today. There's nothing in the rules that say what happens when an individual needs to be taken to a doctor or the hospital. You have children over there. I don't see any rules that say children can be over in Florida. A large dog killed a woman. You got big dogs running around, 3 big dogs running around in there. Do something about it.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Margie Lewis is next.
Good evening. I'm very disappointed about the vote, and I would just like the council members, I know everybody worked hard, but I would like the council members to please think about how you're being subjected to pressure, and that if there was just more time, like if we didn't vote tonight, and that's my concern going forward. You know, people keep saying, well, we really want to make sure. But at each stage, that seems to be what happens. You want to make sure, but you keep voting to go forward. And stakeholders have all said that they need more time for engagement. And the A's have not shown that they were reputable in terms of their making decisions. So I just want you to keep that in mind going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Phone number ending in 3795. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. You've made a decision that it will be hard for you to go back on. You made a decision with little or no information, and staff did not respond to Councilmember Giles' questions or Councilmember Five's questions. What timeline are you really on? Is Oakland for sale to the highest bidder? Because that's what it looks like. And it's unfortunate that you're the policymaking body that's making these decisions that harm your constituency. No one except 2 council members spoke about the union, ILWU, the generational security that it provides. No one spoke about what's happening to East Oakland and the disinvestment. So we're not clear that you care about all of Oakland. You want to do a direct negotiation with Chinatown, but what about East Oakland? What about the people that have spoken about the impacts that were not raised in the resolution?
Thank you. Melvin McKay is next.
Thank you very much again. But Oakland citizens are getting duped, and you guys know it. As Carol Fife said, the mayor wants you guys to speak in one voice. You guys are puppets. And I, like the other brother said, hope you don't come to ILWU for any votes for your next future politician moves. Because what you guys just did is repulsive. You guys have not read a complete EIR within 30 days, period. I don't believe it, okay? Because I can have 225 cue cards and know goddamn well I didn't. But this is the way we run our city, by fucking puppetry. Thank you.
Will O, we're going to give you another opportunity to speak.
Sorry about that. I just want to say that the Athletics have the 3rd most championships in baseball. This franchise is really massive, and for the people that said no, you really have to look at it from a baseball aspect, that this is a really important franchise that needs to be well maintained. And I think Jack London Square is going to be perfect. I think that when I went to the Oakland A's Fan Fest, Jack London Square was amazing. It was something that I wish to take my kids from, I wish I could take my kids there whenever that time comes. But I sure hope that Jack London Square should be the home of Oakland A's baseball. Also, to the people that said that there's not going to be job opportunities, there's going to be plenty. And if not, there's going to be more than ever. And to the people who said that homelessness is a big problem. Where were you 2 years ago? Homelessness can't change overnight, and you know that. Thank you for your time.
Shay John is next. Please unmute, or we will have to move to the next speaker. Shay John, if you wish to speak. Okay, we're going to move to the next speaker, who is Douglas B. Please unmute yourself. You may begin.
I just wanted to thank the board members for adopting the jurisdictional ordinance and certifying the EIR.
The next speaker is Desmond Bofa. Please unmute. You may begin.
I have 6 words. Binding vote season. Let's go, Oakland.
Thank you for your comments. SJ Garcia is next. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Council members, thank you so much for staying up this late hours to certify the report. Absolutely amazing. You guys did an amazing job. Gaio and Fife, I mean, you guys had every opportunity to do your research on the project and the magnitude and stuff. But, you know, glad for this vote to happen and glad for this vote to continue on forward. Thank you.
And Derek O was the last speaker with their hand raised at the call of the queue.
Thank you, council members, and thank you, city staff, for being able to clarify all the questions that came up as you work through this process. Wanted to say thank you for moving this forward and approving the EIR. First off, looking forward to this to continue progressing forward and eventually end up with a beautiful ballpark in West Oakland and a destination for all MLB fans to see. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you did have 2 hands that went up after the call of the queue.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone who joined today for your participation and your ongoing participation in this project as well as in Oakland. We have a lot of work to do, and for now, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you again.
Well, folks, that meeting is adjourned. It was ended by the host, and as you know now, by a vote of 5 to 2, 5 yeses to 2 noes. And Carol Fife was really against this, and her reasons for being against it are concerning. I'll get to that in a second, but let's get away out of the way the particulars. First of all, we had not 1 but 2 resolutions passed. We had the final EIR, which is, of course, Environmental Impact Report, that was passed for Howard Terminal Ballpark District, not just the ballpark itself. And we had an assignment of responsibility resolution, which basically says, hey, by the way, the city and the Port of Oakland are partnered on this. And with respect to maritime issues, the port handles that. With respect to ballpark issues, the city. There's a big problem with that, okay? It can be mitigated in a certain way. The big problem that I have, and now I'm shifting gears. First of all, before I shift gears, let me also inform, this is not the final reading. This is not the final passage. The final passage will come on March 1st. This is the first reading and vote, okay? So March 1st, there'll be the second reading. Boom, that'll be that. But this has a place, this process has a long way to go. And athletics fans out there watching, or people who are planning, urban planning aficionados or sports stadium aficionados, or some combination of all the above, and are interested in a project done well, should be concerned that this is not that thing. And the biggest problem of all is the city is insistent on going on a pattern that is not backed by law. If you're going to do a bond issue, you should have had the boundaries for the district, put in a resolution, use that to establish your enhanced infrastructure financing district officially. There is no resolution that does that. Okay. And then establish your public financing authority, because it doesn't matter whether you use SB 293 Skinner or SB 628 Beal or AB 464. I named to you the three major versions of enhanced infrastructure financing district law. It doesn't matter which one of them you use, you still need to put into creation first of all, your boundaries, second of all, your public financing authority, and third, your infrastructure financing plan. That is by law. And when you do that, the assignment of responsibility, and this gets to Noel Gaio's question, changes. And it changes to where the public financing authority is responsible not just for letting the bond issue, but for making sure the bond issue is let in accordance with what is in the infrastructure financing plan, which then incorporates, guess what? The community projects that were listed in the community benefits plan. And in any other city, that list would be in your infrastructure financing plan. There would be dollar costs attached to them, and the payment for them would come out of tax increment financing via a bond issue, which would be really a large one, to pay for that list. And the good news is, if this project is done right, in other words, if these calculations are done correctly, and they're easy to do, you do them in your head, I do, okay? Then you'll know that there is more than enough money. Why? For one very simple reason. The enormous amount of value size of these projects. For example, ballpark, you're talking about something close to $2 billion. If you just use the ballpark alone for tax increment financing, and then you say, I'm not going to use anything else other than just that, right? For my base year. That's it. And then you increase it or use TIF for a 45-year period, and you say it's going to increase at 4% per year. You're looking at $1.6 billion in TIF revenue. Divide that in half. That's your bond money. That's $800 million for you. If you want to use the total amount, which includes what the taxing agencies and the school district would normally get, then you have to negotiate with them for that lower part. There's nothing in the law that says you can't negotiate with the school district. It would be a great way for the school district to get its money to build its buildings. But hey, they don't want to do it like that, okay? The one thing you really have to keep in mind with this is that laws exist to be changed. A lot of people who are lay at this see a law and they think it can't be changed. And they say, oh, you can't do that because, well, no. You can adjust anything you need to adjust if you have the right argument and the right set of lobbyists and the right constituency, okay? So it's very important to think that way, but I digress. The with respect to this project, there's a lot of confusion regarding affordable housing. Again, this came from the city. And again, this came because there's no calculation for TIF officially. The A's have been waiting for this for 2 years. I had Dave Cavall on my show roughly a month ago. He was waiting for it then. It still hasn't been done. He had expected to get it by the end of that next week. Nothing. Okay? So if the A's do take off for Las Vegas, and I have a reason why I believe that's all delayed, but I'll get to that in a second, it's because of the city's just constant piecemeal behavior in terms of acting like, you know what the city of Oakland acts like? It acts like it's the inexperienced traveler that's going abroad for the first time that can't figure out what to put in their bags or how many bags to take. So it's always thinking of something that it didn't include before because someone else said, hey, you forgot this, or hey, you forgot that, rather than having a coherent plan that everyone can understand for the trip. Because that doesn't exist, you get what is this chaotic behavior with an EIR passed with all of these loose ends, with focus on an EIR, but with no focus on the mother's milk of development. What is that? Money. Money. You get confusion regarding affordable housing rather than the truth, which is the A's pay for affordable housing, sure, but you subsidize their cost with tax increment revenue so that the market rate housing becomes affordable. That's the idea. That's the idea. And so the question is, all right, if you want more affordability, you need to increase the subsidy, right? But have you heard that conversation? The answer is no. What you get instead, because you have so many people, staff, constituents who are not familiar with this, you get the guns and butter argument. In other words, hey, let them pay for it because they're rich, or for affordable housing, or we're going to get market rate housing. That's not how it works. First of all, only someone really stupid pays all of their own money to build projects like this. You want it to pencil out. You want it to draw a profit. I don't care how you feel about capitalism and all that stuff. Look, I'll put it to you very bluntly and very succinctly. If you have your own bank account, you want to make sure that your bank account has savings, right? You want to make sure you have more in your account than you have to spend out in expenses, right? Well, that's a profit. Okay. So if you look at it from that perspective, rather than the capitalism, socialism model, it starts to make sense. We're talking about monetary flows and having enough money to pay for projects. That's what we're talking about. It just so happens that those projects are projects like childcare, like helping businesses recover from COVID, like unemployment, like labor assistance, labor wage payment assistance. In other words, paying businesses to actually lower their, actually increase their wages by lowering their costs, subsidizing them in a specific area of town in Oakland. Something I've talked about for decades. All right. All of what I've just listed to you is should be part of a plan which goes into your infrastructure financing plan, which is then paid for by your redevelopment tax increment financing dollar flows for a bond issue. And then you should have a complete understanding by now of what the total throw off, the total revenue should be from the project for tax increment financing purposes. What's the floor? The floor is 1.6 billion, but what's the ceiling? The ceiling is something like $9 billion in tax increment financing revenue. Yeah, that's right. Why do I say that? Take a look at the 8 years, actually 7 years of phased project introduction for the athletics Howard Terminal. And you will see that as you add square footage, you add assessed value, and for that year, the tax increment total increases. You would say, wait a minute, Zane, what's the tax increment calculation? Easy. Here's the base year down here, right? This is your first year. Then the next year it increases by, let's say, 4%. But here is the interesting little factoid you may not know. The state under Prop 13 says you can increase this by 2% automatically. The county can do that each year. So you know you're going to get 2%. So you figure, okay, I'm going to get another 2%, right? Guess what? Do you know what the average rate of growth in assessed value at Jack London Square has been already? 6.3% per year. So 4% is a sure thing. All right. So you say 4% per year for 45-year period. And how is that calculated? Okay, it increases by 4%. So next year you take that new assessed value minus the base year, right? And then take that difference, you multiply it times the tax rate. Voila, you get the revenue for that first year. And you do that 45 times. And at the end of the period, you get your total revenue. That's it. Note, I didn't talk about how the boundary was designed. I talked about the assessed value. A lot of you are focused on, well, what does that look like? Wrong question. How is it? This isn't a voting thing. All right, that's the wrong question. The right question is, how much assessed value is within the district, and how much do I have to add to achieve a desired level of tax increment revenue, which is what we've never talked about. The city has never issued a desired number of tax increment revenue for the project and then designed around it. But that's what you're supposed to do. This has all been piecemeal. And because it responds to constituents, and constituents are basically, I only understand what I see, like design, then we get to these design matters and these map matters. And dollar flows and money discussions, forget it. It's bass-awkward. And you would say, what's the so what behind this? The so what is that when you start playing around with an incomplete structure, not done correctly by law, and you start doing it, you can get sued. Because what will happen is this. If you say, hey, look, I'm going to float a bond issue, right? And I'm going to have the city do it rather than the Public Financing Authority. What that means is you're not following Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, EIFD law. Why is that important? Because you then cannot float the bond issue in such a way the city doesn't pay for the bond if it goes into default. That's why. That's why. I mean, did you know that? Did you know that? So instead, you're going to have the city float the bond, and guess what? It becomes a standard bond issue that the city has to seek backing for, so it's then turning to the county. And once again, the city and the county are on the hook for sports. And we get into the stupid discussion all over again. If you just follow the damn law, the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District law, guess what? You don't get into that at all. It is very important to read this legislation that was crafted rather than acting like it's not important and it doesn't exist. And a lot of people do that, or they do it because I mention it. And I'm thinking, oh, just because I mentioned it? Seriously? That's your reason? That is your sole reason, right? I'm like, wow. Okay. Wow. It's unbelievable why people insist on personalizing things, but yeah, so be it. So be it. I believe it is very important for you to see the bill text for SB 293 Skinner and understand, the important parts of it that really call for the understanding by everyone before we move forward. This is of particular importance what I'm about to show you. This is the heart. This is the heart of Frankenstein. Frankenstein in this case is SB 293 Skinner, but it's also your concern about who, or I should say not who, you're concerned about the city not being on the hook for a bond issue, right? Well, let me show you something. I think you're going to love this, but I'm really asking that more than just love it, repeat it, pay attention, and learn this. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to share this screen. I'm trying to coax my StreamYard to allow me to present this text so you can see it. Once it does allow me to do this, and right now it's being weird, I guess because of RAM. All right, I'm just going to read this to you since it's being weird, okay? And this from the bill text. And it reads, existing law authorizes the legislative body of a city or county to designate one or more infrastructure financing districts, adopt an infrastructure financing plan, and issue bonds for which only the district is liable. Now, when it talks about existing law, it talks about existing law around what we know are infrastructure, enhanced infrastructure financing districts, or IFDs, infrastructure financing districts, right? SB 293 Skinner reads, existing law authorizes a legislative body of a city or county to designate one or more infrastructure financing districts, adopt the infrastructure financing plan, and issue bonds for which only the district is liable, not the city, the district, to finance specified public capital facilities of community-wide significance. Existing law specifies procedures for the preparation and adoption of an infrastructure financing plan and the issuance of bonds by a district, including requiring that the issuance of the bonds be approved by 2/3 of the voters residing within the boundaries of the district voting on the proposition. Existing law authorizes the inclusion of provision for the division of taxes in an infrastructure financing plan. Okay, and existing law establishes, you get the idea, all right? And then it reads, this bill would establish alternative procedures for the formation of an infrastructure financing district by the city of Oakland under these provisions. The bill would require the city council of the city of Oakland to initiate proceedings for the formation of the district by adoption of a resolution of intention to establish the district that, among other things, directs the preparation of an infrastructure financing plan. Folks, this is an SB 293 Skinner, and yet, all right, right here, finally it came up. All right, there it is. This is what I've been reading right here, okay? All right. And yet, the city has not done this. The city has not done this. And let me go back up and show you what I was reading. Okay, it says existing law right here, authorize the legislative body of a city or county to designate one or more infrastructure financing districts, adopt the infrastructure financing plan, and issue bonds for which only the district is liable. Not the city or the county, only the district. So now do you understand why I go ballistic when the city of Oakland is stepping outside this rubric? Because when it does, it's basically saying, you know what? We don't care about the legislation. We'll take on the risk of the bond ourselves. And yet the mayor kept saying, I don't want to use public money and I don't want to do this, right? Well, the only reason for this situation has to be that Libby really doesn't understand what she's talking about. Because if she did, she would then say, enhanced infrastructure financing district law allows us to float a bond and the city is not liable. It's in the law. Okay? So then you would say, well, boy, how do they do that? Well, easy, because they essentially are giving redevelopment power the power to collect these taxes to the district. So the district can make adjustments within that to cure a negative financial event if necessary. That's why. But guess what, folks? We don't have an established district. We don't have an established public financing authority, which would really be the organization that does it on behalf of the district. And we don't have an infrastructure financing plan, even though the law says we are supposed to produce one. Do you get it? All right. Do you get it? All right. It's 3:07 in the morning here, and I've got to take my mom to the doctor. So I'm going. But please Subscribe to Zuni62 and bookmark oaklandnewsnow.com. And remember that part. I'm going to take this little piece too and rebroadcast it. Thank you. And live long and prosper. That ends this broadcast.